A very good evening to you and welcome to TalkSport 2. I'm Andrew McKenna, and this evening we reach a significant point in this T20 series between the West Indies and England. It's the halfway mark. At close of play tonight, unless something truly freakish happens, one of these two sides will be 2-1 up with only 2 games left to play. Obviously that doesn't mean you couldn't lose the series from there, but it'd certainly be difficult. After a sluggish start in Saturday's first match, England were much better in Sunday's second encounter. However, for as good as England were, they were only winners by 1 run in the match. Akil Hussain and Romario Shepherd's late order hitting gave us a grandstand finish to savour. What are we going to get tonight? Well, we'll find out shortly here on TalkSport 2. What are we going to get tonight? Well, in the immediate future, wet. Because, unfortunately, I have to tell you that about 4 or 5 minutes ago, everyone was in place for the toss of the coin. The TV crew had got everything in place. Everyone in place for the toss to happen. But unfortunately, some heavy rain has arrived. There was some showers earlier on in the day, but that had passed. Everything was set up. The players had done their warm-ups. And as I say, everything was going to be in place for the toss, but the rain has started falling. And if I just shut up for a minute, you might actually be able to hear on the effects mic the rain coming down. So that's the situation that we've got ourselves at the moment. The toss, therefore, is not going to be happening in 30 seconds' time as it is due to. There's no point me guessing about the weather. We've got an expert, a man of Barbados, as part of the commentary team. Barry Wilkinson is with us once again. Right, you're the local. You know the conditions, Barry. Tell me what we're going to have over the next few hours.
Well, look, I was talking to, I think his name is Alex, earlier on TalkSport, and we did a scene setter just about 3 o'clock local time. And I said to him, half of the ground was bathed in sunshine, the other half was very cloudy. And that's the sort of day we're going to have in this match, I'm sorry. The weather has been crappy for the last 24 to 40 hours after Sunday's game. And for the whole day, you can expect that we're going to get these intermittent showers. Not enough to wash the whole game out, but we are going to have these just what you call frustrating kind of rain that's going to be coming down ever so often. It's eased up as we've already been looking at it. It's not as bad as it was 10 minutes ago. It's just barely drizzling at the moment, and it's beginning to clear up. I expect that within 15 minutes we should have that toss, but because of the drizzles, because of the constant rain in the air in the last couple of days, this is the kind of evening it's going to be. Not typically English, being gloomy, because you can still see the sun trying to peep its way through, but yes, we're going to have some rain. I'm sorry to tell you guys, it's going to be some showers at Bridgetown, Barbados today.
Well, look, it might be raining, but at least it's warm rain. You know, take the positive out of all of that. The last you mentioned yesterday's weather wasn't brilliant either. Ground conditions. We had a brief look at the pitch, Barry, and the surface that we're on is next door to the one that we played on Saturday. Now, that was the one that was a bit two-paced, a bit up and down. Therefore, are we back on the side, being the same side for this pitch? Are we expecting it to play something similar? Because if I'm being brutally honest with you, it wasn't the best of surfaces. Sunday's was by far better.
Yeah, I think this surface is going to play true to form of what Saturdays did. You're right, they're playing right next to it. The pitch to me looks like it still has some grass upon it, and I reckon that there might be just that bit of juice for the seamers. Whoever wins the toss, I would advise to field first. Let whoever is going to be batting first be the ones under that kind of pressure, because the surface is going to be tricky. Generally, the conditions at Kensington are always good. I mean, the outfield is a peach. You can sleep on this ground. And the pitch itself in the Sunday game was much better, because I think they learnt the mistake of just having it perhaps flatter, so you can get more fours, more sixes, and get a game that is more conducive to the batsman. This pitch that we are on today looks very similar to the one Saturday. Yes, it's the pitch next door, but it looks very similar to the one we played on Saturday, and I suspect it's going to be two-paced again. So that is another worry, that whoever loses the toss will be thinking about perhaps they have to bat first.
Barry, just one final one. We're just going to talk some team news in a moment from an England point of view. Just from a West Indian point of view, they obviously went same team Saturday and Sunday. What's your gut feel about what the West Indies are thinking? I did notice during the warm-up earlier, Carl Mayer's doing a pretty strenuous set of stretches. Now, that might just be that he's sort of readying himself just in case. Are we expecting a same 11 from the West Indies, or do you think they might make changes?
I'm hearing that Odin Smith has a bit of a niggle, so he might not play. So Kyle Mayers or Vaspert Drakes' son, Dominic Drakes, he might actually come in. So that might be the only change in the terms of the final 11. Apparently Odin Smith had that sort of side strain during the last match, and you recognise he didn't bowl at all, which kind of made me wonder, why did he play? But having said that, he probably wouldn't play today, and if he doesn't, you can expect to see Kyle Mayers come in and or Dominic Drakes, which should be a like for like, because they're both all-rounders, so to speak, bowling all-rounders, so to speak. And like I said, you're going to have this pitch that's going to favour the seam bowling. People were thinking, why was Roston Chase not playing? But I wouldn't favour the spinners on this track at all today. I think the seamers are going to be the ones doing the trick. So if Odin Smith is not playing, look out for Vaspert, for Dominic Drakes, or for Kyle Mayers, who I think is just as exciting.
Barry, for the time being, thank you very much. Barry Wilkinson, our West Indian commentator, a man of Barbados, who says it's not going to be too much of a delay. We might be a little bit on and off, but we are going to get some play. Delighted to say that the former England spinner Gareth Batty is with us once again for this evening's game. Gareth, good evening to you. Now, we don't have it officially confirmed, but it looks like we are going to have a debutant for England this evening, because we have seen George Garton be presented his cap in an England huddle. Chris Jordan was the man who handed it over. The word is that it might be Chris Jordan who actually misses out for George Garton to get in. And very interestingly, it was spotted that it was Moeen Ali who was kitted up and ready to go for the toss. So it looks like, and we've seen this before with Owen Morgan, he has stood himself down from certain games. What do you make of those potential changes? Let's start with George Garton first.
Evening, Macca. Evening to all the listeners. Garton's an exciting young talent from an England point of view. Chris Jordan would have played with him, if not captained him at periods down at Sussex. He's a left-armer, can bowl quick. As a young man, you know, his rap was that he'd bowl 90 miles an hour, but a little bit erratic. You would say that possibly the last 2 or 3 years he's worked on skill sets that transfer over to white ball, so slower balls, not always using the amount of 90 miles an hour, that gas up his sleeve. He's able to bowl it as and when required. I suppose almost like we've seen Tamil Mills do for the last few years. Doesn't always bowl the rockets that he can bowl. So look, and having that left arm angle, we know in modern day 2020 cricket that's a massive advantage. The one thing add on to Garton, absolute incredible athlete, wonderful fielder, does things that most people can't do. Massive plus for him in this format, and he can whack a few. He's certainly no mug with the bat. So he is a three-dimensional player. England with their bowlers sometimes going one-dimensional. In this format, the way the game is going, having at least 2 strings to your bow is a positive. Having 3 like Garton is very exciting for the future for him and for England.
If you're not aware of George Garton, 24 years of age. He hasn't played T20 international cricket, obviously. That's why it's his debut this evening. He's played 50 games of domestic T20 cricket, though, both in England and also in the Big Bash. He's been out there. With the bat, 293 runs at 18 and a bit, high score of 46, strike rate of 132, so that's more than handy. And with the ball, 55 wickets at 22.7, a best of 4 for 16, and the economy rate is also very good for this form of the game at 8.6.
Yeah, and let's take into account he bowls in the tough overs. Quite often he bowls in the power play, the first 6 overs, where for the listeners you can only have 2 fielders outside that 30-metre circle, and he often bowls at the death, or certainly the last sort of 3 to 4 overs. He's not one of those bowlers that bowls half his overs in the middle somewhere. He's at the cutting edge, the cold face, shall we call it, of bowling in 2020 cricket. And you've got to really want that. You've got to really want that challenge. You've got to want to be the guy. Well, you'll have some bad days, but you'll pick yourself up, dust yourself down, because you want to be that Roy of the Rovers character. You want to be the man that's running off, having got your team over the line. So hopefully that covers off from a mentality point of view.
Just something, and maybe Jared might want to get involved in this as well. Jared Kimmer, our analyst, once again. I was thinking back from what Owen Morgan said to Mark Butcher in the post-play interview on Sunday, when Mark Butcher asked him about England not going for Yorkers, seemingly, and Owen Morgan admitted, no, we just missed them. And I started thinking about that. And Owen Morgan doesn't like throwing players under the bus, to use that common phrase at the moment, which therefore made it quite an odd thing to say, in the fact that he's basically saying that his seam bowling attack were 2.5, 3 metres away from actually landing it where they wanted. Now, was that a captain who's frustrated that his attack can't do what they were asked to do? Is that him firing a shot across the bows? Or is it actually him just genuinely answering a question honestly, and then later on thinking, well, maybe I shouldn't have answered it in that way because it might be interpreted in a way that I'm just putting to you now?
Look, I think when it happened at the time, I think me and Bats looked at each other in confusion because there's missing your Yorker. So almost all the data suggests that you hit your Yorker about 33% of the time in general. And I think the best bowler in the IPL is Bhuvi Kumar, and he's at 41 or 42%. It's so hard to consistently hit the right lane. We know that. Batters move in the crease. All those sorts of things happen. When you're missing it by 3 meters, there's a certain point where me and Bats are looking at each other thinking, that seems to be a huge mistake. Now, it can happen. Balls can get wet. If you're going between on-pace balls and off-pace balls, there's all these different things that happen. But yeah, I'm with you. I thought it was a very bizarre thing to say, being that we weren't sitting here going, oh, they missed their Yorkers. We were sitting here thinking they didn't even try and bowl any Yorkers, which is a big difference.
Yeah, and I think if you speak to the very good bowlers that hit their Yorkers well, they will actually picture certain things. Lots would go for the top of the stumps, try and hit the top of the stumps. Lots are going halfway up the stumps, lots are going for base of the stump. They certainly aren't looking at somewhere a good few metres in front of the batter. And I think the modern trend and the modern thought is, if you're going to miss your Yorker, miss as a full toss. Because if you miss as a half volley, it's gone. Forget it. Batters do not miss the half volleys anymore. They don't miss length balls. That's what they're looking for. And they'll try to get what they can out of your best Yorker. Often your full toss gets you a wicket, stroke, a single.
Yeah, I think Yorkers go, depending on the bowler, obviously, go for anything between 4 runs and over and 6 runs and over. Full tosses, I think, go at about 11 and 11.5 runs and over, and slot balls and length balls go at something like 12 and a half. So there's no, you've either bowled the perfect delivery and everyone tells you you're great, or they go flying. And there was a great over, I can't remember who the bowler was, but one of the young Indian bowlers in the IPL bowled an over. Everyone went crazy when they needed 7 to win or whatever. And everyone's like, oh, look at all these great Yorkers he's bowled. You go back on the replays and he bowled 2 full tosses, 2 half trackers, and the guy trying to hit them just was trying to hit them so hard, he just kept missing. We look at Yorkers based on the result of quite often where they're hit, and more often than not, that doesn't happen. So the most famous one is Lassif Malinga. Everyone will say, never missed a Yorker. Do you remember how accurate he is? KP always talks about that. Oh, he had the boots out. You have a look. His accuracy was no better than anyone else's. The difference was that he put so much dip on the ball that his full tosses couldn't be hit. So even if he bowled a full toss, no one was getting it away. Normal bowlers aren't like that. So it's tough. I cannot believe that the England bowlers were missing their Yorkers by several meters every time. It doesn't play for me. I think some of the steam went out of the game. I think they were so far ahead of the game. Mathematically, they thought they'd already won. I think there was part of that. And perhaps he was upset because the bowlers had been hit a little bit more than he would have wanted.
I would agree with the steam out of the game comment, because actually as a player, you're kind of over the line. You don't quite have that bit between your teeth. The little bits of adrenaline just lose a bit of edge in you. It's not an excuse, it's an observation, this. And actually, at that end of the game, that's the sort of thing you thrive off, those extra bits of pressure, that extra bit of adrenaline that they have coping mechanisms, or they just like that rush at the end of the mark that I've got to get this right or else we're done. And that wasn't there. And I think that is something that we sometimes take for granted, that players can switch it on and switch it off. I think England was so far ahead with 4 overs to go. Again, it's not an excuse, but it's an observation.
The West Indies won Saturday's first match by 9 wickets. England won the game on Sunday by 1 run to make it 1-1 with 3 games to go. So it is a pivotal game this evening. We haven't had it officially confirmed about what time the toss will be, but it does look imminent with the covers making their way off of the surface again. Just to remind you, if you weren't with us at the top, we're back towards the right-hand side of the wicket for this game, which is next door to the pitch that we played on Saturday. And if we're being brutally honest, not the best of surfaces. So if you're sort of looking for pointers, maybe something similar to Saturday's wicket rather than Sunday's hard, high-scoring wicket. The umpires are actually out on the playing surface at the moment, looking at the outfield, getting a feel for it, and they will therefore make a judgment. But it does appear to be that there might be a little bit of standing water in a couple of parts on the outfield. So that's a bit of a concern. Where's that, and how's that got there?
I'm assuming that's just the water that's come off the covers, but at the same time, there wasn't that much water that came off the covers.
But normally, when they tip them off the covers like they did there without the super soppers, every player's, as we say, super sopper comes on. Every player's worst nightmare. They generally unload the water by the drains. Yeah. Most of the squares now, so the square is all the wickets. Off it, there's ring drains on most grounds, so that you get back on as soon as it stops raining to take the water away.
That seemed very close to the square, that's all.
Generally, the ring drain is within a metre of the square. That's why lots of surfaces now are rubbish, because it takes all the moisture out.
There you go, as an official assessment. They're rubbish. So what I can tell you is that the outfield is now full of people. They're preparing a golf buggy with a big rope to go around the outfield to try and just get some of that top surface water off. But everything is being put in place for the toss. But they won't toss the coin until the umpires have actually decreed and worked out what the start time can be. So there's going to be a little bit of working out. All the players want to be ready to go, and as I say, we are hearing that there could be a few changes for England. Phil Salt could well be playing. We understand he's been given a cap, and possibly it was Jason Roy who presented it to him. So looks like there could be a couple of debutants for England in this lineup. So we're getting bits of information from the middle dripping through at the moment. Interesting that England would potentially make 3 or 4 changes, having only made one on the Saturday to the Sunday. But do we think those are conditions related or just series related?
Well, Livingston was sick, wasn't he, coming in? So maybe he was, he probably should have been starting in this 11, you would think, because he's a fringe starter in a full-strength team, isn't he? Garton might be... I think that might have something to do with the way the West Indians play left-armers, if we're being honest. And also, I keep going back to this. Chris Jordan didn't bowl out the other day after getting hit in the death. I've just got a feeling that not feeling him as much as they used to. He's batted brilliantly in this series, so that might also be the change. But look, I think it's a good chance for them coming into the World Cup. This is a really good thing to see who their 12th through to 15th, 16th best players are. So I think you should probably try a few different guys.
Chris Jordan, by the way, has bowled 5 of his possible 8 overs so far. 0 for 15 in match number 1, 1 for 39 in match number 2, and as you mentioned, his batting, the small matter of 28 in the first game from 23 balls, his highest score against the West Indies, that by the way, and then 27 from 15 balls in Sunday's game. So those are his numbers in this series.
Yeah, there's one angle to look at. with the back-to-back games, this is the one game in isolation where you could possibly get some new blood in, shall we say, and then go back to sort of tight for the next two when it's back-to-back. And the only people really who are going to miss back-to-back are your real fast guys. So maybe a Mills might not play back-to-back, but you would easily plan for that because you'd go the two guys that are for that last place on the plane sort of thing come October, November. You want to see them almost duel it out together day after day as opposed to a bit of a gap in between. Whether that might be absolute nonsense, I'm not entirely sure, but it makes a bit of sense in my head.
Well, I mean, there must be a certain point. So Mills is, at this stage, you would think Mills is on the plane, right? So there must be a position between Topley and Garton for that squad. They're not going to take up so many left-handers unless they're both absolutely starring. But Garton is probably a better replacement for Jordan. But if that gets them an extra left armour in the squad, they might not need Topley then, if that's the case, because Topley obviously can't bat.
Yeah, and I suppose a bit of it depends on whether Archer's going to be fit at that point, because Archer's such a striker up front and so reliable at the death, nobody ever really gets him. You might actually go with the guy that adds you more wickets up front, so you go with the guy that actually strikes better in a power play, and you're not as worried about the death overs because you're kind of covered off because you've already got your 2s and 3 wickets in that power play, which we already know the percentage of winning goes through the roof.
Yeah, because if you only need Garton or Topley to bowl 1 over in the death, and you've got Archer and Mills, it's not too bad, is it? I mean, realistically, that's not. And then you've got power play bowling, and in Garton's case, a little bit of power play bowling and batting available to you.
And depending on what ground you're at, Rashid's bowled quite a lot on the 17th and 18th in recent years, so he comes into the death thinking, and Wood has at times that we're not sort of bringing into the picture. I know they're not here at the minute, but the bigger picture in October, November, it kind of starts to marry up. You're almost saying who's jousting for that final place on the plane. Yeah,
and you've also got Stokes for 1 over at the death, so they've got something covered there. If they can get Mills and Jofra fit for that particular World Cup, there's a lot of different. There's a lot of flexibility they can have around that.
I tell you what, there ain't many teams. If you get Jofra fit, there's a team that feels they've got a better chance of winning. Don't worry about that.
Right, let's bring Barry Wilkinson back in. As I mentioned before, you are the king of Barbados broadcasting. You know everyone. I'm sure you've had your ear to the ground and you've been knocking on a few doors and speaking to people. What is the word, Barry? We're hearing that there might be a toss in potentially about 10 minutes or so's time. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, most definitely. As a matter of fact, I can see Mark Butcher, who's obviously there doing the work for television. He's in place to do the toss, and all the cameramen are in place. The captain has gone inside, so that tells me that he'll be back out with his kit on. And the ground is being with that proverbial big rope, those 2 heavy ropes. They're just driving around with the rope just to get the water off, and the players are going through their final paces. I don't think we're going to have any more rain just yet. There's a cloud that's hovering right over the ground, but believe it or not, the ground staff always tells me once there's that cloud over the ground, like directly over it, it's not a bother. You have to look more east. So when I look that side, it's clear. So they're not bothered because once you don't see the ground staff at the ready, you never panic at Kensington Oval. They're not panicking, so why should I? Everyone seems to think that no rain is going to fall, even though that cloud looks extremely ominous. So who am I to say it will? I think we should have play within 20-25 minutes or so, and a toss within 5-10 minutes. So you've got that correct.
Fantastic, Barry. In terms of where we are with losing time in this game, I mean, how much leeway do we get before we start losing overs, and how much do things like the floodlights and the surrounding area take into effect? Because, I mean, as you'll be well aware, there's lots of grounds in England that you can't play beyond a certain time because there's housing or whatever in local areas, and daft things like that start taking over.
No such worries here where housing, etc. is concerned, but you do have to 4:30 before you start deducting overs. So at this particular stage, I don't think they will. It's now, 4 o'clock local time, and we should start within half an hour, I reckon. Once there's no more rain, we should start within half an hour. I doubt that they'll have any deduction of overs based on what I see in the rules, and it should just be quite a normal game. The floodlights will definitely come on much earlier. What I would say about the floodlights, though, is that 4 o'clock is a very tricky time time to start a match in Barbados, because it gets dark like around 5:30 now. We get in, of course, you're now coming out of the Christmas period. So someone is going to be batting in the twilight almost in between night and day. And that could be a little bit tricky. So I think they'll turn the floodlights on much earlier, and we should still have a 2020 game.
Barry, thank you very much for the time being. Yep, lots of people out in the middle getting ready to go. And it certainly appears that everything is in place, and the coin is going to go up in 5 minutes' time. Realistically, Gareth, how quickly could we start a game? If let's say the coin goes up at 8 o'clock UK time, could we go within 15 minutes? Is that enough notice and warm-up time for the players?
Yeah, I believe is it not 10 minutes, the sort of least amount of time you can give somebody? The beauty of when the rain came, both teams looked as though they'd been out there for a period of time, going through their paces, getting some sort of blood flowing through the body to be prepared for the game. There's a few bowlers we can see out there on the wickets to the side where they're having a bit of a ball through just to limber up the body. The batters would have done all their prep yesterday. I don't think they'll be doing too much. So yeah, I mean, I reckon they'll want to go as soon as possible.
Well, because the other thing is, if you've got that window, you don't want to be wasting time in that window, do you? So, if there could be a chance of another shower, it's the one thing about cricket is the fact that, we'll start in 15 minutes. Well, why not start in 10 if you can?
Yeah, I suppose the point is, over in the Caribbean, often the practice facilities on the day of the game are non-existent, really. You've got the ground and that's about it. So you can get a bit of fielding done. You can have a bit of a ball through. There isn't much going on. You're not going to have any full nets, anything like that. So I think it's kind of par for the course that people are just happy to get on with the game as and when it's fit under feet. You don't want to be playing when it's wet. You don't want any of the superstars getting badly injured. But if it's good to go, get started.
So it's TalkSport 2. We should be getting the first ball in a couple of minutes' time, but the start has been delayed. So we haven't actually had a toss yet. That will take place in about 3 minutes. So it'll be 10, 15, 20 minutes or so. Hopefully, fingers crossed, so we can actually get some play. I can tell you that Kieran Pollard is walking out to the middle. He's chatting with Richie Richardson, the match referee. So the West Indian captain is on his way. So the toss is imminent, I would say. So we will be getting the details of that very shortly. So just a reminder that it is TalkSport 2, and if you like your cricket, well, then you need our dedicated cricket show, The Cricket Collective. It's every Tuesday evening on TalkSport 2. Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison review the biggest stories, and you can also get that show as a podcast on the Following On feed. So make sure you subscribe to that. And of course, this evening, if you've got to nip out away from home, from your main radio or smart speaker or whatever, don't forget, of course, the TalkSport app. You can listen to us through that. So download the app from wherever it is you get your apps. And then once you've got the TalkSport app, you can simply swipe between choosing TalkSport and TalkSport 2 to listen to. So nice and easy choice for you. Pretty much everyone is assembled out in the middle. I think I can make out Moeen Ali as part of that. He's joined Kieran Pollard. Of course, with this being on TV, it has to be timed to the very second. So even if everyone is in place, they can't actually do it before the appointed hour because it's going to be going out live around the world. So everyone is now waiting for the official match clock to get us to where we need to be. All a bit frustrating, but hey, when they're paying millions and millions of pounds, and that's where your income comes from, you're not going to say no. So we will be getting the toss very shortly. By the way, on the Cricket Collective, I'm sure the boys will be talking about the Under-19 World Cup. What a scorecard today from the England-South Africa quarter-final. England were set only 210 for victory. They bowled South Africa out in 43 overs and 4 balls. They knocked them off in 31 overs and 2 balls thanks to Jacob Bethel. 88 from 42 balls for the openers, 16 fours and 2 sixes. Bethel was the first man out in the 11th over with the score on 110. He got 88. George Thomas, the other opener, was second man out with the score on 124 halfway through the 14th. He'd made 19 and he'd faced only 25 balls. So he must have had the best view in the house.
Well, there's also a view that you've not even talked about. Young Ahmed got 4 for 48 to actually set it all up for the batters, the Glory Boys, to do their business.
Absolutely. Speaking of Glory Boys, Mark Butcher's ready for the toss.
Of England for this third Betway one-day international. Karen, you got the coin. Give it a flip for me, please. Tails is the call.
Tails it is.
And it has come down to tail. Moeen Ali, England have won the toss. That's popular. Now all you've got to do is get the call right. What are you going to do?
Yeah, it's nice to get one right, but yeah, we're going to have a bowl first today. I think conditions and stuff like that come into game.
Okay, now tell us about what's happened. How long ago did you know that you'd be captaining the side instead of
Holmes is
Owen?
just warming up, and he's just a slight thing in his quad, so obviously don't want to risk it and things like that. So he's going to miss out. 3 debutants as well in Harry Brook, Garton and Phil Salt, and Sack misses out for CJ.
Okay,
CJ's
so
also missing.
Sorry.
Sack and CJ are missing also.
Okay, right. So you've got what, 5 changes in the team?
Changes.
4 changes. Sam Billings is not well.
Yeah.
So that means who's going to take the gloves?
Coming for him, Liam Livingston.
Okay, and who's going to keep wicket?
Keep wicket is going to be Banks.
Tom Banton. Brilliant, well done. You've passed the first test. The series is obviously beautifully poised at the moment at 1-1. This is a huge game, isn't it? Because then you go 1-0 up with 2 to play. Someone will have to win 2 on the bounce if they're going to overtake you.
It's a great opportunity, I think, to try and go 1 ahead with new guys also coming in to keep it fresh. And it is a huge game, and West Indies have played fantastically well so far, so we're going to have to be on our A game.
Your leadership style, I've seen it with Worcestershire, very, very relaxed. How much are you looking forward to seeing how these new guys, these young fellas, get to come out and play and express themselves?
Yeah, and it's always exciting when you have debutants, especially 3. I mean, it's huge, and it's a great opportunity for them and for us to obviously have a look at them. But they're fantastic players. To get in this team, you have to be a good player, and they are. So I hope they play what brought them here, and I wish them all the best.
3 left armers, 3 left arm quicks to captain. First time you've done that?
First time, yeah.
Okay, all right, brilliant stuff. Thank you for speaking with us. Very good luck, Karen. Thanks for your patience there. You're going to have to do the game a slightly different way round tonight. Is that okay by you?
Yeah, tosses 50-50. We haven't been winning tosses, so back to regular programming.
Okay, any changes for your side?
Yeah, 1 change for us. Odin Smith misses out. Powell comes in, he gets an opportunity in the middle order there. So let's see how that goes. Okay, top order have all sort of had a little look at perhaps how they might have put you in a position to have chased that total down the other day. Yeah, of course. In the opening partnership, we have a score in mind, and then I think what tends to hurt us more often than not is between 6 to 10, and that's exactly where we'd have lost the GAT game. Last 2 nights ago, losing 3 wickets. Myself. Normally, batting a couple overs, not being able to do that and losing 2 other wickets, we got England back into the game. So, you're spoken about it and see if we can, correct that. Okay, many thanks. Thanks for your time. Very good luck this evening. Okay, so the news from the toss out here is that England have won the toss and they will have a bowl first.
Well, thank you very much, Mark Butcher. Thank you very much for Moeen Ali for basically being able to remember all of that. So the team news is that Owen Morgan felt his quad in the warm-up. That's why Moeen Ali is captain. Phil Salt makes his debut. George Garton makes his debut for England in this third T20 international, and Harry Brook will also make his debut. Remember, Harry Brook was only ever called up initially as cover when Sam Billings got called into the test match in Hobart. So Harry Brook has got called up. He's been playing in the Big Bash in Australia with the Hobart Hurricanes. And Liam Livingston is also into the side. Right, we brought you the news of the toss. England had won the toss and decided to bowl. We can now confirm the teams for you. I'm not sure that this is the exact batting order, but the England 11 is Jason Roy, Tom Banton, James Vince, Liam Livingston, Moeen Ali, Harry Brook, Phil Salt, George Garton, Adil Rashid, Tamal Mills and Reece Topley. Owen Morgan felt his quad in the warm-up, so no chances being taken. So Moeen Ali therefore captains England in his absence. The West Indies have made 1 change, with Odin Smith being ruled out with a slight injury problem, and as Barry Wilkinson said to us earlier, there were a couple of options that they could go with. Rovman Powell is the man who has come into the West Indian lineup. So it is Shea Hope and Brendan King again, Nicholas Boran, Darren Bravo, Rovman Powell, Kyron Pollard, Jason Holder, Fabian Allen, Romario Shepherd, Akil Hussain and Sheldon Cottrell. That is the West Indian lineup. And if you're not hugely familiar with Rovman Powell, 28 years of age, middle order batsman, and has played 33 T20 internationals, 377 runs at an average of 18, a high score of 54, his strike rate just a shade under 119. He's played 10 of those games at home, high score at home, T20 international is 32. He has played once against England before. That was a T20 at Chester Street back in 2017 when he made 28 from 19 balls. So those are the teams, and we will be getting underway in 10 minutes. We've now had that confirmed, so it will be an 8:20 start, UK time, that is 4:20 Bridgetown, Barbados. Those are your teams, those are the details. So, Gareth Batty, a much changed England side.
Absolutely. It's a very exciting team. When you look at just how it's come up on the monitors there, you've got Phil Salt coming in at 7, and we saw him make his ODI debut opening the batting, smashing the Pakistani bowling attack all around Lords. He is a wonderful talent, super exciting. One of these guys that's travelling the world a little bit, learning new skills in different conditions. I can't believe he'll end up batting at 7. For me, that's super exciting. He's in there. Great to have Livingston back in. He's the find for England in this last year in white ball cricket. And then the other two debutants in Brook, which is a great experience for a young man from Yorkshire, only there as COVID replacement, waiting in the wings as it were. And Garton, another young man who's sort of learning his trade in the white ball stuff, travelling the world a little bit. Interesting that England's pace attack is all left arm. In the modern world, we know that they are so highly thought of, so difficult to strike with the natural angle over the wicket. We've seen in the first 2 games the West Indian batters, as a rule, want to get that left leg out of the way and hit long on slog corner, baseball style. It makes it very difficult with that left arm angle. Wow, good luck picking a batting order there.
You say 3 left armers, but I mean, it's that old adage, isn't there, about you don't want them all the same, because you're changing the bowler but not the bowling. But actually, with Reece Topley coming from about 13'7" or whatever it is, Tamal Mills from his, and Garton again being slightly different, although they are all 3 left arm seamers, they are actually 3 quite different left arm seamers as well.
Yeah, they're all very different with their change-ups as well. Garton's quite slingy, skiddy. Obviously Topley right over the top, tall, swings it in and goes sort of back of the hand stroke, not too many slow balls, but back of the hand slow ball, possibly going across the right hander. Tamar Mills, extreme pace, doesn't really swing it, back of the hand slower balls and cutters in the middle. Again, still trying to take it away from the right-handed batsman. So they're all very, very different in what they may look to do. Topley goes Yorkers, probably a little bit death, and goes wide of off stump. Mills quite often goes for stumps and slower balls and gets hit into the leg side a little bit. It marries up. It doesn't matter. They all say at the end of their mark, left arm over, sir. It doesn't matter.
Well, I think it's also important to remember that for about 150 years of cricket, we had only right-arm seam being bowled, and very rarely did we ever say we had too many of them. Like, realistically, it's like until Pakistan had 3 left-arm seamers, and then people started going, is this too many left-arm seamers? Well, no one ever asked that about right-arm seam, of which there are, so many in every attack. But, yeah, I think one thing I know about Mills is he has one of the lowest Yorker rates of any death bowler in the world, by a long way. He just doesn't bowl Yorkers. It's not his thing. He'll go to slower ball, as Bat said, probably more often than not outside of stump to try and get people to drag it across the line. And he likes short balls at the death as well. He likes being at the body. So he's they're all very different types of bowlers. And I think that's what, especially since the Hawkeye data has come out, really shows you how different all these different players are. And I think England have a system, I don't know if you've ever seen it, Bats, where they call it the nearest neighbour. where if you're facing someone and it will come up and it'll say, okay, in the next game you're facing Rodman Powell. Well, Rodman Powell actually, when it comes out according to Hawkeye, is quite similar to this kind of bowler and does these sorts of things. So the sorts of information we have now tells you that these bowlers are completely different. But Mills and Topley, to begin with, are two completely different kind of left-arm bowlers.
So England have won the toss and they have elected to bowl this time. First two games they won the toss and batted first. West Indies won the toss and elected that England could bat first. Now, Owen Morgan said actually on the occasions he was happy he would have batted first anyway because England wanted to practice that and work on that. Is this therefore, Gareth Batty, maybe a nod to the weather that actually you want to change it around? DLS could come into play, or is this it feels right for this group for this game?
No, I think it's a bit of everything. Moeen alluded to the conditions, which means the weather around. You want to be on the right end of DLS, of course you do. But I also think sometimes get the fielding out of the way. I think it settles everybody's nerves a little bit. I know a lot of people go the other way and say bat first and it settles the nerves. I'm of the opinion you've been out on the ground, all 11, as a unit. Chill your beans. You see what the pitch is going to do. You can formulate what you want to do. Most modern day batters now, and we have two on debut, prefer to know what they have to do. So it tells them how hard they have to go at the bowling, how early, sort of a scenario.
Being that you're, if not Surrey coach, virtually Surrey coach at the moment, if I could just keep your Surrey coaching hat on. With the World Cups at the end of the year, they're going to play a bunch of T20s between now and then. Is it worth actually, let's say you're better at bowling first, is it worth batting first as much as possible between now and the World Cup so that you can improve that? Or is it, for confidence sake, should you just try and win as many games as you can?
I think in this instance, when you don't have a lot of your final 11 there, it's irrelevant. You may as well try some things that you don't do well for the guys that will be in your team. So Jason Roy obviously he's going to be there in October. It's not such a bad thing that he sees a little bit of both, because it will add to his confidence and repertoire of how he may go about it. His last innings was as good at innings as he's played in a 2020 shirt for England, because he adapted to the conditions and got England into that great position. Then he took Allen for that 24 in the over and set the innings up. That's what you want from your senior players, and he's thriving in that situation going on last game.
It is TalkSport 2. It is the third T20 International, and play is imminent. It is going to be an 8:20 first ball, so a 20-minute delay to proceedings. That was due to some rain that first of all came down this morning, but the players got out, did their warm-ups. We were a couple of minutes away from the toss happening at 7:30 UK time, as was expected, but unfortunately a pretty heavy shower came down for about 5 or 10 minutes, which took everyone off of the playing surface. The sheets went over the middle. It has now stopped, and the clean-up has happened, and we are hopefully a few minutes away from getting going. England have won the toss. They have elected to bowl. It is 5 changes for England. 3 debutants, a new captain. Salt, Garton, Brooke, all on debut. Liam Livingstone in as well. It's Mahmood, Jordan, Morgan, Billings, who miss out, and I tell you what, it's so confusing. I've actually missed one off. Who's the other one who's missed? Mahmood, Jordan, Billings.
I don't know. Why are you looking at me?
You're supposed to be the intelligent one of the outfit. Morgan.
I mean, Moeen Ali didn't know who was in his team when he was asked who was wicketkeeper. He said Bance. I'm not sure if he just said Bance as in
having some Bance.
I mean, he just for a second, he genuinely didn't know who was wicketkeeping in this game. I'm not sure why you're supposed to know.
Well, look, we had the advantage of having a monitor on the toss, and Moeen Ali quite clearly looked at someone who was stood just off camera when he was asked who was keeping wicket.
I will say this, he did actually have a piece of paper in front of him. It might have been worth him just getting the piece of paper out. I should have had the team list on it.
But when you're doing the interviews like that, you feel a bit stupid looking down at the pip, because you should actually know what's going on. But he probably only found out 10 minutes ago they were captaining.
Absolutely. Right, everyone is out in the middle. Brandon King is taking guard, and we are about to get this game underway. Shah and Brandon King opening for the West Indies. Pooran Bravo, Powell, the engine room for the West Indies. And the players take a knee to good applause from the spectators in the ground. The West Indian squad all raising their right fist as well. And it's going to be Reece Topley to bowl the first over. Such a good game for him on Sunday. He will get things going. 1 for 14. His best figures actually in T20 cricket away from home for England. He's going to start from the 3W stand end with the slip in place. Short fine leg is inside the circle, and Topley is on his way to King. Outside of off stump, King leans on this one up to mid-off, takes on Livingston. Well, they didn't take on Livingston in the end. The throw came in from the mid-off, just missing the stumps, and there is no run. We're underway here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, first ball at the minute, only one ball in, no swing. That one just faded across King. Probably was trying to keep his left leg out of the way, having seen Topley the other night swing it back prodigiously. Missed out on something where he could have maybe got him through the offside.
Topley is on his way once again past the umpire, pushes into the offside, and they will take a single on this occasion. Now that's a lovely little backhand flick, hitting at the non-striker's end, but it appears that King has made his ground, as nobody seems hugely excited about it.
I think it was young Harry Brook there at straight extra cover. Got in quick, got in smart, got on the square, got his forearms into those rough footholds and got a few little scrapes and bumps and bruises and all sorts, putting his body on the line on debut. Hits the stumps. Hope back in. Oh, King. Was it King? Yeah, it was at Hope's end, wasn't it?
Hope now on strike for the first time in this innings. Left arm over is Topley onto the thigh pad. Will roll out to square leg, and they will take a leg by the West Indies, 2 without loss. I tell you, George Garton is wearing shirt number 86. These are the kind of things that we have to keep an eye out for nowadays.
Well, the most important thing is that he's wearing a shirt that has the proper sponsors on it. Yes. And the West Indies, what are they? They're about 8 games into this series because they played against Ireland a week before. Still haven't got theirs.
Topley in towards the ribs of King. Ended up just sort of pushing down into the leg side. And there is no run. What's that one? 133 kilometres an hour, that one from Reece Topley.
The world's coming out of a pandemic. Give them a break. There are supply issues.
It's just a shame they don't have any manufacturers in Barbados.
It is odd though that there's only a couple of players and everyone else.
I've had a look. I think it's all the newer members of the squad, isn't it? So it's King, Kyle Mayers. Did Odin have one? I can't remember.
No, I think he was okay. Topley for the 5th ball of the over just opens the face as Brandon King down to gully, and there's no run.
You would have thought if they were the newer players, they would have got the newer shirts, but who knows? They're going to play India in about a week and a half, aren't they?
India have announced their squad, by the way, for those matches today. It's quite strong. It's quite strong. I'll bring you the details of that throughout the evening.
I get the feeling they're a bit annoyed at losing to South Africa so easily. Like the Test series, okay, it was tough, but the one-day series, they never really showed up.
Third man going down into place for King as Topley will complete the first over. It's a big cut at that one. Ends up bunting it back past Reece Topley with no real timing whatsoever. James Vince will do the fielding at mid-on. And that's the first over bowled. We are 20 minutes behind, but the first one is in the book here on TalkSport 2. And the West Indies are 3 without loss at the end of the first over, having been put in. Gareth Batty, former England spinner, alongside me.
Yeah, pitch looks pretty good after the first over. We've seen a few balls in a decent area. If anything, it looks a little bit sluggish, but there's been nothing untoward. There hasn't been that sort of uneven bounce we saw in the first game. It's not quite been as flat and skiddy on as we saw in the second. There's not been the same swing that Reece Topley got in that first game, but his speeds have been up in around the 140s. So it's kind of on as even. Neither team has really given anything there.
It's also quite interesting to see how Reece does when the ball doesn't swing, because if he's going to Australia, it's not always going to swing. We know how talented he is, but because he hasn't been tested as much as some other players, not quite sure how he's going to handle those sorts of conditions. He's a clever bowler and he's Still 6'19" and left arm, so he should be okay. But it is worth seeing how that breaks for him.
Well, George Garton is going to share the new ball from the commentary box end. Left arm over, slip in place as King waits. And there's a bit of shape on that one. It comes back in, but straight onto the middle of King's bat. And Garton's first ball in international T20 cricket disappears back past him along the floor and goes for 4. That's a lovely piece of timing. It ended up being a low full toss, but there was definitely some shape back into the batsman, and he just used that angle perfectly.
Yeah, Garton doing the right thing, looking to get full on this occasion, just a bit too full, but King, make no mistake, this is incredible skill from King to get a low full toss swinging back in straight down the ground for 4.
He's 6 from 6, waits for Garton. This one is slightly wider out of the stumps, pushed into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, just looking at Garton's record, if you look at him in the power play, he goes just over 8 and over, so a little bit more expensive than you want. But so far in his career, he's taken 28 wickets, an average of 20, just 20.7. So that's a phenomenal record so far. So he takes risks. That first ball wasn't that far off an in-swinging Yorker. And also, we've seen with King, he doesn't really like the ball coming back into him. So it was a good tactic. He just probably got the length wrong.
In comes Garton, swing and a miss from King. He's looking to go through square leg for that one, but that one didn't seem to get up as high as he thought, and he ends up swinging through it, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, generally the guys that take wickets in these first 6 overs do pitch the ball up a little bit, because the white kookaburra ball will only swing for a short period of time, so by pitching it up you're giving it the best chance. Gone are the days of maybe holding that back of a length. You take a bit of a punt to try and take a wicket early doors generally.
King 6 from 8. Hope just faced the 1 ball. Got a single so far. The West Indies 9 balls into their innings. 7 without loss. Here goes Garton once again. King backs away and flat bats this through cover and away for 4. Gave himself a little bit of room and then extended the arms away. And King has absolutely slapped that through the covers. He goes into double figures.
Yeah, smart batting from King. He's had a look at the first 9 to 10 balls of this innings. He's realised he's not swinging a huge amount. Shows his stumps. Says to Garton, come on, bowl at the stumps. Because of the natural angle of a left armer, it opens up that offside, holds a great position and a square drive. Wonderful shot from King. Smart batting.
How does Garton react? He's going to go back in and bowls in! What an absolute beauty! King was backing away and looking to play through the covers, and his off pole has been clipped. He looks completely bemused. Garton is delighted. He's got an international wicket to his name, and the West Indies are 11 for 1 in the second.
Oh, Garton, top of off. Every single team in the world talks about top of off. Garton holds his nerve, gets it that little bit fuller, gets it that little bit straighter. Has it swung back? Probably just held its line, but it's held his nerve enough for King to be trying to whack him through that offside again like he did the previous ball, and he gets the just rewards. What a great start for the young man. You take a couple of boundaries, 1 for 8 off 0.5 overs.
Can you take me through Brandon King's shot now?
He sort of backed away, got his left side out of it, kind of then tried to cut it, struck, drive it, missed it. He just got it wrong.
I mean, for a minute I thought he'd hit his stumps. He looked so confused by what had happened. It was bizarre. He gave himself the room, as you said, and then just got himself lost. And again, they're seeing the Pooran in the power play. Interesting from West Indies.
But I reckon it's Garton holding his nerve and bowling that fraction fuller length.
Oh yeah, confused him, didn't it?
That made it difficult for him. Yeah.
But he just got so lost with what he was going to try and do. Just with his feet here. I mean, his feet are absolutely nowhere in the end. He's not planted at all. And at the last minute, he's tried to play almost a defensive shot and missed it.
Thank you.
Well, this is Nicholas Pooran, the new man. 27 from 29 balls on Saturday, 24 from 22 balls in Sunday's game, and he's walking out to the middle with the West Indies 11 for 1. Slip. Backward point. Cover mid-off inside the circle for the left-handed Pooran. Left arm over Garton to finish his first over then. In he goes, full straight. It's been pushed back past the stumps at the far end by Poran. Livingston will do the fielding, and that's 2 overs completed here on TalkSport 2. The West Indies 12 for 1 after those 2 overs, and both the batsmen at the crease have a single from 1 ball faced.
What a start from George Garton. He's got his first wicket in international cricket in his first over. That will just settle those nerves. The nerves are good, and he managed to get them working from him, holding his nerve, keeping the ball full to hit the top of off stump. Coaches around the world must get bored telling bowlers just to bowl top of off stump, and he did. And it was the undoing of King. Good start from England, 12 for 1 after 2.
Well, he's just been recalled to the one-day international squad, Brandon King, and he celebrated by playing that shot.
I just had a look there. I think on the score sheet anyway, Shepherd's been demoted a spot after his innings the other night.
Well, here comes Reece Topley to start the new over. It's been flicked out by Poran down the leg side. And for a moment, Adil Rashid, well, it looked like it was just going to loop up and drop into the breadbasket. Fortunately, from a West Indian point of view, it didn't. And Poran gets a single, but he got himself in a bit of a tangle there. I think it was off the glove in the end, wasn't it, Gareth Batty?
Yeah, you can hear Reece Topley on stump mic. He's sort of given a grunt as he's released the ball, almost like he's slipped, which is obviously, or he's overstrode. He's got his length wrong. He's got it into that sort of left ear, right ear area.
Topley goes in, inside portion of Shea Hope's bat. Will go through square leg, and they will take a single.
Yeah, and it ended up sort of catching the glove stroke, top handle of the bat, and going near Adil Rashid at 45. Anyway, it was only a single. Nobody will be talking that. Nobody else will be talking about that again for the rest of the day.
Well, I did say that I thought they probably should have bounced around more than they have so far. So I wonder if it was a plan. I think he did get it wrong.
Topley goes in, playing a miss from Poran, trying to force off the back foot to a ball that bounced a little bit more than I think he was expecting. It's 14 for 1 still.
I just think teams want to be above his waist as much as possible at the moment and really test him a lot. We know how good he is if you give him any room, and we know how good he is when the ball's full, but teams have liked going short at him, especially in the IPL, because he had 2 great seasons in the IPL, and then last year he didn't make a cracker. Had an absolutely terrible season, which can happen to anyone. But it was a lot of short bowling at him.
Topley in to the left-handed Poran, playing around his front pad, pushing onto the onside, and Garton will field at shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. 4 balls of the over gone, just 2 singles from it so far.
Yeah, George Garton got him in at straight mid-wicket there. Inside edge of the bat from Poran, but because he's a left-hander, he manages to cover that little bit more ground. Hope that's a plan from England, because it's good thinking. It's covering that left side out to the sweeper.
Topley in. Oh, that's a good delivery. Poran played that pretty poorly, actually, in the end. He's got himself in a bit of a tangle. It goes through behind the stumps to Tom Banton, and there is no run, beaten on the outside edge.
Yeah, that's 2 balls that have been back of a length, and it confirms what you're saying, Gerard, that he doesn't transfer his weight. He gets stuck on that front foot and he almost jumps straight up in the air, or actually doesn't transfer back at all. The first one he didn't jump, he just did nothing. Couldn't transfer his weight back.
Final ball of the 3rd over then from Reece Topley over the wicket. Poran's coming forward, pushing into the offside, wants a single. Take on the fielder, and I tell you what, that was close. It misses at the non-striker's end. Phil Salt is the fielder, and that is a coat of varnish away from the stumps, but it means that Poran gets home. That was close. Poran goes to 4,000 runs in T20 cricket. He very nearly didn't, because that was mightily close. I imagine everyone around the world is waiting to get a TV replay of that one to see just how close it was. While we're waiting for that, I'll give you the details of the India and West Indies squads. West Indies, they've announced theirs in alphabetical order. Kyron Pollard is the captain, then it's Fabian Allen, Nkrumah Bonner, Darren Bravo, Shamar Brooks, Jason Holder, Shea Hope, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, Brandon King, Nicholas Poran, Kemar Roach, as long as he doesn't get Harmisoned in the next few days. Romario Shepherd, Odin Smith. Oh, swing and a miss from Poran, taking on Garton to start the 2nd over. Hasn't got all of it. Goes out to mid-wicket, and they will come back for a 2nd. Yes, so Romario Shepherd, Odin Smith, and Hayden Walsh Junior are the squad for the 3 one-day internationals between India and the West Indies at Ahmedabad. Bring the Indian squad in just a moment. Pooran definitely decided to take Garton on, though, for the first ball of that over.
Yeah, Garton's just signalled to his deep square leg, get a bit further in front of square. It looks to me like he's gone at least 10 yards in front of square now.
See what he does with this one. Garton in. Swing and a miss from Pooran. He's again going across the line, looking for mid-wicket. And I'm not sure if he was beaten for pace or not, or whether he simply just lined it up wrongly, but it's through to Tom Banton behind the stumps.
Strike one. It was literally like he's on the mound there, wasn't it? Wow, he's had a swing at that.
Oh, it's a no ball. We don't have the big sort of siren that goes off like we did in the Indian series, but it has just been signalled by Gregory Brathwaite, so it is a no ball and a free hit to follow.
Yeah, I think Pooran was ready for the shorter ball. It wasn't quite as short as he thought, and he was just swinging through it anyway, wasn't he?
Well, if he was swinging for the one before, he's got a free hit, so he's going to be definitely swinging from the hip this time. Here comes Garton in, and that is too close to try and play an uppercut off the back foot over the offside, which is what Pooran's playing, and it goes through to Banton, no run, so they get away from the free hit with nothing done.
Yeah, pretty interesting here from England. The first sort of 12 to 15 balls of this innings, they're pitched up, looking for swing. Definitely been a change of tack in these last 4 or 5 balls. They've looked to hit the pitch a bit more, pull the length back a fraction, try and get some inconsistent up and down bounce.
On his way is Garton. Left arm over, past the umpire. Pooran goes on the pull and makes contact with that one. That's over wide, long on, all the way for 6. Again, he's setting up with this sort of baseball hitter-style stance. Got the front leg out the way, and everything is coming through the hips. And he just swings it high, hard, down the right field foul line if you're a baseball fan, and it goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, it's all about just keeping that weight on the left foot. He's got his right leg out of the way being a left-hander, and he's just trying to hit everything straight over long on with a bit of drag, a bit of fade, good contact this time. It's the 3rd time in this over he's tried that shot, and the first one he's got away. It's a lovely strike. 6. Now Garton's under a bit of pressure.
Certainly appears that Pooran's taking a bit of a liking to Garton. In comes Garton. Slower ball outside of off stump. It was a bit of a floaty one though in the end, and Pooran drives this through the covers along the floor for 4. I like the thinking, but the execution was just a little bit floaty and wide, and Pooran has made a couple of decent contacts this over so far, and that one was just inviting the drive. It was a cutter, but it was just there to be hit, Gareth.
Yeah, if we're saying the first 3 balls, well 4 if you could, including the no ball, was all about modern thrashing it around. This is a bit of class, bit of touch from Pooran. Gets his back leg down, nice big flowing cover drive, lovely bit of skill.
He waits as Garton comes again, picks the puck, puts it over square leg, and that is going to go all the way into the crowd. Again, it went very high. Almost half volley length. He's picked it up, got underneath it. Phil Salter's out there on the boundary, was a spectator like the several hundred people in the stand behind him. And Pooran goes to 21. The West Indies are 34 for 1 here on TalkSport 2.
Oh, this is a great shot from Pooran. I wonder if this is tactic now. I'm starting to think Pooran's the one left-hander in this outfit. Left armers coming in, no swing. Is he going to look to do what the right-handers did at the last 3 overs of the second 2020 and really look to hit over long on, slog corner, really target the left arm seamers now?
I mean, he kind of bats like this against right-handers too.
In goes Garton. Pooran, well, he's trying to work a ball that is a foot outside of off stump through square leg. He's missed it, and he goes through to Banton, and there is no run. 4 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. 34 for 1 is the score. Just quickly give you the Indian squad for the one-day internationals that we just mentioned. Rohit Sharma as captain, KL Rahul as vice-captain, then Ruturaj Gaikwad, Shikhar Dhawan, Virat Kohli, Suryakumar Yadav, Shreyas Iyer, Deepak Hooda, Rishabh Pant, Deepak Chahar, Shardul Thakur, Yuzvendra Chahal, Kuldeep Yadav, Washington Sundar, Ravi Bishnoi, Mohammad Siraj, Prasid Krishna and Avesh Khan. And India said that Jasprit Bumrah Mohamed Shami have been rested from the series, so that is why their names aren't involved in those games against the West Indies.
Just an apology too if you heard any language from Pooran at the end of that last over, Macca.
Oh, I missed it. Tamar Mills is going to come on and bowl. Another left armour for England, and this one is Shai Hope jumping in behind this. That's only the third ball that he's faced actually in the match, and it is the 25th ball of the innings. He's got 3 singles to his name as he advances the score to 35 for 1.
Just on that Indian squad, Kuldeep Yadav is, I wouldn't say he's a blast from the past, but it felt like they'd moved on from him. I don't think he bowled that much in the IPL. I'm not even sure if I can remember him bowling in a game in the IPL. So whether they think the West Indians have got a problem with left arm wrist spin because of what Shamsi did, or he's just found good form of recent times. But a lot of Indian fans think it's that they moved on from him. So it's interesting to see him back in that squad.
Tamar Mills is on his way for his second delivery outside of off stump. Again, it was a little bit floated up outside of off stump, and Nicholas Pooran climbs into the straight drive, puts it through mid-off. He goes to 25 from 14, and the West Indies are 39 for 1.
Oh, change of pace from Mills, back of the hand, slower ball. Just a bit too much width for Pooran. Absolutely climbs into a big extra cover drive. Beautiful swing of the blade, holds the pose. He likes it. The West Indies like it. They move on to 39 for 1.
This is the best Pooran's played in this series by an absolute mile. In fact, actually, I'm going to include the Ireland games as well, because he was scratching around at times during that. He's middling these. Tamar Mills, left arm of a bouncer, puts Pooran on his backside. He did not fancy that one, and I don't blame him at 140 kilometres an hour. But Jared has been pointing out that Pooran is maybe not the best against short, quick stuff, and Tamar Mills decided to test him out.
Look, when he bowled the back of the hand slow ball outside off stump, I was thinking to myself, look, I'm not saying that's not your strength, Tamar. I know you can bowl that ball. Is this the time and place to bowl that ball? I just think get a couple at him, especially when this ball's hard and you bowl that quick. And that was good. That wasn't even that short. He had to really duck to get out of the way. That upset Pooran.
So that's shoulder neck height. That was a real good short ball. Tamar Mills is on his way once again. It's a short ball. Pooran's gone for this one. Has he got underneath it? Has he got enough? It will drop over the rope at long leg, and Tamar Mills is walking back with one of those grimaces on his face that says, mate, you're not far away from holding out there. He hasn't holed out though. It's gone all the way for 6, and the West Indies are 45 for 1.
Yeah, fraught with danger this shot. He's literally just swung the blade at it. He's not really got his foot movement right as such. You would say it's probably been done for a little bit of pace and bounce, but because he's committed to the shot and he's swiveled with it, he's probably just got enough offside of the ball to get it up and over deep square leg. But I'm saying it's more of a big top edge as opposed to absolutely met from the middle of the bat. So it's kind of one of those from a bowler you're thinking, oh, I've done him there. Oh no, it's gone for 6. I can't believe it.
I remember when I think he made 50 odd or 40 odd in the World Cup against England, and that was down at the Ageas Bowl, Rose Bowl. What's the current name? Southampton Bowl. And they started bowling short towards him at the end because those are big boundaries. Here, he might get away with a couple.
Long leg and mid-wicket on the boundary for England on the leg side. Mills to go in. He's bowled a wide down the leg side, trying to just sort of spear in the full one towards leg pole, and it disappears down the leg side. Tom Banton takes, and it is a wide 46 for 1.
The one thing I would say, all his teammates be stood out there going, that's cool, don't worry about that tomorrow. If he's hitting it off his nose end and you're bowling 145 clips, cool, I can live with that. No dramas.
For the first one. About the fourth one.
Might be a different story.
Mills on his way then for the 5th delivery past the umpire. It's a slower ball into the pitch. Pooran stands up on his toes, uses his wrists, whips it into the onside. Liam Livingston will do the fielding at mid-on. Pooran goes to 32 from 17, and the West Indies are 47 for 1.
Yeah, so far it's been a very good power play for the West Indies. They've been smart. They've had a bit of luck, but need a little bit of luck in 2020 cricket. Pooran's been expansive. Now he's starting to find a bit more touch. Been a good power play so far for them.
Final ball of the first 5 overs then. Shai Hope, who's been almost a spectator so far, faces Mills. Inside portion of the bat will push it up to mid-on. Moeen Ali will do the fielding and will hang on to the ball because it is the end of the over, and Moeen Ali will walk down to the other end. The West Indies are going at 9.6 and over for that first block of 5, 48 for 1. They are. So just the 1 wicket in that opening salvo as far as they're concerned. Brandon King bowled by Garton for 10 at a run a ball. Shy Hope is still there. He is unbeaten, as is Nicholas Pooran playing the majority of the shots. Picking up the commentary, we'll hear from former England fast bowler Steve Harmison for the first time as we join Barry Wilkinson as well.
Well, the lights are on and quite a few people are home here at Kensington Oval, about 6,200 of the official crowd, and that's not bad for Wednesday, as it's going to be Livingston now to take up the attack for the Malcolm Marshall end. Not a bad start either from the West Indies, pretty decent, as Livingston bowls his first ball that is swept to the captain Moeen Ali at that backward square position, and there is no run. That's some real delivery he should have made much better use of. It was a long hop, rank long hop down the leg side, and he managed to get it straight to the field of that square leg. The captain, not often you see the captain behind square. This one again, he's looking to sweep, coming off the edge of the bat. I think he's going to be out caught, taken by the keeper. He's walking. It was a delivery that was on the line of the leg stump. He swept it from, it went bat onto pad in the air, and it popped up. The keeper took an easy catch. He didn't even wait on the decision. Hope goes quite sadly. The Windies lose their second wicket. I hope this is not going to be the trend with me taking wickets today. 48 for 2 in over number 6. Hello, Steve Harmison. Yeah, okay.
What a fantastic start it's been to this third T20 international here from the Kensington Oval on TalkSport 2. Fans have been excited to a pulsating start. Nicholas Pooran taking on the pace of the England bowlers. And a good change by Moeen Ali to bring Liam Livingstone into the equation. I think Liam Livingstone's character of getting into a contest is getting the wicket of Shy Hope there, who should have put the first ball away. Inside edge onto the second ball, and a good catch for Tom Banton. I think that might be his first catch in international cricket with the gloves on.
Yeah, it was a very good catch because it spooned up. And it was an ill-advised shot. Should have done much better with the first one. The new batsman is Rovman Powell, and this is a good opportunity here for England because he's not played a lot of cricket for the West Indies recently. Comes in at the hands of Odin Smith. Here comes Livingston to bowl to Powell, who gets a good delivery of the line of the middle stump, comes on the front foot, pushes it to cover, and there is no run. Livingston should consider himself very lucky to bowl 2 long hops and get a wicket, and also a dot ball. So he's got a good start. Here he comes in again with his leg spin and bowls to Powell, who's sweeping this time in the air, over backward square for 6. What a way to get off the mark. It was on the line of the leg stump, and Powell saw it quite early, and what a sweep was that. It went a couple, let the runner up, perhaps some tiers. It would have gone 2 tiers back into the party stand.
Oh, we'll have a look at the first one, and we'll at the second one for 6. Welcome to the series, Mr. Powell. Fantastic shot that was, timed beautifully. Punters in that party stand have paid $100. I think it's all you can eat, all you can drink. I don't think there's much eating going on. They're certainly drinking and enjoying, and they'll enjoy that.
This delivery is offside the line of the all stump. He's on the front foot, pushes it out to the backward point. There's no run. Well, Rovman Powell has been playing a lot in the US. There's a lot of cricket going on in the USA at the moment, and I did a tournament there in October, and he was actually one of the player of the matches in quite a number of games. As this delivery is short again, this time Powell doesn't have much time. He cuffs it rather and plays it down to backward square where there is no run. A very indifferent over, a wicket and a 6. It's 54 for 2 after 6 with Pooran on 32 from 17. Powell has got 6 from 4. You're listening to the latest cricket here at Kensington Oval on TalkSport 2. Please get involved. Do you think the West Indies will win today, Or what are England's chances without their captain, Owen Morgan? Send us a tweet at TalkSport2, and we'd love to hear from you and read it out.
Great start from the West Indies on a pitch which I think, Barry, it's closer to Sunday than it is Saturday. I think there's a little bit more even bounce. There's a lot of uneven bounce on Saturday. I think the ball bowled into length. I think there was 69%. I think it was 69 strike rate. Sorry, and then on Sunday it was 147 strike rate from the same ball into length. So it tells you that the batsman felt more comfortable on the surface on Sunday.
We've got another leggy on. It's Adil Rashid. And this first delivery is driven out to the long off area. He'll get an easy single. So you've got the two leggies on. We were just talking about the surface, Steve, but with the leggies on, you think the captain is saying to himself, well, perhaps the seamers have not made good use of the opening spell.
No, I just think the two leg spinners coming on just outside the power play, it gives the ball the ability to turn the ball. Bowlers put the ball to bowl. No, put my teeth back in. Gives the bowler, the captain, the bowler, who can turn the ball both ways.
This time he's looking to sweep. Comes off the top edge, down to third man. The captain Ali's fielding. They come back for the second, a cheeky run, and they're able to get it. When you're doing commentary from the fourth tier of this media centre, and you get a sweep shot like that comes off the inside edge, you tend to think it's going to be an easy catch, not realising it almost went to the boundary.
No, I thought that was gone straight up in the air, and realised that Moeen Ali, who's fielding it, slip. Captain Moeen Ali, it's brilliant to see. I've got a real soft spot for Moeen Ali, and I always want him to do well. So to see him lead the side for only the second time, it is fantastic, and it shows how he's worth in this white ball unit.
This delivery is outside the line of the off stump. There goes Powell back, pushes it to the wide cover area. No run for him. Rich Topley inside the circle, extra cover. I think Moeen Ali got his fielders in the wrong way around there, especially with Harry Brook down on the boundary in the deep, but normal service has resumed. They've swapped positions. Comes in again at balls. This time Powell is sweeping down to short fine leg. Moeen Ali runs from slip to do the fielding. We'll come back for the second. Ali leaves it this time to someone else to pick it up and throw it in. George Garton picks it up. Great start from George Garton. His figures will not say that because he's bowled 1 over for 28, but a lot of nerves. He got the ball to swing early on, got hit for 6, then managed to hit off stump, his first wicket in international cricket. But now he's got the 2 overs under his belt that'll calm him down, and hopefully he'll get better with the 2 overs that he's got to finish the game with. Short ball. There is Powell looking to force it into the onside. Doesn't get it very far, just straight to Roy, who is coming around from a straightish mid-wicket position, and there's still no run. It's interesting that the batsmen are looking to sweep, and they've looked to sweep both of the leggies, so that tells you they're looking to score in a very rapid manner. This delivery again, he's sweeping, backward is square, just 1 run for him, but they've been ambitious, you would have to say, the West Indies. 7 have gone, 60 for 2. Yeah, and Rovman Powell he's gone harder at Liam Livingstone than he did at Adil Rashid. Whether there's a respect thing there that he's not going to go harder at Rashid because of Adil Rashid's skill level is a lot higher than what Liam Livingstone is. Liam Livingstone's bowled a lot quicker and a lot flatter into the surface, so he feels as though he can sit back in his crease and hopefully wait for that bad ball, where Rashid just throws it a little bit higher above the eye line, and potentially that gives a little bit more turn. But Livingstone's going to continue from the media centre end. Adil Rashid's it short fine leg. Tamil Mills at so a backward point inside the circle. Jason Roy at extra cover, and Adil and Moeen Ali at slip. They're the 4 fielders inside the circle. This time it's a delivery outside the line of the all-stump. A big swing from Powell, and they've taken the bails off. They're asking, was that out stump? Stephen Leslie Jr. is going upstairs, so we're going to have a review here. 60 for 2 with Powell looking to continue his rapid scoring. But did he get out of his crease in looking to swing that one over mid-off? Tom Panton is convinced he's just lost balance and gone forward here. Pitch on the line of the middle stump, missed it.
The line's the umpires. The line's not
to see if any
yours.
bat is involved.
They're checking Ultra Edge to see if the bat is involved. I don't think that might be the issue at all.
Miles away from that.
But you're so correct.
Based on Ultra Edge.
That line, his foot seems to be
Ultra
very
Edge
much
coming up.
on the
Keep
line,
rolling.
kind of like being on the fence.
Gap between bat and ball. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Keep rolling that. Okay, no bat involved. Can I have your best side on angle now for the stumping?
Stumping, I think he just might.
Best side on for the stand. Foot's grounded. Keep rolling. Yes, I'm satisfied with that. Foot's grounded. Wicket is broken. I have my decision for the big screen. My decision is not out. Repeat, not out for the big screen.
So you just heard it there. The decision not out. The big screen needs a bit of a tuning because it's got some lines across it. I hope you can see the out.
It's been belted a few times in this series so far. We've seen some blusty blows in that direction, and a couple of times it did bounce off the screen. So I think I'd be struggling if it kept hitting me off the bouncing the hard white Kookaburra ball.
Well, they didn't even bother putting the decision up on the big screen. They probably said, "Look, the big screen's not even working. Forget it. Just tell him he's not out." Oh no, there it is. Decision pending with some lines coming across the big screen. Not out. So, Powell survives. He's on 11 from 10. Livingston to continue and bowls to Powell. Powell is driving in the air over long on. What a sweet shot! 6 more runs, and that was a shot of confidence from Rodman Powell. There was no way at all that he started on that one. It was well pitched up. He came on the front foot and eased it over long on for a superb 6. His second is 66 for 2.
I don't know about playing cricket in America. This guy's been playing baseball, I think. Wow, that's massive. That's massive. That's straight out. That's gone out the ground. That is a huge hit by Rodman Powell. He's not tried to hit it square. He's gone with the pace that's on the ball. He's looked to hit it straight. It's a huge hit that was.
Rodman Powell is a bit of an enigma because when he first made his debut for the West Indies back in 2015-16, he got a very big IPL contract for one of the seasons he had in regional cricket at CPL, and then he just kind of withered away. So he's now still trying to make his way back. He was very young then. He was 23. He is still not out of his 20s. I think about 29. And he's trying to just get his way and solidify himself back in this white ball team. He's also been captain of the side as well, so look, he's trying to find his way back. He steals a single into this onside, straight to mid-wicket. He gets 1. He's on 18, he's 67 for 2.
I like that by Rodman Powell because he's hit a big 6 down the ground, and maybe it's that what you're talking about, Barry. He's learning. Just leaned onto it, gone into the gap, said over to you, Nicholas Pooran, left hand, right hand combination. Try and put England on the back foot that way as well.
He's matured, you're right. This delivery is down the leg side. There goes Pooran, turns it to short fine leg for an easy single. We can now welcome our listeners on TalkSport to our coverage here on TalkSport 2. Hello to you wherever you are listening to this broadcast in England, the UK, around the world. It's live here at Kensington Oval, Bridgetown, Barbados. Had a bit of a late start because of rain, but I don't think we should see any more showers for the time being. As Livingston continues and bowls to Powell, who's swinging in the air. This could be out. It's going down to deep mid-wicket now. It's going to drop short. He'll get a single, but he got away with that. He didn't time that one as well, Stevie, and luckily for him, it bounced and didn't carry.
No, I think it was the googly. I think it was the googly from... No, it wasn't. It was the leg spinner. I thought it was the googly that just sat in the pitch, but it did sit in the pitch. And he's possibly tried to hit it too hard. Just bounced a little bit off the surface.
This delivery is short and cut away straight to the sweeper. Just 1 run for Nicholas Pooran. The 2 P's, Pooran and Powell. It's 70 for 2 after 8 here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. You're listening to cricket of the T20 International, the third one, West Indies versus England in Bridgetown, Barbados.
Much better surface that we are on now compared to Saturday. It was a little bit better on Sunday, but I'm still not convinced it was a great surface on Sunday. I think the last 5 overs of the onslaught of Shepherd and Akul Hussain, I think really masked the fact that I didn't think it was a pitch that was worthy of T20 international cricket, ball coming onto the bat, but this one seems to be a lot better. It seems to have areas, the patches and the green grass aren't really in the gear. Bare areas which are the ball bouncing nicely is a not more truer bounce. I think that's why we're seeing batsmen so far with a lot more confidence in their ability to hit through the line of the ball.
So the captain has brought himself on. It's Moeen Ali, and this delivery is driven square into the offside for 1. Turan moves on nicely to 36 from 21. Want to remind you that you can hear our dedicated cricket show, The Cricket Collective, every Tuesday evening on TalkSport 2. Join my good mate Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison as they review the week's biggest stories, with the show also available as a podcast on the following on feed. Make sure you listen to that. We had a quite interesting discussion yesterday. 71 for 2 and over number 9. Hello to you, Neil, if you're listening. It's Ali, just 1 ball. Livingston has bowled 2 for 16. He's picked up the wicket though. And Captain Ali, of course, skipper today in the absence of Owen Morgan. This delivery is down the leg side. It's luckily for him coming off the pad. No run. So England won the toss. The first toss they've won in this 3-match series. The first 2 tosses were won by the West Indies. And Moeen Ali decided straight away, yeah, look, it's raining. Some weather that we're not too sure about. We're going to bowl first on this pitch. This delivery comes down the pitch, hits us in the air, out to long on, over long on. That's a huge 6. It's gone into the World Weeks and Walking Stand. 6 more to Rodman Powell, his 3rd 6 of the innings. He quickly goes on to 25, and the total motors on now to 77 for 2 and over number 9.
Well, I thought the one against Liam Livingston in the last over, heading towards the media centre end, was a big one. This is even bigger. That's massive. Bounced off the Joel Garner sign, just underneath the Worrell Weeks and Walcott sign in the stand. Middle tier, bang. I think Moeen Ali might be tempted to put a seamer on against Rothman Powell.
Comes again and goes to Powell. This time he's getting a short ball. He's pulling it, not controlled, but he's going to get 4. In between the 2 fielders, one was running from back to square boundary, the other was from mid-wicket, and he didn't time it well, but has gone into the right into the fence in the Greenwich and Hayes stand. 4 more to Rodman Powell. He's now neck and neck with Turan. Got 29 from 16. Turan 36 from 21. It's 81 for 2. And it's not over yet, because they're ready to roll again. Here comes Ali and bowls to Powell, and Powell this time gets another delivery down the leg side. He turns it into the forward square position. He gets 1. We'll come back for the 2nd, and that's all there'll be. But this is good cricket from the West Indies.
Yeah, this is fantastic cricket from the West Indies. You've got George Garton and Rhys Topley, 2 left armers, coming into the side, both on the leg side boundary, which is the longest side in the game today. Rothman Powell is just put it just outside the 30-yard circle. Nicholas Pooran straight away shouted 2, and Rodman Powell came straight back in 2. We got a pulsating, exciting start here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Don't go anywhere. This is beautiful cricket.
This time it's just an on drive, very solid kind of shot out to the long on area for 1. 9 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. 84 for 2, the West Indies. Pooran has got 36 from 21. Powell has got 32 from 18. They've both hit 3 6s each, and they're really going great guns as the Windies just making that one change today. And it just shows you, when you get a chance to play, you've got to close the door. And it seems to me that Powell is saying to the selectors, I've got a little chance, I'm going to give you something to think about for those next 2 ODIs, well, T20s rather, on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, and the way he's come in and hit the ball from ball 1 to the boundary is definitely given the selectors some thought process, and also from a selection point of view, I think they've got the balance right, Barry. I think they have got the balance right. Don't think whether as Odin Smith was fit enough to play or not. I think that Jason Holder, when he batted at 6, they had enough bowlers in the unit, because you've got your 2 keepers in the top 6. Either one could keep of Shai Hope or Nicholas Pooran. So adding the batsman into the unit, Holder goes down to 7. The power you've got, we've seen it the other night. I think this is a better balance for the West Indies.
So it's going to be Mills who's back now, and that's a full delivery. I think it's going to be called a no ball for height. It is. So a no ball there. Mills, the left arm seamer, coming back, and you said it correctly, the seamer should come back, but not to bowl those deliveries. That was almost like a beamer, but it was outside the line of the off stump, didn't threaten the face of the batsman, but it certainly was a no ball, and they're going to get a free hit.
No, that's exactly where I'd want Tamon Mills to bowl. I'd just like it to bounce in between. I think that was the key. I think that's the right length, that's the right height. I want to see the ball go past the batsman. It went past around about nose height. Luckily for the batsman it was wide, but I wanted to go through that height, but preferably bouncing first.
Here comes Mills, left armour, again passes on by Brathwaite and bowls, and this time Powell is hitting this in the air, high, hard, handsome, that's gone, huge six to belong on. See you later, get another ball, don't worry to bring it back or sanitize it. That is gone for a huge six.
It was a massive six. That he hit Liam Livingston. He had a bigger one to hit the Joel Garner end in the Weeks and Walcott stand. This one, it's gone out the ground. See, that's not coming back. See you later. That's bounced once, twice, 3 times on the concrete in the industrial estate. That's on its way down to Hull Town. See you later, ball. New balls, please. Mills throws his arms up in disgust. What an innings this has been by Rothman Powell. 38 off 20 balls, and he's hit 3 of the biggest sixes I think many people have seen on this famous ground. What a selection it's been for the West Indies. Talked about Nicholas Pooran's innings starting, and he looked as the best rhythm I've seen him so far in this series at the start, and then all of a sudden he got off to a flyer, 36 off 21, but for the last 5 or 6 runs he's had, in the last 5 or 6 deliveries he's had, he's basically turned a single over to Rothman Powell and said, you keep hitting it out the ground, my friend. And he's not disappointed. This is wonderful stuff. This is the Caribbean here on TalkSport 2. Really fantastic stuff by the West Indies inside the first 10 overs.
The danger of doing cricket with the man that knows Barbados well. Steve Harbison is talking like he really knows the tongue, and he does, because that almost did go down to Old Town. Well done, Stevie.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've got experience, because Chris Gale hit me a couple of times there in 2004 in the one days.
You got good revenge on Chris Gale by knocking his stumps almost down to Old Town as well in the test.
I did in the test matches after he hit me for 3 fours in a row. Bumble called it beautifully. There was only 1 over in the day. Graham Thorpe got a fantastic 100. As we talk, because the ball's being sanitised, Thorpe got a wonderful 100. England are 110 for 8, put 50 on with Simon Jones, 50 on with me. We had 1 over left in the day, 3 bounces at Gale, which he dispatched for 4. 12 off 3 balls, first over, pitched one up, stumps everywhere, and I got my revenge, enjoyed it.
Well, here comes Mills. Will he get his revenge? Bowling over the wicket now. This time Powell is driving beautifully, but there's a fielder there on the boundary, on the sweeper boundary, and he only get a single for that. But that was another classy shot. You look at Robin Powell's career. 31 T20s for the West Indies, only has scored 377 runs, and his highest score 54 for an average of 17.95. Not the most glorious numbers, but as I said, he is a cricketer that's maturing. Made his debut 5 seasons ago, 5 years in 2017 on this ground where the West Indies played against Pakistan. He's been in and out of the team, but I just reckon that he's maturing a lot and looking to solidify his place. Only aged 28, will be 29 this year, as Mills comes in and bowls to the 25-year-old Pooran, who's pulling, control shot. We only get a single. Well, no, they're going to come back for the second, down to mid-wicket. A very, very good call there from Nicholas Pooran to come back for that second run, and it was indeed a good call as well. 94 for 2 of the West Indies, and we haven't reached 10 overs yet. This is their best I wouldn't say start, but their best post-power play position in some time. We all know about that dreaded World Cup where they only won 1 out of 5 games, and then they lost the first game. They lost the second game on Sunday, and the first, of course, they won. Here comes Mills now in again and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is getting the delivery down the leg side, turns it forward to square. Umpire could almost pick that up, and at the end it's Topley who picks it up, and just 1 run. 95 dead for 2 with 2 balls left.
Yeah, Rothman Powell, he looks at me and thinks, looks as if somebody, I've gone here, apologies, but he looks as though he's here for a good time and not a long time, so you can see why he gets the odd low score. And I think the West Indies need to encourage him to keep playing this way, and I agree, I think he has matured.
He's got 39 from 21, 4 sixes and 1 4. Here comes Mills again, over the wicket, and bowls to Powell. Powell is getting a good delivery in the line of the middle leg stump, forced to defend. Mills feels his own bowling. I think the captain is applauding that, because that's where you want to put the pressure on Robin Powell. If you let him free his arm, he's going to hit you for 4 or 6, and he's done that tremendously well so far. So we want to make sure that he, indeed just keeps it within the reach of the fielders and not out of the reach. As we continue live here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. It's 2 balls, 1 ball left, as a matter of fact, in the 10th over. And Mills is ready. Very long run up from the Malcolm Marshall end now. Steams it, passes the umpire, and bowls to Powell. And Powell gets a Yorker delivery, plays it nicely into the onside. Just 1 run to end the over. 10 have gone. It's 96 for 2. And it's a time where we look at Pooran's innings of 39 from 23, Powell 40 from 23. Here's Steve Emerson.
Yeah, as drinks come onto the ground, it's been a great start for the West Indies. 96 for 2 in 10 overs on a surface which looked very similar to the surface on Saturday. Didn't look as though it was as consistent as what it was on Sunday, but you can be misled by the pitches out here. Some of the that do look a belter turn out to not be as good, but this one looks an absolute beauty. Trust the time of the ball, the bounce of the ball, and Rothman Powell's ability to hit cleanly down the ground has been magnificent for the Caribbean side. England, well, Topley started quite well. Garton, great to get his first wicket. Mills has bowled lively and Pearce, but both Garton and Mills have been quite expensive. Powell took a liking to Liam Livingstone. We've had 1 over from Adil Rashid for 6, and Moeen Ali bowled an over for 14, which I'm not sure you'd be too disappointed with, because he got a little bit of turn, but unfortunately he got Rothman Powell on strike, who hit the latter part of the over down the ground comfortably for 6. So all in all, first half belongs to the West Indies, and they'll need this to carry on if they want to post a total in a region which looked like potentially 200 plus could be on the cards here. And what a game that would be if the West Indies got 200 plus here on TalkSport 2.
Just one quick question before you go, Stevie. How do you find that the bowlers react to when the ball is coming back, or if it's a new ball that they have to work with? After working so much on getting the ball in shape, and you've got to now then reshape with a different ball, how much of it is a disadvantage for the bowler?
Well, it depends if the ball that you get is harder than the one that's just gone out the ground, because if the one that's just gone out the ground is a relatively hard ball, you'd hope that you get a little bit softer one, because you'd hope that you can't hit it quite as far, especially in T20 cricket. But now they're so adaptable, these boys. Their ability, especially when the ball gets sanitised, they're very, very good at adapting and what's going on. So a look at the body language now. England's team walking down, a little bit head down, a little bit slumped shoulders. I think they've realised that the West Indies have won the first half, with Adil Rashid coming on to bowl for the 11th over. Moeen Ali will be hoping, second time England skipper, be hoping that his little spin twin and his best mate manage to break this partnership, because if this partnership carries on for 4 or 5 overs, the West Indies could be looking at north of 220.
96 for 2 then. Here's Andrew McKenna and Gareth Batty.
Cheers, boys. Game on here. This one's really well set up. Brandon King for 10. Shea Hope for 4, the 2 men that England have dismissed. Pooran 39 from 23, Rothman Powell 40 from 23, 3 sixes for Pooran, 4 sixes for Rothman Powell. That is the situation so far. So Adil Rashid coming in for his second over. And here we go then. Rashid over the wicket to Powell. A little bit of air on that one. Powell's come forward though, paddled it around to very fine leg. Tamar Mills will be the man chugging around. He pulls that one back in just inside the rope, and they will come back for 3. 99 for 2, the West Indies here on TalkSport 2. Gareth Batty.
Powell, touch, little fine sweep. We've seen the power, wow, he smacked it all over the place, but he's got a bit of touch as well. Lovely batting from Powell. Being able to manipulate the field, making sure that Rashid has to get that short 45 in, which opens up a gap somewhere else. Smart batting.
Interesting one for me is Nicholas Poran, because of course he came in and straight out of the gate was thrashing it around to all paths. Rodman Powell's come in and kind of done that, so it feels a bit like Poran's not had much of the bowling for a bit. He's now on strike to Rashid, and that's a short googly. It went across the left-handed Poran. Poran thought about trying to absolutely smash it over mid-wicket. He allows it to go through to Tom Banton, and there's no run. Be interesting to see if it takes Poran just a couple of balls to get back going again. There's a couple of men, one at backward point, one at short third man, quite close together outside of off stump. This is off the back foot of Poran, punching up towards mid-off, intercepted by Jason Roy, and there is no run.
Yeah, I don't think they'll take too many risks to England's trump card today, Adil Rashid. Often can go under the radar, the unsung hero.
Rashid in. Powell! Oh, sorry, nearly takes one from Poran then. Poran was swinging hard. Adil Rashid threw his hand out. It was a technical attempt at a caught bowl. I think it was actually a self-preservation attempt as much as anything else, because that was absolutely hammered by Poran. It's only a single, but my goodness, it was travelling. It brings up the West Indies 100 for 2.
I think Adil will take that you thought that he was going for the catch. That was definitely evasive action for me. He was looking, just checking that the ball wasn't lodged in his forehead as it got smacked back at him. I reckon Poran was trying over straight mid-wicket and he just came back the wrong way.
Well, it brings Powell on strike. Outside edge, genuine outside edge as he's propping forward. Runs down to short third man, and there is no run. The West Indies 100 coming up in 10 overs and 4 balls. Run rate of 9 1/4. And the TV company have just put up a graphic showing his Powell's scoring errors against spin, and he's going to turn this on the onside and take a single, just pushing out to short square leg, and that will be another run out on the leg side for Powell. He has not scored a run on the offside against spin so far, Gareth Batty. What does that tell you, as we've got 11 overs gone here on TalkSport 2?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously says he's right hand dominant, but he's actually played it really, really well. You know, that Adil Rashid is definitely the man that England are looking to take wickets. He's our best bowler, certainly on today's outing with what we have available. It looks to me like they're just trying to see him off. They're trying to take what they can. Powell, the first ball of the over, tried to manipulate the field. Adil stuck to his guns, kept the same field, but they're certainly not going to take the risk at him that they will at maybe some of the other bowlers. And let's not forget, Shepherd and Hussain, they're not down to come in for about another 5 wickets. And they put on something silly like 30 balls or something the previous game. That will be at the back of these young debutants' mind as Garton comes back into play. They'll be thinking, heck, there's some power coming at me today.
There is a table being set here, most definitely. Garton's coming in for his 3rd over. He's gone for 28 in his 2 so far. He does have a wicket. Rodman Powell has 44 from 26 balls faced. Here comes Garton around the wicket, and he's gone into the wheelhouse of Powell. It lands just short of the fielder, coming off of the boundary on the mid-wicket side of the ground. Does well to knock it down, keep it to a single. It's Harry Brook who is out there, but Rodman Powell was aiming big into the leg side again.
Yep, Garton just cramped him for room, couldn't get the full swing of the bat. So he got it inside edge of the blade, and it just died on Harry Brook. He put his face on the line there, diving, trying to scoop it up. If he hadn't got a hand on that, he's smacking him straight in the face. Great commitment from the young fella. Didn't quite carry though for Garton.
The first time that England have played 3 left-arm seamers in a T20 international. Garton is one of those. And he's waiting because the batsman decided to wander down and have a conversation mid-pitch.
Forgive my history, would it not be one of the first times ever in any form of the game for England?
Could well be. Could well be. Garton on his way to the left-handed Poran, who swings hard into the leg side, over the leg side, and 10 rows back. He's caught in the crowd. Well held, sir. Good work from one of the England supporters. Takes the catch, but it's a 6, and the West Indies go to 108 for 2.
Oh, over the wicket here, Garton to Poran. He's targeting that shorter leg side boundary. Hangs back deep in the crease. Garton holds his length top of the stumps. Just that length is probably a little bit easy on this pitch, and he's able to get up and under swivel pull. carries a good 90 metres from Poran. He's got the touch today, he's got the feel. Massive 6.
Well, there's the answer to the question about would it take him a couple of balls to get going then. No, is the answer. And he has been somewhat starved of the strike. Only 9 balls faced since Powell came out to bat for Poran. This occasion he's swishing through the offside, makes no contact. It's through to Tom Banton, and there is no run. Poran 46 from 28, Powell 45 from 27. It's 108 for 2, and at this score rate, by the way, West Indies are looking at posting 188, but 2 wickets down, and with the power to come with what they have, as Gareth Batty was saying, it's got to be higher than 188, what West Indies are thinking of. Surely. Here comes Garton for the 4th ball, wide of off stump, short ball. Poran hammers it down into the ground, and it will only go out for a single to the edge of the 30-metre circle, and it's 109 for 2.
Yeah, smart and brave from Garton. The last 2 balls, he's got them out there on the wide line. People listening will be thinking getting it wide and offering width is a bad thing. Actually, it's not. You're taking it outside the swing of these West Indian batters. Poran left-handed, Powell right-handed. Very difficult to go wide line, opposite ends of the pitch. Tough. But if Garton can do it, he will stem the flow of boundaries.
Rothman Powell looking for his 50. Swings hard into the leg side. Won't beat Reece Topley, who is stationed out there at deep square leg, though. It will be a single, 110 for 2. Powell goes to 46 from 28. As I mentioned earlier, Rothman Powell has 2 50s in T20 international cricket. His highest score is 54. So he is closing in on that very, very rapidly. He's at the non-striker's end, though, watching Nicholas Poran. Poran 47 not out. Garton over the wicket to him, outside of off stump, driven hard into the ground, out to the cover sweeper for a single. 12 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. 111 for 2 are the West Indies. Poran is 48 from 30 balls, Powell 46 from 28.
Yeah, I think England can learn from those last few balls from Garton. Took it outside the hitting area for both of these batters. They want to be a bit more baseball-like in their strike from time to time. Yes, they've played some beautiful cricket shots, but their real massive power shots, dealing in 6s, has been that sort of baseball strike over straight mid-wicket, bowling wide on the return crease, and then getting inside their eye line, going towards the heel of their foot in their stance. Actually limits that swing, limits where you can get hit. It's brave, and you have to be brave, particularly when you go out on the wide line, and sometimes you'll bowl it odd wide. But I think that's a greater evil with these guys who've got so much power.
So then, 13th over of the innings. Still 20 overs aside, despite the slight rain delay, and Adil Rashid will bowl his 3rd. That is roundabout leg stump to Poran. Poran pushing forward, and there is no run.
Oh, googly from Rashid. And googly turns away from the left-hander. Poran picks it up to the task, doesn't take the risk.
He waits, staring at Rashid, bat raised, and now gets a ball that is another googly, forcing it into the offside. Can't beat the fielder at short mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, this is it. Rashid just has to keep turning the screw. The more dots he gets on him, he might do something rash and hit it up in the air.
Rashid in. Googly outside of her leg stump. He's appealing for LBW. It's pitched miles outside leg stump, so he's not going to get that in his favour. And it just rolls out on the offside, and the batsmen take a leg by 112 for 2.
I think that's a bit of Adil Rashid thinking, oh, these lads are seeing me off. It's going to be tough to get a wicket today. I'm going to have to bowl an absolute jaffa to get one. Maybe I'll get one if it pitches outside. He might just stick his finger up. I might get lucky.
Well, Rothman Powell's chuckling away with Tom Banton behind the stumps as he's taking guard. Rashid goes in. Rothman Powell turns it through mid-wicket. They've taken one. Oh, Powell wanted a second, but Poran was very much dawdling. He decided early doors that was only a single. And Rothman Powell just gives him the eyes now he gets down to the other end, as if saying, come on, mate, I know you're on 49, but that would have taken me to 48. It's 113 for 2.
Bats, can you name all of England's left-arm seamers since the year 2000?
Rashid goes into Poran. Poran clips to long on for a single that'll bring him a half century. So Nicholas Pooran has won the race, if you like, to the 50s for the two batsmen. It's his 5th T20 in international cricket. He's got there from 34 balls, 114 for 2.
I could have a reasonable stab at the lunch break for you.
The lunch break. Look, I'm struggling to find any time that England have done 3. They have had periods where they had multiple left arm seamers, but not that many. This is one of them.
Rashid goes into Rovman Powell, who gets very close to chipping it off the back foot. Back to the bowler, fortunately for the batsman. It lands about halfway down the pitch, and Rashid will field in his follow-through. 13 gone here on TalkSport 2 West Indies, 114 for 2. Just a reminder, of course, that TalkSport 2, you're home for all of the action in the EFL, and this weekend there are 3 live and exclusive championship commentaries coming your way. That includes Huddersfield against Stoke, kicking things off on Friday night, and Fulham against Blackpool on Saturday afternoon. So make sure you've got your TalkSport app sorted out and ready to go on Saturday for all of the football, and then we're back with you from just before 7:30 Saturday evening for game number 4 of this series. Who will be 2-1 up though by that time? Well, we'll find out by the end of this evening's game.
Yeah, and certainly these next 7 overs are going to be lively.
Well, Livingston is going to bowl around the wicket. Pooran is going to switch hit. He's gone to right-handed virtually, and he beats Reece Topley through what's started off as point and became square leg, and goes away for 4, 118 for 2. Pooran goes to 54.
Yeah, good batting. It's the shot of the modern day cricketer. They can all do this now. If you make it wider, they can get you over extra cover. If you get it at them, they'll get you over that backward point region. Smart batting from Pooran.
Livingston around the wicket, holds on to it, doesn't deliver on that occasion. He wants to see what Pooran's doing. By the way, on that previous one, Nicholas Pooran must have a really good piece of willow, because that came basically off the Q end and still flew away for 4. Pooran is moving to the leg side this time. Livingston will follow him. Pooran will hack to the edge of the 30-metre circle. Livingston has won the race to field that off of his own bowling and keep it for a single. Pooran to 55, 119 for 2.
I think Powell won that race. It was like, hang on a minute, I'm not running these 50-52s for you, and you're not even pushing for a dead easy 2 last one. I know what's happening here. You're running your runs and you're not going to run for me. You can work there, my friend.
Well, in fairness, Powell's not run that often himself. He's clearing the ropes very, very easily at the moment. In goes Livingston. Oh, that's a shocker! That's an absolute shocker. He's pulled it as a half tracker that's gone wide of Tom Banton, and it's going to go for 4 through genuine third man, not past the keeper. He's pulled it so wide. Livingston's actually laughing because, you know what, it's so bad you might as well. So it's 4 wides, and Gareth Batty, as our spin bowling expert, can analyse that. Oh, no, actually, it was more like your delivery.
I was going to say, there's absolutely no point getting a professional bowler with 20 years experience to explain that. I've bowled that before. Just sometimes what happens is the pressure of the situation just cramps your hand a little bit. You drag it down looking for that little bit of extra spin, and it bounces the second time off the pitch.
Well, this one has disappeared off the middle of Powell's bat. What a hit that is! It's hit the stand, and it was still going up, I reckon. Livingston has dropped short, having gone for 4 wides the ball before, so 5. Powell has gone to 50 with a 6 over extra cover. He's taken a liking to Liam Livingston's bowling, and that, with the weight going backwards, has flown.
Give me one of them.
Where has Powell been these last few years? What a shot this is. Livingston's done what he wanted. His ball back of a length with spin. Such a difficult ball to hit up and over extra cover. It's a shift of weight from Powell. There's skill in this, but there's an immense amount of power. Flies 30 rows back over extra cover. 53 and 31, striking at 171, and he's done it with absolute skill. This hasn't been slogging or just random fluky hitting. This guy is a player. Wow.
1 more run, and he will equal his best in T20 internationals. Liam Livingston goes in. Oh, that ball's gone for more than 1! That's 1 and a few more. That's gone all the way over long on for 6. Rovman Powell goes to 59. He plays that shot as well as anyone, possibly as well as Liam Livingston. So maybe they're now having a chat out in the middle, and Liam Livingston is saying, well, all right, if you can do that, I might have to do it a little bit myself. They put the tape measure on that. Get this. That one went 106 metres. What a hit.
We're a long way away here, and I found myself ducking just in case. This has gone miles. What a shot from Powell. The strength of the base that he gets. It's a shift of movement. He's got a wide spray with his feet, and it's a beautiful flow of the bat. Livingston's missed by an inch, that's all. And it's gone 106 metres back over his head. This fella is a wonderful player, really is. He's shown touch this innings. He's outplayed Poran, and Poran's played beautifully. But to the purists out there, the way this guy moves, then you put in some power. Wow. And I tell you what, they're still shepherding us in to come. This could be a 400 if they're not careful.
Well, Rodman Powell has now hit 6 sixes and 1 4. Nicholas Poran 4 sixes and 3 4s. Poran has 55 from 36. Powell 59 from 32. The run rate is a gnats under 10. 200 with what's to come has to be possible. Right, there's 2 balls left of the over from Liam Livingston. This is his 3rd over. He's got 1 for 38. It's going to be around the wicket to Rodman Powell, bowling his leg breaks, and Rodman Powell decides to just square himself up, push the ball back down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, Livingston putting his batter's head on. He's trying to cramp him for room. Smart piece of bowling, very brave, but smart piece of bowling.
Final one of the over. Livingston, Rodman Powell waits, beats the man at point. That's going to run away for 4 down to the dugouts through wide 3rd man. Jason Roy got the dive out, couldn't get there. And after 14 overs, the West Indies are 140 for 2. Rodman Powell goes to 63 from 34 balls. Liam Livingston, 3 overs, 1 for 42.
This covers off the skill that this man possesses. Livingston bowling around the wicket, there is some spin. It pitches about middle stump, spins away from him. It holds a great position, waits for the ball to go past him and clips it behind point. That is so skillful. From around the wicket, the angle to hold your position, to still find the gap with power. This fella is a player, he's a real bowler.
What I like about that as well is he had a look at the first one. He wasn't quite sure what he was going to do. He thought about it for a minute and waited. Coming into this game, in his career, he's been scoring at 6.9 runs and over against spin. In fact, before we were on air, I was telling you that has always been his biggest problem. I was surprised that they had him so up the order. Against pace bowling, he's always been like this, but he's struggled against spin. Clearly, over the last little while, he's worked out that most of the best leagues in the world pay you for how well you hit spin, and he's been working on it, and he looks exceptional. He's also, I thought he was quite good at just playing Rashid off, waiting for the spin he wanted. Moeen Ali and Liam Livingston, taking down that slightly lesser spin.
It's nature of the beast, isn't it? You don't see the lions going for the elephants all the time. They go for the slightly lesser product. They go for the little tiny gazelle and take it down. That's basically what he's doing. He's going, I'm not going to give Adil Rashid, England's best bowler, a chance of getting me out. Get him out of the attack, I'll take on somebody else.
Time for some left arm seam from Reece Topley. 2 overs have cost him 6 runs so far. He's going to be bowling to Poran over the wicket. Poran lashes this one down to mid-off. Well fielded by Phil Salt. That arrived very, very quickly. He was able to knock it down, keep it in front of him, and keep it for a single only. 141 for 2.
Yeah, smart piece of fielding here from Phil Salt. Gone a long way to his right. He's had to cover some ground, but he's still got the ability and presence of mind to get down, slide, get a good base behind it, so if you don't quite gather it in, it hits his body, gets up and pings it back in. Only 1 run. That's the sort of stuff when the striking's on like this that the bowler's very appreciative. He's kind of like, thanks mate, you've helped me out there.
Short 3rd man, backward point, short fine leg are all inside the circle. Topley's going to go around the wicket to Rodman Powell, who hammers this through. Well, let's call it cow corner, really. Jason Roy is sliding around from mid-wicket. We'll get the throw back in. They will get a couple. 143 for 2. Powell goes to 65 from 35.
Yeah, nice bowling from Topley. He's got 3rd man and fine leg up. He's got the umbrella field on the leg side, plus long off and a deep point. He's going around the wicket to the right-hander, trying to tighten his line on him, but bowl some cutters, take pace off.
Topley goes in. Oh, it's a shin-high full toss on leg stump. What an incredible shot from Rodman Powell. He's taken it on the full toss and put it over square leg for 6. It was a short-arm jab. It's not as if he's gone a full swing of the bat. Topley has gone, it's turned into a low full toss, and he's pretty much turned it through square leg, and he's landed 4 rows back in the stand for a maximum, and Topley can't believe it. And to be honest with you, neither can I.
Topley's reaction just says it all. He's not even tried to flick it, he's literally put the bat there and it's gone 80 metres into the stand. There was no real flourish of the bat, there was no real swing, didn't really move his feet. It's incredible. He's almost hit it with a straight bat, straight over square leg.
It also brought up the 100 partnership between these two. It's only taken them 57 balls. 149 for 2, the West Indies. Topley around the wicket. Swinging hard is Rodman Powell. He's not got that one though. That's come up pretty high on the bat, and Jason Roy can come in and collect that one. The 150 is up though. 150 for 2, 14 overs and 4 balls to get them there. Jared Kimber.
I think bats, we thought one reason England might have used all the left arm seamers is because of the way that the right hand is, step away and play. Both of these particular players both score around 9 runs and over against left arm seam. They've ended up with the 2 best players of left arm seam, perhaps in the Caribbean, facing up for them.
Topley over the wicket to Pooran, swing and a miss from Pooran. If he'd made contact with that was coming down in Cuba. He was swinging so hard at that one, but he doesn't make any contact, and it goes through to Tom Bounce and no run.
Yeah, you just get the feeling now with only 2 wickets down, these two have a full licence to just go pretty much at every ball. And he certainly left nothing in the tank there, Pooran. He probably overswung at that ball, tried to overhit the ball and lost a little bit of shape. Brave piece of bowling again from Topley, kept it outside his hitting area.
In goes Topley, it's a slower ball outside of off stump. Carved through backward, point, fielder coming around. Oh, brilliant work. George Garton out on the point boundary, stops it, gets the ball back in, and they will take 3. Well, he saved 1. In the context of a high-scoring game, 1 might not seem that much, but that's a brilliant piece of work by George Garton. West Indies 153 for 2 at the end of 15 overs, Gareth Patton.
Oh, wow, this is incredible. This is why we love 2020 cricket, the athleticism from Garton here. He's run 30 metres and then dived full length, literally fingertips, flicks it back into the playing surface. Looks like he just kept away from those signboards, that the soft spongy stuff at the side, then gets himself up again, presence of mind, runs another 10 metres, picks it up, throws it in over the top. While all that's been happening, Powell and Pooran have run 3. I mean, it is brilliant. This is exhilarating stuff from both sides.
Well, there aren't many better places to have happy hour in the world than Barbados, but that's basically what we've got. We've got 5 overs left to go of happy hour. Barry Wilkinson will take you through them, alongside the former England international, Roland Butcher.
Indeed, 153 for 2, and this has been almost a mini kind of carnage. Let's see how it's going to finish for the West Indies. They've certainly got some very much exciting players to come if they do get there or get an opportunity. Pooran is on 59 from 39, 4 sixes. Powell 72 from 37, his highest score at this level. Here comes Mills now, into bowl to Pooran, and Pooran gets delivered. He's driving in the air, over long on. That's gone a mile, 6 more. It's raining 6s in Bridgetown, Barbados, and it's Nicholas Pooran, the little pocket rocket from Port of Spain, that has brought the party alive. Roland Butcher.
Yes, thanks Barry, and this is a good shot. It's a slow ball. Pooran's picked it, which he's done all day, and he's deposited that one over long on and into the crowd. And Barry, what rich entertainment this has been so far.
Yeah, I don't know if the crowd like it too much. It's about 80-20 in terms of Brits versus locals, so they will be fancying this kind of excitement with the West Indies dominating. But it's 159 for 2, the projected score 210 if they continue at this current rate. Pooran 65. This is indeed a really good innings from him. Powell, like I said, his highest score before this is only 53. He's got 72 from 37. So here comes Mills in again now and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is cutting beautifully. That's a nice late cut into the boundary for 4 more. This is exciting and exhilarating batting from Nicholas Pooran. He goes to 69. He showed his intention quite early, and he's just played true to form, you would have to say, as the Windies motor along to 163 for 2.
Yeah, Barry, what we can tell you here is that this really is an excellent pitch, because the batsmen are able to play their shots, hit through the line of the ball. That ball was slightly short and wide, and Pooran the sort of form that he's in, he's not going to miss out on that. There's protection at deep extra cover, but that went behind square. So really, Barry, this game, I think it's going to be a good game. West Indies are going to have to get a very imposing total, because if this pitch remains the same, I think it's going to be a very, very good game.
Pooran has also passed his highest score. He had 64 before this. He's now got 69. Here he comes in again. Mills and balls to Pooran, and Pooran is pulling. Doesn't time that one. He'll get a single out to the mid-wicket area. So Pooran and Powell have both posted their highest totals in this innings in T20 internationals for the West Indies. Pooran, of course, aged 26, Powell aged 28. They've both played 51 internationals for the West Indies in T20s. Pooran made his debut in 2016, Powell in 2017, so they've had similar kind of careers. I think Pooran, though, has been much more consistent than Powell. He's nearing 1,000 runs in T20 internationals, and certainly that would make him feel very happy about his career. No Owen Morgan today, so Moeen Ali has really been up against it. As Mills in his third over, he's been expensive, 37 so far. He comes in and bowls to Powell, and Powell is looking to cut this one, misses it, taken there by the keeper. Just missed being called a wide, and a dot ball seems like gold dust now for England.
Yeah, just another slow ball there by Mills. He's going to try and mix it up now. That one's out the back of the arm, a little bit wide, and Powell giving himself some room. Couldn't reach that. I guess Powell would be eyeing the leg side boundary, which would be more in his art. He's a very strong player on the onside, so anything straight, he'd be looking to hit it towards the scoreboard. Mills really, on the other hand, has got to try and keep it as wide as the off stump as possible.
Here he comes again now and bowls to Powell. Powell gets the delivery that he's pulling out to the long on area, and he's misfielded. That's gone for 4. That should have been a single down to the mid-on area, but I think as the ball bounced, there was poor Banton, it looks like, that was running around, and it's actually Livingston, correction. Livingston was running around and he ran past the ball, it bounced and went over his head and went into the boundary for 4.
Not sure what Livingston really is smiling about, because that was a horrible piece of fielding, and it's making the figures of Mills looking pretty horrid at this stage.
Mills was not having it. He's quite upset. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this one is again driven along the carpet. Livingston gets down and does the leg barrier, and just one. 169 for 2 after 16 here on TalkSport 2. But what a fantastic period for the West Indies as the cricket continues to be very exciting. Please join the conversation. Send us a tweet at TalkSport 2. We'd love to hear from you. How much do you think the West Indies will actually end up making? We've got Cody, who's listening in Ottawa, Canada. We've got Terry, who's not impressed with Mills. He's wondering, does he deserve his place? A good question. And Lily in Yorkshire is looking forward to seeing Harry Brook bat. Your thoughts there, Roland Butcher?
Well, I mean, today really you can forgive the bowlers, because this really is an excellent pitch. And T20 cricket is all about entertainment, Barry. So, once batsmen get in on good pitches, these days they're strong boys, big bats, and they'll clear the boundaries. So, you can't be too harsh on the bowlers. We'll see when the West Indies come to bowl exactly what happens.
So this is officially the best third wicket stand for the West Indies in all T20s. Previous best 108, and that was Gale and Pollard at Laurel in USA versus New Zealand in June 2012. This delivery is tugged out to the mid-wicket area. Just one run, taking the total to 170 then for 2 in over number 17. Pooran has got 70 from 42, and Powell has got 78 from 41. 7 sixes, 3 fours, as Rashid is in again and bowls to Pooran, who's driving in the air out to long on, and he's taken. Beautiful catch there. Liam Livingstone taken an excellent catch. It was almost out of his grasp there at long on, but Livingstone controlled it well, took the catch, and the partnership has been broken. Pooran goes all for the bowling of Rashid for 70. It's 170 for 3 in over number 17.
Yes, and Livingstone on this occasion making up for the misfield in the previous over, and Pooran has to go for 70 or 43. Very good innings by Pooran, but you must also compliment the efforts by Adil Rashid. He has been excellent so far. He's in his 4th over and he has 1 for 15 when West Indies are 170 for 3. So he can feel very pleased with his performance. He's a very consistent performer, Adil Rashid, in this form of the game. And only if England could persuade Rashid to play some of the other forms, particularly Test cricket, because at this moment in time, really with a dearth of spin bowlers in the English first-class game and in the Test side, he would be an asset. The fact is, he's probably settled in now to be quite happy to play only T20 cricket and ODI cricket, but he's a fabulous performer.
Well, the captain has decided to send in Romario Shepherd. He's the man with the swinging bat. Pollard has not been the best of form. Shepherd, as we know, had 44 from just 20 balls on Sunday, and he's been hitting the ball quite nicely. The captain giving him a bit of a promotion today. We've got 3 overs and 4 balls left. It's 170 for 3. So Rashid getting that important wicket. How well has he bowled? Here he comes in now to bowl his first ball to Shepherd, and Shepherd is sweeping in the air out to the backward square region. They get 1. He's going to want to come out for the second. He does so now, and they'll get 2 more runs to take the total to 172 for 3. Spare a moment for Adil Rashid in this carnage. He's only conceded 17 runs in this his final over, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. I mean, he has been brilliant for England, not just in this game, but in previous games.
Here comes Rashid again and bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd tails away, hits this high, hard, far. That's gone! A country mile, over long off, into the Banks Bear stand. Well, I'll drink to that. It's 178 for 3.
Yeah, excellent shot there by Shepherd. That's why he's been sent in, Barry Wilkinson, for these final 4 or 5 overs. He's a strong hitter at the ball, and really he's come in and again showing the quality of this pitch, where you can come in and play a shot like that over wideish long off against the spin. And Shepherd is proving in the last few games really that he is the sort of player that West Indies need coming late in the order in those final overs, perhaps to take over from someone like Pollard for the future.
It's almost like if the West Indies have birthed 2 cricketers overnight that can take over from Pollard and from the Bravos, as this delivery now is pitched on the line of the middle stump. There is Shepherd, though respecting it, not doing anything silly, plays it defensively to the offside, and there's no run. 178 for 3, 1 ball left in over number 17. Shepherd has got 8 from 3. Powell is still there, don't forget him. He's got 78 from 41, 7 6s, 3 4s. Rashid spins the ball from hand to hand, goes back to his mark, turns down, comes in and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd is sweeping, and sweeping well. That's gone in the air, out to backward square. Will he get 4? Well stopped on the boundary. So 2 more runs there to Powell, to Shepherd correction, and the over ends with England here on TalkSport 2 really up against it, because the Windies are 180 for 3 with Powell on 78. Shepherd has got 10. Here's Roland Butcher.
Yes, and West Indies large and in charge. Been asked to bat here today by England, who won the toss. I wonder whether Moeen Ali would be ruined that decision to put West Indies in. At this stage, really, West Indies have all the plus signs, and really that partnership between Pooran and Powell has got them in this position. And amongst all of the carnage by those 2 batsmen, Barry Wilkinson, Adil Rashid has stood up like a beacon for England with his leg spin ball, and he's finished with what, 1 for 20,
1 for 25,
1 for 25 in his 4 overs, in a total of 180 for 3.
Yeah, he's done extremely well. If you're listening online or on your smart speaker but need to be on the move, you can listen to us on the free TalkSport app, where you can swipe between both TalkSport and TalkSport 2. It's available now wherever you get your apps. I've got mine, you should get yours. Here comes Garton, comes in now and bowls, and this delivers outside the line of the off stump, and this was a top edge that's going to go down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So Mills was a left arm seamer from the same end, got treated very badly, and now Garton has come on, same thing, and it seems to me like it's business as usual, because Powell is swinging for everything he's got. It's another boundary to move to 82. He is 184 now for 3.
Yes, and really, no, you can't really blame the bowler for that delivery. It was a slow delivery. Powell went for it, got a thick outside edge, it went over the short 3rd man.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Powell, and Powell is hitting this one back to the bowler, doesn't time it at all, and there's no run. 184 for 3.
Yeah, just trying to hit that one a little bit too hard. Powell, he's a big, strong boy. When he hits it, it stays hit. And really, I think Garton's under a little bit of pressure here. He's been quite expensive. He's gone for 42 so far, and he still has 4 balls left in this over. So things not going too well for him at this moment in time.
Yeah, well, here's Garton in again now. Passes the umpire, balls to Powell, and Powell is pulling in the air. That's gone again over long one. That's gone for 6 onto the commentary booth glass. He almost broke the glass as well. My goodness me, we're in danger for a second. That went 3 tears up on the commentary booth glass here in the media centre. Rovman Powell not making any sport at all. He's rushed to 88 with 8 sixes and 4 fours. And the Windies continue to look good on 190 for 3.
Yeah, I think Garton will really feel that was a gift, because it just stood up nicely for Rovman Powell, who's waiting on the back foot for anything short and not quick. And he's such a strong boy. And it was coming in our direction, Barry.
Here he comes in again and balls to Powell, and Powell this time is driving over long off. That's another 6. Rovman Powell on the go, high, hard and handsome. How good was that one? That stacked up and racked up among one of the better 6s we've ever seen here at Kensington Oval. It took skill, and he did it magnificently well.
It's when the momentum is with you, and you can play those sort of shots. It was a full toss, nice height for Rovman Powell outside the off stump. And on this occasion, he kept his shape pretty well. He's gone on top of the stand here, the Greenwich and Hayes stand. I think he's still looking for the ball right now, but Powell obviously now heading towards that 100. And really, he's played an excellent innings here. So far, he's hit 4 fours and 9 sixes.
Yeah, he's on his way to 100. This is now the second best total after team lost their second wicket on 48 in the T20. Best was 244 for 4, India versus West Indies in 2016. This one is pulled out to the mid-wicket area. He'll get 1, he'll come back for the second, he'll get it 2. Powell moves then to 96. It's 198 then for 3. Thank you to my statistician there, Gary Morgan and John Jackson. Both doing a fantastic job keeping us in tune with the stats and the facts, because they're happening quite quickly, Roland Butcher.
But that's the nature of the T20 game, Barry. Everything happens at pace, and really, you're absolutely right. You've got to stay with it, and you need that sort of support.
Here comes Garton in again now, balls to Powell. Powell gets a short ball. He's forced to defend it into the onside, although he still gets a single. Didn't time it, but there was no one there back with square up, and he was able to get an easy single to keep the strike. 199 for 3 with 2 overs left. Powell has got 97 from 47 balls, 9 sixes and 4 fours. Shepard has got 10 from 4 with 1 6, and the Windies almost looking like a different team. And it is a different team, because there was no Powell at the World Cup, there was no Shepard at the World Cup, there was Puran, but he didn't really make a big impact. There was no Brandon King, there was no Shea Hope, there was no Odin Smith. So this is a team that they should have really been working with for quite a while, rather than some of the old guard Roland Butcher that we've seen.
Well, you're seeing them now. They've got a chance to, to work with them. There's a busy year coming up, so these guys will get the opportunity.
Here comes Topley now, balls to Powell, and Powell is driving, getting a good Yorker delivery, digs it out, not able really to work it, and Topley feels his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, good delivery there by Topley, just cramping Powell for room, just aiming it into his leg stump. He's got to be careful, because if he doesn't get the length right, the strength of Powell, even though the boundary is quite long on the leg side, he still will be able to clear that boundary. So Topley's got to be very skilled in attempting that Yorker.
Here he comes now, and bowls to Powell, and Powell on this occasion is again getting another good delivery. It was short, it was rising, and he was almost forced to play it into the onside defensively like a test match.
Yeah, good response there by Topley, using the pitch, just banging that ball in, cramping Powell again. Powell hasn't really looked to try and pull the short ball. We saw in the last over, the final delivery from Garton was a similar delivery, which he just fended into the onside. I think he might just give himself a little bit of room now, Barry Wilkinson, and aim through the offside.
Here he comes in again as Powell taps and waits. Here comes Garton. Bowls to Powell, and Powell gets a full delivery down the leg side, turns it into the onside for one. He'll come back for the second to move the 99. So Powell is on 99. 201 now for 3 and over number 19. And Rovman Powell on the verge of what will be his first ever century if he does get it at this level. And of course, in T20s all told, his highest before this was 84 when he played for the Jamaica Talwas.
Yeah, and he's played well enough for 100, and if he gets there, he'll deserve it for sure.
Here comes Garton now as Powell taps and waits. He bowls to Powell, and Powell this time is driving, turning this one into the onside, and that's the 100 for Rovman Powell. The man from Kingston, Jamaica, takes off his helmet, raises his bat. The entire Kensington Oval comes alive to the sound of Rovman Powell's bat. What a wonderful innings. 101 from 51 balls, 9 sixes, 4 fours. The Windies are sitting pretty, and so too is Powell, who kneels, kisses his helmet, and says thanks to the heavens for what has been a glorious knock here as the Windies move to 203 for 3.
Yeah, well played, Rovman Powell. He's absolutely delighted. Just brought in for this game, missed the first 2, and what a way to reply. 100 in front of your adoring fans here at Kensington Oval.
Wow. You say adoring fans, but as I said, I think it's more like away fans.
Maybe away fans, but the few West Indian fans still will be adoring this innings.
Here comes Garton, Topley again in bowls, and this one is swung over long off. That's gone over cover. That's gone for a huge 6. Powell continues to motor along. 209 now for 3. And Rovman Powell rushes to 107. This is almost like a dream.
Yeah, Barry, another full toss there. Powell was giving himself room. Always felt that's the area he was going to go over extra cover because he was cramped on the leg side before. His offside is going to be the option. He can play the ball from straight at the stumps. He can still go through the offside. So he's put the pressure back on Topley now. Even though Topley has got a little bit of stick in this over, his figures don't look too bad. He's got none for 29 so far, and he's got 1 delivery to go.
Here he comes again at bowls. This one is short, wide outside the off stump. That's a wide, really wide. I think that was on to the next pitch. So Topley has just lost it a little bit. 210 then for 3 and over number 19, and the Windies with Neil Price sending us a tweet saying, I think the Windies will get 210. Can England chase that? They've now got 210, and we've still got some 7 legal deliveries left. What do you think, Roland?
Well, I don't think this game is over by a long shot.
Here he comes in now again, and bowls to Powell, who hits us in the air out to the mid-off area. Chance for a catch. Catch taken. That was a nice sliding catch there from Dawson. Near Livingston, correction. And the West Indies have lost their 4th wicket, but they won't mind that. A superb innings comes to an end. It was Powell out-caught by Livingston for 107 off of Topley from 53 balls. That was carnage. What a knock to watch. 210 for 4 after 19. But the day and the night so far belongs to this man from Jamaica, Rovman Powell.
Yeah, well played, Rovman Powell. Really, he would have been under a lot of pressure. First game of this series for him. And what a way to respond. Brilliant 100, put West Indies in quite a commanding position. Good catch there by Livingston. He had to make some ground coming in off the long off boundary, but he took it well. And really, West Indies 210 for 4. Really, they'll be very pleased having been put in by Moeen Ali. And when the chase starts, I would expect Barry Wilkinson, you ask how I feel things will go. I believe that this pitch is such a good one that you cannot be absolutely certain and safe with a total of 210.
Well, Powell is 151 balls, the 4th quickest 100 in T20s. For the West Indies, it's the 2nd quickest. And the West Indies, of course, played England in 47 balls. Gill made 100 as well, and that was in Mumbai in 2016. So the new batsman is Fabian Allen. He's on strike, and here comes Mills now. Bowls to Allen. Allen is hitting this out to the keeper in the air. Chance for catch. He's gone. One bowler. So Mills gets a bit of a redemption. At least he's got something in the wickets column, with Fabian Allen going for one ball, looking to swing the ball. It went high in the air. The keeper took a couple of steps back, taking an easy catch, and Windies have lost their fifth, 210 for 5. But it's come perhaps just a little too late.
Yeah, really, Fabian Allen has no choice but to get after the ball in from the very first delivery. Good piece of thinking there by Mills. Just took the pace off the delivery, also held it back, which meant that Allen, who was through the shot too early, got it high on the bat. And showing the good nature of this pitch, Brian Wilkerson, the ball just went straight up in the air. Keeper didn't have to really move too far to take that catch. But good piece of bowling by Mills. He's coming for a little bit of tap. He's got 1 for 42 so far, but he'll feel a lot happier having picked up that wicket.
Yeah, he would. And the captain now comes to the crease with just 5 balls left, but he's not on strike. Shepherd's the man, 10 from 4. You keep saying that this game is far from over, and I agree with you. Looking at the form of Jason Roy, but when you look then at the rest of the batsmen, it's still kind of a bit of an inexperienced squad, you reckon, or you're still happy with the squad?
Well, it's relatively inexperienced, but when you're playing on a good pitch, that equals up the contest.
So here comes Mills now, and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd gets a full delivery that he's driving, tugs it out to the mid-wicket area. He'll get 1. Captain Pollard says no need for the second. So a good start to this over, a wicket and 1 run. 4 balls left. The Windies 211 for 5. Shepherd 11, Pollard yet to score. The man just gone, Allen, caught Banton Bull Mills for a 1-ball duck.
Yeah, Pollard really now, he has no choice with these 4 deliveries remaining in this innings. He's got to go for broke. I think this is probably very much up his street, Pollard. He'll be aiming towards the leg side. He's not an offside man, so I think he'll take the pace off Mills, just try and make him work with that.
Here comes Mills and bowls to the big man Kyron Pollard. Pollard gets a short ball, then he's turning down to fine leg, and that's going to go for 4. The thing about it is there's a fielder there on the short fine leg. I think that's going to be leg buys, nevertheless. Still a boundary, and the fielder that short fine leg will feel, I think it's Adil Rashid, that he could have done better with that, a better effort at least. Still got into the boundary, 215 for 5, 3 balls left.
Shorter, quicker delivery there. Rashid is not the quickest in the field. The ball raced away to his right. He made an effort having to dive at it, but it was a good delivery, banged into the turf.
3 balls left, 215 for 5 as Mills turns and runs in now from the Joel Garner end and bowls, and this delivery is short and pulled, and it's controlled to pull down to the backward square leg region. That's gone for 4 more. That came off the middle of the bat. He controlled the shot, he played it down. There's a fielder on the backward square leg boundary, but that one went perhaps much wider than he would have thought, and is into the boundary for 4. Mills proving to be still very expensive.
Yeah, that was well bowled by Mills. I don't think Pollard really controlled that one too well. He's helped it around, but he got enough of it, of that big bat that he's got, and 2 boundaries back to back, albeit the first one was leg buys.
219 for 5 as Mills turns and steams in again with his left arm fast bowling and bowls this outside the line of the off stump and driven in the air over cover. That's going to go into the boundary for 4 more runs. This is really good batting from the West Indies. They've turned up when it has mattered most in this series. Leveled at 1-1. The Windies surely making a statement here. Pollard goes to 8 and is 223 for 5 with a ball left.
Yeah, a little bit too much width there for Kieran Pollard. It was foolish delivery wide outside the off stump. He's got the mid-off up on the edge of the circle, so once he got that one over the infield, he was certain to go for 4.
1 delivery left, and Mills must feel quite relieved just to get this over with. He's bowled 1 for 51. He comes and bowls to Pollard, and Pollard pulls straight to the fielder though on the backward square leg boundary. They'll get 1. That's all there's going to be. And England must feel quite relieved that this is over for them. 224 for 5, the West Indies from 20 overs. I'll give you the scorecard in just a moment, but Roland Butcher, tremendously well done to the men in maroon after the carnage we saw from Rovman Powell.
Yeah, very good total. I think at the start of the day, having been put in by England. I think West Indies would have settled for this total, and really it's quite an imposing total. But as I said before, Barry, they cannot afford to get too comfortable believing that because we've scored 224 on this pitch that we're home and dry. You still got to come out and do it with a ball. England will be very much aware that the nature of this pitch is one that if they get a couple of partnerships together, really they can run this one right to the end. So I'm looking forward to the second innings, because I think that there's a lot of cricket still left in this game.
So England won the toss, put the West Indies in. They were without Owen Morgan, and they are of course led by Moeen Ali. Windies batting first with Brandon King, was bowled by Garton for 10. Shea Hope was caught by the keeper Banton off of Livingston for 4. Then that huge partnership of 150, Nicholas Pooran caught Livingston, bowled Rashid for 70 from 43 balls, 5 sixes and 4 fours. Rovman Powell, the man of the moment, his first century at this level. Highest score before this for the West Indies was only 54. Today he made 107 from 53 balls, 10 sixes, 4 fours before he was caught by Livingston off of Topley. Romario Shepherd had a bit of a cameo. He came 11 not out from 5 balls, 1 6. Fabian Allen caught Banton, Bo Mills for a duck. Pollard, the captain, batting low down, came 9 not out, 13 extras, 224 for 5. With Topley, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. George Garton, 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 57. Tamal Mills, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 52. Liam Livingston, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Adil Rashid, the pick of the bowlers, 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 25. And Moeen Ali, the captain, his lone over cost him 14 runs. For his impressions on the innings again, here's Roland Butcher.
Yeah, 2 excellent innings by Pooran and Powell. And said Powell recalled to the team in this third T20. Really, he's answered all of his critics with an excellent innings, and he did really play it exceptionally well, and finally got to his first century. So he'd be very pleased. I think West Indies will also be very pleased with that total, and also Pooran, as we said, played well. I think for England, I thought Topley and Rashid were good with the ball in this total. Topley, he bowled his 4 overs for 30, and obviously Rashid for 25. So West Indies, they've got the runs on the board.
Well, welcome back. That was an exciting hitting display by the West Indies. Nicholas Pooran, who's been scratching around for a long time, and even against Ireland could not hit the ball off the square, had a terrible IPL. He set the innings up, but it was Rovman Powell who came in for Odin Smith, who we think had a niggle, we're not sure. They decided to set Rovman Powell up the order, and he's always struggled with spin, and he struggled with it today because he only hit it for a bunch of sixes. Incredible hitting. But I'm Jared Kimber, and I have Gareth Batty alongside me. We're going to talk about England a little bit first. George Garton, it's his first game. I think it's fair to say he's partly in the side because he can bat as well, even if he's maybe not quite a full all-rounder. Coming into today, I've got him marked down as 113 balls at the death in his career before today. Quite a ask of a young player in your first game to do a job that you're not particularly a specialist at, even in domestic cricket.
A huge ask, because it is the hardest time to bowl. Bowling in the power play and then bowling at the death, you're under the most pressure. Certainly bowling at the death. In this occasion, the batters were set. And when batters are set, your margin for error becomes next to nothing. You have to be thinking ahead of them. You have to be thinking about where the batters are going to find it hardest to hit you, so on and so forth. It's a very, very, very big ask. And like you say, I suppose the observation is, if he's not doing it day in, day out, either in franchises that he plays in or for his county, it's a huge ask, particularly the way that Powell played in particular. Whoa, I mean, that was frightening. Some of the positions he got in, yes, the power was incredible, but he had a beautiful amount of skill with it. It wasn't just stand and hit and deliver and all that.
It's easy to wipe this off. So you could make the argument that Garton is the 8th or 9th best bowler for England on the depth chart, and they're giving him a go because this is a second string team, right? Except for the fact that since the start of 2021, England at the death have been going at 10.3 and over in international cricket, which is the worst. This isn't just one man coming in and having a problem here. We saw Tamal Mills, who's a specialist, go for runs today. Chris Jordan has gone for runs earlier in this season. Obviously, you take Jofra Archer out of any bowling attack, good luck. But it seems like this is a more systemic problem than Jofra's just going to fix it when he comes back.
Kind of, but if you look at it, he fills in half the issue. You've only got to get through 6 and 12 balls then. If you're saying your last 4 overs struck 3 overs, if Jofra's bowling 17 and 19 or whatever, or if he's bowling 2 out of the 3 that you're really worried about, you've only really got 6 balls to get away with. You can mask over that. We've seen Adil Rashid at times on the right surfaces bowl the 17th, 18th to make life easier. We can't just keep relying on one man. We need a battery. Well, are you ever going to get a battery? Silly comment. But you need 2 or 3 lads who, it is their bread and butter, it is their craft, it is their profession, and that is what they do. Like we see with the batters, there are specialist top order batters, there are specialist low order batters, there are specialist bowlers of spin in the power play, and there are specialist bowlers who bowl in the middle. We just need a little bit more specialised nature to it.
That was suspected head coach of Surrey, Gareth Batty. We're going to head over to Barry Wilkinson and the Caribbean now.
Yeah, so the England side ready to resume this. The mean business, Roy and Banton. That's the pair there for England. They need a required rate of 11.25 to over 225 they need from 120 balls. Steve Harmison, how do you reckon England will start approaching this in the power play?
6s and 4s, Barry. I think the message from the dressing room is 6s and 4s, don't take any risks and don't get out. I think that's exactly what Jason Roy needs to do. Obviously it's a massive total, huge total. We've seen a couple of times England in the past. I think it was in the World Cup in India where they chased 220 and it was down to the top 2, top 3 to go and get England off to a fantastic and blistering start, and they're going to have to do that now.
Here comes Sheldon Cottrell, the bowler, first ball to Roy, and Roy's off the mark straight away, turning the ball into the mid-wicket area for 1. That's all there will be, but England are off and running under the lights here in Bridgetown. Just gone 13 after 6 local time, but it looks quite dark on the outside. And the crowd is really into this game. They've just enjoyed every run, even though it's dominated by English fans and spectators. I think they really enjoyed that century for Robin Powell.
Oh, it was an unbelievable century. It doesn't matter what team you support, where you are from in the world, whether you're from the Caribbean islands, from England or anywhere else that just loves the game of cricket. That was breathtaking. From the second ball that he hit out the ground for 6 right till the very end, it was an unbelievable innings by Ruthven Powell, one which he'd be, I'm sure, family in Jamaica will be massively proud of.
Here comes Cottrell then, and bowls his first delivery to Banton, and Banton is again turning the ball in the very same area mid-wicket for another run. Well, the West Indies selectors have just named a ODI squad that will be touring India next month for 3 ODIs, and then they've got 3 T20s. They haven't named the T20 squad yet, but looking at that squad for the ODIs, they're welcoming back Kemar Roach, who's actually doing commentary with you for the Neighbours Next Door. First time he's played ODIs in quite a while, so welcome back to Kemar in the world of one-day cricket.
I think he's very happy sitting in the commentary box and not on the field bowling at this bowling this game. That was mentioned a couple of times to Kemar in the last 5 overs of the first innings.
As Cottrell bowls to Roy, Roy comes down the pitch, goes for a big drive, misses and taken there by the keeper.
A bit like in the first game on Saturday night. Jason Roy comes down the wicket to a ball full of length, and this one just didn't come back enough. Saturday night it come back, swung lovely, seam position, beautiful, full toss onto middle stump. That one didn't swing anywhere near as much, just missed the off stump. Roy needs to come out. If he's going to come out of his crease, he needs to come out sooner.
Here he comes in again, and bowls to Roy, who's pulling ferociously, just short of the field of that mid-wicket. Chance for a catch, but Powell, I think, might have just come in a little bit too quick, and it just dropped in front of him. I wouldn't call that a drop catch. Did it drop?
No, I don't think it did. I think there's a little hesitation by the fielder out in the deep, but it's better from Jason Roy. It's more of a static position where before he was on the move. It hasn't quite carried to Ruthven Powell. It's a fantastic effort. He's come running in about 10 yards in off the boundary rope. Not quite sure if he was going to carry a dive forward and whether he was trying to protect the boundary, but he managed to get enough hands on it to stop it going for 4, but he couldn't quite get his hands underneath it.
Cottrell in again now, balls to Roy, and Roy gets a good delivery of the line, the leg stop. They're going to steal a single. No, they won't. It was just played where perhaps a short leg would be, and in the end, the soldier Sheldon Cottrell had to field to his own bowling. He kicked the ball, tried to hit the stumps, break the stumps with that kick. He didn't do so, but Roy was safely back into his crease. No cause for concern. 4 without loss, and England needing to get 225. Still got one more left at over number 1.
Yeah, a bit more pace on that one, back of a length. Just hurried Jason Roy. He managed to block it down, but because he was hurried, it went back on him rather than going forward. And a little bit of a yes-no by 2 batsmen who haven't batted a great deal of time together, so the communication needs to be a little bit better than that.
This delivery is short and pulled well, but there's a fielder down there, and that's just going to be 1 run. So the over has ended here on TalkSport 2. It's 5 without loss after 1. Roy's got 4, Banton's got 1. About the power play and how Cottrell has used his 2 fielders. He's got both of them for the pull on the mid-wicket boundary, the backward square leg boundary, no one on the offside. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me because he's executed the plan perfectly. He's got it to shape a little bit, not swing massively, but he's bowled back of a length into sort of middle and leg stump, and then the shorter ball, well, that is going to cramp Jason Roy or Tom Banton. Jason Roy, because Tom Banton hasn't faced too many balls. But the one criticism I would say of the England bowlers was not only did they miss their lengths, but their lines were poor. They bowled a lot of balls where the West Indian batsmen could get their hands free, open up on the offside, hit a lot of balls over, extra cover for 6 during that first innings, and that tells me that not only did they get their lengths wrong, they got their lines wrong. So that's why it was a very good over by Sheldon Cottrell from the line point of view.
Jason Holder's going to open the bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, and he's going to start with 4 wides, or 5 in the end, because it's gone down to the boundary. It was wide down the leg side. Shea Hope tried to stop it, but in the end he helped it into the boundary because his effort wasn't good enough to clutch the ball. It's gone into the boundary for 4. Not a good start there for Jason Holder, who had the hot figures of 4 for 7 on Saturday, and now it's 10 without loss after over number 1.
He just came out of his action just a little bit too early there to Jason Holder, and that's why ball went down leg side.
Comes in again and bowls. This time it's turned again into the leg side. There to the backward square position. Roy wanted to, but he slipped. And in the end, he decided not to come for that second, and that's a good decision because it would have been a run out. Sheldon Cottrell was on to it pretty quickly.
Yeah, it would have been a run out, and it was a good decision not to run. It was a good job Jason Roy slipped, because I'm not sure he realised it was Sheldon Cottrell and he's left-handed. Went to Sheldon Cottrell's left hand. If it had gone to a right-handed fielder, try and run round the ball, he might have been able to get back for 2. But the beauty about the Rothman Powell innings was the 6s and 4s that he hits, the explosiveness of his boundary and range hitting. But I thought his ability in between that to hit the ball into the gap and run 2, he is lightning quick between the wickets, and that's something that the England batsmen need to be aware of as well.
All the balls to Banton, and Banton is driving into the onside, out to the mid-wicket area. Just 1 run. So England making a quiet start. And 1 boundary that came as a result of that wide, but other than that, they haven't made major use so far of the power play. Still a long way to go for them. They need a further 213 from 112. The rate remains at 11.41. To be fair, they're more than what the West Indies were after 1.2. So we can say they're ahead. Here comes Jason Holder in again. Steams in, passes the umpire, and bowls a delivery that's on the line of the middle stump. A slower one. There was Roy looking to turn the one on the onside. Missed the line. Misjudged the length as well. And it went a couple of bounces to the keeper, Shea Hope.
Yeah, just a little leg cutter there from Jason Holder. Ball just stood up on Jason Roy, and he didn't. Just looked as though he just turned round again. Jason Roy has this way of when things aren't quite in sync, in rhythm. He's not in rhythm. Seems to get squared up a lot, like he did there.
Here he comes in again now. Balls to Roy, and Roy is coming down the pitch and plays a big swing, misses, and it's not taken by the keeper, but they've stopped it. And that's Roy trying to be aggressive, but again, a slow delivery that I don't think he read it well.
That was a slower delivery that he didn't pick, but this time different to the one before. There was a little bit more pace on the ball before, and it was a little bit shorter into the pitch. Managed to grab that one there. Was good deception from the West Indian bowler, and it was a touch fuller, but it was a touch wider as well.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is played out to the mid-wicket area there by Roy. Straight, of course, to Fabian Allen again. Just one more run. This is good bowling by the West Indies, keeping things very, very tight. We've had some 8 runs in the over. If England were to win this, it would be the highest successful run chase at Kensington Oval. Before this was only 155.
I was going to say it was smashed the highest run chase, 155, which is very much a surprise.
Boulder comes in again and bowls. This time Banton is hitting this straight down the ground. That's gone for 6 onto the long off boundary, and that's a really good shot to end it over here on Talksport 2. Banton chimes in with a 6. He's got 8 from 3. Roy's got 6 from 9. It's England 19 without loss after 2, needing to get 225 to win.
Yeah, slower ball by Jason Holder. Tom Banton's been standing at the non-striker's end for quite a bit of the first 12 balls. He's been watching on how Holder's been bowling that slower ball. And again, just a little bit over-pitched. Tom Banton waits on it in more of a static position, better balance than what Jason Roy has been for the first 9 balls. He's managed to just ease it over the bowler's head, and that'll do him the world of good.
Cottrell to continue from the Joel Garner end. Comes in now and bowls to Roy, and Roy's swinging this over long on, showing Banton what he can do too. 6 runs there to Roy, and the crowd comes alive. 25 without loss. Put on your seatbelts, we can be in for a wonderful ride.
That's Jason Roy to a tee. That's beautiful. Stand and deliver. Give yourself a bit of a bit of a base. Let the full flourish of the bat come through. Ball was in the arc, in the slot. Jason Roy, a confident Jason Roy, is not going to miss out on that. A beautiful shot there by the opener from Surrey. England need a lot more, but pressure on the bowler. First ball of the over. Pollard has to make a field change. He brings, like Barry Wilkinson said before, he's 2 men outside the circle with deep square and deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg comes in, and the man goes straight back on the boundary.
Comes in again and balls to Roy. Roy this time is cutting, but straight to the fielder. Fabian Allen at the backward point. No run there for him. Much better delivery from Sheldon Cottrell. The danger about that is that, like you said, there's no one in the sweeper or the third man. Had that passed Allen, that was good night nurse, gone for 4, but Allen did well to get down and field it.
Didn't give him width, Barry. Didn't give him width. If he gives him width there, it's a free hit. But because he's bowled a tight line into sort of middle and leg stump, Jason Roy's got to manufacture the width.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Roy, and Roy gets a delivery that's wide and down the leg side, taken there by the keeper, signal wide, and that's another sundry for England.
Just pressure, a little bit of pressure on Sheldon Cottrell. We've seen in the game on Sunday, second T20 international, that when it stopped swinging, Karen Pollard quickly removed Jason Holder and Sheldon Cottrell. Well, they've started well in the first 2 overs. Pollard is kept with the pace on the ball, but pressure on the ball the first 2 balls of the 3rd over.
Comes in and balls to Roy, and Roy's wrapped to the pad, allowed appeal. The ball perhaps just pitched outside the line, but no run there for England, which is the most important thing for the West Indies, that they have not conceded anything. A much better line there from Sheldon Cottrell, and you said it correctly, not giving Roy any width.
Yeah, not giving him any width. TV screen of is showing a replay of the first over to Jason Roy, and that's exactly what he got. Cottrell bowled beautifully into the sort of hip area of Jason Roy.
Here he comes again and bowls to Roy, and Roy is looking to turn the ball into the onside, pitch outside the line at the leg stump, and he doesn't get it anywhere but to a backward point position where he still can't score. So after that 6, Roy's been kept quiet.
I don't know what to make of this, Barry, because he's got square leg inside the circle, he's got fine leg inside the circle, bowling slower balls into the hip area of Jason Roy. That there hit him on the inside thigh, but it probably would have hit another 2 stumps leg side. So it's a dangerous ploy, because if Jason Roy just gets a little bit of bat on it, it's a free hit forward down to leg side.
Here he comes again and bowls to Roy. This time Roy gets bat onto ball, turns the ball into the onside, down behind square for 1. And that single will take Roy to 13 from 14, and the total to 27 without loss, with 1 ball left at over number 3.
Good run in between the wickets. Tom Banton was on his toes very, very quickly. Jason Roy said 1. I think it was Shepherd there at square leg who had a shy at the stumps. I think Banton would have been in, but for a second there the 2 England batsmen would have been nervously looking. Did they get that decision right?
Banton is on 8. Here comes Cottrell, turns now and steams in and bowls to Banton, and Banton is looking to play a naughty little scoop, misses, taken there by the keeper to end the 3rd over. England needing 225 or 27 without loss after 3 here on TalkSport 2.
That was good bowling and good watching from Sheldon Cottrell, as he probably got into his bowling action, got into the gather. You'd have seen Tom Banton looking to go to the scoop, wanting to try and get the ball over either short fine leg or the leg side past the field, inside the circle at square leg or behind square leg. He's just moved across onto outside off stump to deceive the England batsman. As Jason Holder comes out of the attack, I think it's Shepherd who is going to come into the attack. Didn't bowl much on Sunday, Barry. Don't think Kieran Pollard was looking at pace on the ball was what was necessary in the game on Sunday.
So bowling change, it's going to be Shepherd and bowls to Roy. And Roy comes down the pitch and dances quite nicely, and that's going to go over long on for 6. Stand and deliver. Jason Roy at his best. And that was a half volley which was inviting. Roy accepted the invitation and swung it over long on for 6.
Well, it's width. It is width, and if you give a batsman like Jason Roy a chance to get his hands at the ball, I don't think he's timed that anywhere near as well he was like. And Jason Holder, probably the tallest man on the pitch, is down in the deep, still got over the top of him.
Shepherd again to Roy, and Roy again hits this in the air, hasn't gone as far, it's gone into the hands of Jason Holder at long on. Roy has to depart, and Shepherd gets the wicket. It's a good 1-2. Roy looking to hit another 6. Holding out to Holder, standing on the long on boundary, just inches inside of the boundary, taking an easy catch. And England are 1 man down, 33 for 1.
Good catch by Jason Holder. Didn't need his height this time on the boundary. Jason Roy will be disappointed with that attempt and that shot. The bat just twisted in his hand. Mentioned the ball before. He didn't look as though he quite timed it, but he got enough of the middle of the bat on the ball to get it over the rope and over Jason Holder for 6. That one was a little bit different, a little bit higher up on the bat. Not a stable base by any stretch of the imagination for Jason Roy to hit that shot. And the bat's just twisted in his hand. It hit high and up on the bat, didn't go anywhere near as far. Shepherd gets his first wicket. Holder takes the catch. England danger man is gone.
Yeah, the new man is Vince. James Vince comes in. That's a good wicket there for the West Indies. They'll perhaps feel a little reprieve that Roy is gone, because we all know that he is one man that can take this game away from the West Indies. They'll be happy to see him back in the pavilion. Shepherd at only his 2nd ball. First was struck for 6. He wasn't shy again to bowl that line and that length. Held it back a little bit. Here he comes with the ball, his first ball to Vince, and Vince is cutting beautifully. Back with a point. Good effort there to stop the ball by Robert Paul, but it's gone into the boundary for 4. And that's James Vince. Very stylish, very classic kind of cricketer. He gets a boundary, just like he did, though I must tell you, on Saturday. And then he got on the next ball.
Yeah, he did. He hit a rank long hop straight to extra cover. He could have hit it anywhere else in the Kensington Oval, and he picked the fielder out at extra cover. But this is, a lot of people talk about James Vince and the quality player he is, and we've just seen there. What a lovely shot. Time timed to perfection.
Here comes Shepherd now in again and bowls to Vince. And Vince this time is cutting again, but there's a sweeper this time, so he won't get 4. He'll just get a single on this occasion. And he'll take that single quite gleefully as well. 38 for 1 in over number 4.
What you get with Vince is a different role to Jason Roy. Jason Roy is about power, where James Vince is more about touch. He's a fantastic touch player. He has got power, he can clear the rope, but in the power play you'd more often than not see James Vince pierce the field rather than try and go over the top.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Banton, and Banton this time is getting one on the line of the yaw stump, stabs it into the ground, but he can still get 1, and Banton goes quietly on to 9 from 5. It's 39 for 1.
Too inexperienced in international cricket at the crease, and players are playing for not their careers, but trying to stake a claim in this top order of the England T20 international side, which is missing Butler, Besto and Stokes. 3 powerful players, so they'll desperately want to show what they can do, but also have me mindset. They're mindful of the total on the board that the West India have posted.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This one is hit in the air. There's a miscue. It's not going to go into anyone's hands. It's gone into no man's land at a very short third man position. And luckily there for Vince that he was able to get a couple of runs and not lose his wicket, because he miscued that, looking to turn it in the onside. He got a leading edge. It flew into the air, but safely down to third man for a couple of runs to end the over. 41 for 1 after 4 overs here on Talksport 2 as England chase the Windies' mammoth 225. Here's Steve Harbison.
Yeah, heart in the mouth stuff a little bit there for the England batsman as the ball went up in the air. Also just got enough on it to get it outside the 30-yard circle. Jason Holder's going to come on from the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand, changing up from Sheldon Cottrell. So left arm goes, tall right arm seamer comes in. Interesting that Kieran Powell is sticking to his fast men, not bringing spin into play too early, different to what he was looking for in the Sunday game, the second T20 international. He tried to keep Pearce on the ball in the first power play.
So Jason Holder has actually switched ends. He's moved now from the Joel Garner end, from the Malcolm Marshall end to the Joel Garner end. He comes in now and bowls to Banton, and Banton is playing this one down to short third man. Well fielded, very, very well fielded there by Fabian Allen. No run. Why did you think he would have changed ends so soon? What would have caused him to perhaps think that he will get perhaps a better line of length from that end?
No, I just think I think you've got to be so flexible nowadays, Barry. I don't think you can say, right, this is my end, I'm going to stick to it. I think as a captain, you have to ask your bowlers to be flexible, happy to bowl at either end.
Here he comes in now, bowls to Banton. Banton turns this into the air, out to mid-wicket for 1. Oh, I think it'll come back for second. That was not good fielding there. Got to be very short, but that's Hayden Walsh Jr., the substitute fielder, coming onto the ground, and he was certainly caught napping. He got to it quickly, but he didn't pick it up, and they were able to get 2 runs.
No, this is poor fielding from the substitute. Poor fielding for the substitute, because just knock the momentum a little bit there, like allowing the batsman to get back on strike.
Comes in again and bowls a slow delivery, swung away over the mid-wicket area. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. Well played there by Banton. 4 runs to him, his first 4. He's also had a 6. He's got 15 now from 8, and England keeping in check with the Windies. 47 for 1 after 4.3.
Well, if I'm Jason Holder here, I am absolutely abusing Hayden Walsh Jr. That should have been a single. James Vince should have been on strike. Wouldn't have. Well, saying that, it was a poor ball by Jason Holder, but he probably wouldn't have bowled that ball at James Vince, and England get a boundary. And these are the things that can just change momentum, and a momentum shift when you feel as though you've got a side where you want them.
Here comes Holder in and bowls to Banton, and Banton is pulling in the air, but safely out to the mid-wicket area. They get 1, and they come out for the second. Hayden Walsh gets the familiar jeer by the crowd, but let me tell you, had he thrown that just a little quicker, I think that Banton might have been run out.
Wow, that in the end, when he's picked it up and thrown it in, he nearly redeemed himself. This hits the stumps, and I think Banton short. I really do. He's managed to get to the ball quickly this time. Made sure he got 2 hands on the ball. Banton was gone for all money if this hits the stumps. Oh, how close was that?
Here comes holding on balls to Banton again, and Banton on drives to the mid-on area. Captain Karen Pollard is there, just 1. The 50 comes up for England. Banton goes to 18. Vince has got 7. Roy went earlier for 20. This is still a very good start, and the game is even Stevens, because the Windies were 47 for 1 at this stage. England are 50 for 1. They're still within the required rate, and the West Indies will need to pick up some wickets. England will need to keep this momentum, but it's all happening here at Kensington in Bridgetown, Barbados. As Holder about to bowl his last ball of the second, as he comes in down, bowls to Vince, and Vince gets a short ball that he's guiding down to short fine leg, can't score. The over ends here on TalkSport 2 with England needing 225. They are 50 for 1 after 5 overs. As we go back to Andrew McKenna and Gareth Batty.
Thank you, lads. Got ourselves a good game of cricket here. 225. The target for England to win this. The highest score, by the way, to win a T20 game at Barbados, batting second, is 153. So we're significantly over that. And 224 for 5 by the West Indies, their highest total that they've made in the Caribbean. So we are very much in record territories for this. But Gareth Batty, Tom Banton, 18 from 10. James Vince, 7 from 4. The England not out men.
Yeah, when you're chasing 11 and over, very nice and relatively calm to do it in a power play. It's these middle overs that are approaching us now. When the spin comes on, the field goes back, pace off bowlers to keep hitting it over the fielders is not an easy thing to do, and it will be a real mark of some of these young players. Can they keep taking the high risk to get that 225?
Akeal Hussain is coming into the attack for his left arm spin. He's going to be bowling to Tom Banton, and he comes left arm around and doesn't deliver. Has a look as to whether Tom Banton was going to shuffle in the crease or not, and he didn't.
I love a bit of gamesmanship. That's just trying to get a bit of a heads up about what Bantam's going to do. He's got a rep of being a sweeper, reverse sweep, normal sweep.
Let's see what he does then. Hussain, left arm around. Banton comes down to meet it and pings it back over the bowler's head. You hear the cry from Shai Hope, catch it. Well, that might have taken him with it if he got his hands on that one. That's pinged all the way. It's a boundary 4. Banton goes to 22 from 11.
Yeah, Banton keeping him guessing. From the stats and the information given, you would say that's probably second or third option for him. Not known for running down and hitting over mid-off. Mid-off's up. He saw the pocket, he saw the gap. Great skill from Banton. 22 off 11. He's just going along very nicely.
54 for 1. England. Hussain goes in. Oh, Banton swung him high and hard into the leg side and way over the rope. It's cleared the big scoreboard. There's one of those scoreboards which is a huge screen that can show pretty much anything. It's cleared the surrounding of that and out to the ground and into the industrial estate out the back. We've seen some big sixes this evening. That is up there with the best of them, Gareth Batty.
No, that's why this young fella comes with a massive rap. Not really done anything wrong there, saying he stuck it in a decent area. Banton, big stride down the pitch, expansive swing, a lap slog. Like you say, it goes sailing over that massive sight screen. We'll get it flashed up on the screen. 106 metres, he's just whacked that. Hussain under real pressure. 2 balls, 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4. He's still got 4 balls to get out the over.
Well, so far in the previous 2 games, Saturday 1 for 16 from 4, 1 for 15 from 3 overs. So this is a bit of a new territory for Akeal Hussain in this series. In the fact that he's straight away under pressure, 2 balls in, 4 and 6.
Yeah, and we saw in the first innings there was a little bit of purchase for the England spinners, but if you are just offline, we know it's a decent surface tonight and you get full values for your strokes. So apart from Well, at the moment, apart from Adil Rashid, it's a bit harsh on Shepherd. He's only bowled 2 balls, but he's the one that's come out on top, and he's used that little bit of hold in the surface to his advantage. If you get it wrong, though, watch out. England have to. They're pushed into a corner. They have to go at 11 and over. They have to hit 4s and 6s.
Well, the delay is because we're having to find another ball. So the officials are coming out and they're trying to find one of a similar kind of standard. Rovman Powell, the highlight of the day so far, his first T20 International 100, 107 from 53 balls. The bowling figures for England, well, 5 of the bowlers each took a wicket. Topley, Garton, Mills, Livingston and Rashid. But Livingston's 3 overs went at 14 and over. George Garton's 4 overs went at 14 and a quarter. Reece Topley's 1 for 30 at 7.5 was pretty good. Adil Rashid 1 for 25 from 4, that's 6 and a quarter, but everyone else was in double figures. Right, we have a new rock, and Tom Banton can settle back in. 28 from 12, England 60 for 1. Final ball of the first power play, final over of the first power play period. Third ball of the over, Banton stays deep, sort of driven hard into the ground by Hussain, grips a little bit and off the back foot. Banton only finds Kyron Pollard no run.
Yeah, good comeback from Hussain. Under pressure, drives it into the surface. We did see a little bit of spin. Banton can't do a lot with that delivery.
Hussain around the wicket. Back foot is punching. On this occasion is Banton. Again, only finds the West Indian skipper. And there's no run.
Carbon copy of the previous ball. Sometimes you've got to do it ugly when you're under pressure after your first 2 balls, and he's just driving it into the surface. Top of the stumps. One might spin, one might not.
Akeal Hussain takes 4 or 5 paces. That's wide of off stump. Banton goes down onto one knee and is trying to whip it away through square leg mid-wicket. It turns and bounces, and Shoaib takes it, sort of jumping almost behind the stumps. No run. It's a very different end of the over to the start. 4, 6 and 3 dots. What are we going to get final ball? Hussain is in on middle stump. Banton pushes to long off and will take a single. So that is the power play period done and dusted. 61 for 1 from that first 6 overs. To give you a comparison, West Indies were 54 for 2. So England a touch ahead in terms of runs. 1 less wicket down as well. So that is the situation at the end of 6. Jared Kimber is our analyst here on TalkSport 2.
Gareth Batty, I thought I'd ask you about Akeal Hussain, just because I think the thought in the West Indies camp at the moment is that he's a very good power play bowler, but maybe not as good in the middle overs. They're really trying to push him towards that Samuel Badri or Imad Wasim type position. What about his bowling makes him better with the new ball, do you think, than he might be with the older ball?
I think it's just nature of the beast with a new ball. Some run onto the stumps and some hold in the pitch, like we saw in that over. His first 2 balls, he didn't quite commit to the first one, and Banton plays a nice shot. You can kind of accept that. Second one, he just bowled it into an area, which Banton's taken advantage. The last 4 balls, he's driven into the surface. You don't know whether it's going to spin or not with the newer ball then.
Kyron Pollard's bringing himself on to bowl, and that's a pretty slow, floated up delivery that Banton can just push down the pitch, no run.
So then how much of it is just that he's comfortable with the new ball and that's what works, or how much of it is that he needs a natural variation more than perhaps another spinner?
Good question.
Pollard turns at the end of his run, and he's on his way past the umpire, bowls right arm over. Banton on the back foot, forcing it to extra cover, and Mario Shepherd picked it up clean and thought about a shy at the non-striker's end, but the single is taken. Banton goes to 30, England 62 for 1, brings Vince back on strike.
He strikes me as a bowler that doesn't particularly want to bowl somebody out. He wants to bowl lots of dot balls and then somebody whacks it up in the air. So having that newer ball, and he's always bowling between the tram lines, challenging stumps, challenging pads, he will feel like he'll take his wickets by people playing rash shots.
Pollard in, wide of off stump. Vince can hit that through points. There is a cover sweeper in place, so it is just a single 63 for 1.
Which bowling in the middle, and we see Adil Rashid do it brilliantly. He has different change-ups. He can sort of manoeuvre the batter across the crease to maybe bowl 2 or 3 balls to set him up for a certain shot, which is a little bit more skill. It's a little bit more in-depth thinking.
Pollard on his way once again. Banton from the crease line pushes it into the offside. Pooran running away to his right hand side, dives to prevent the ball going out of the 30-metre circle, and it's just a single 64 for 1.
Without seeing a lot of him and seeing him in the nets, I would suggest he could do both. He looks like a talented spinner. Showed in that last over. He's under serious pressure after 2 balls, but he came in and spun the ball, and there was still a lot on offer that you could say, well, no, there's no reason why he can't bowl in the middle.
Pollard once again, short ball. Vince pulls that away. Sweeper out on the square leg boundary is Rothman Powell, and it is just a single 65 for 1.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they go, because they have Fabian Allen, who's obviously a second spinner, but is basically the same kind of spinner. I know, slightly different, but left arm finger spinner again. Rakeem Cornwall, you would say, is probably gone because of the fitness issues now. Roston Chase, I don't think is in their plans.
Pollard to finish the over. Banton goes on the reverse, but makes no contact, and it goes through to Shahert on the second bounce. End of the over, 7 gone. England 65 for 1, trying to make 225 to win this third T20 here on TalkSport 2.
So you'd say their best other option is probably going to be Hayden Walsh Jr., who we haven't seen at all, I don't think, in this series so far, but he's the leg spinner who I think represented America briefly, and then the West Indies, one of the best fielders you'll ever see. It'd be interesting. He can't bowl in the power play, so he could be a very good foil for Akil Hussain then.
Yeah, I get the feeling that half of the reason why Hussain bowls in the power play is because the captain wants to bowl in the middle and almost take the role of a spinner. You know, he's taking pace off now. He does it quite well. He goes wide of the crease and looks to bowl cutters across the ball, so it's not all just angling into pads. He might just hold it on the right-handers. I think he sees himself as kind of the second spinner role if he wants to take pace off.
Here is Hussain then for his second over. James Vince is giving himself some room, backing away, and hits to the cover sweeper, who is Nicholas Pooran, and it is a single 66 for 1. I'm glad you mentioned Hayden Walsh Jr. there, Jared. We did actually see him for a couple of balls on the field as 12th man earlier, but yeah, it's a really interesting story. Born in the US Virgin Islands, therefore is a US citizen, played for them in one-day internationals, made his debut against Papua New Guinea, but since 2019 has been playing for the West Indies. Oh, Tom Banton's climbed into that from Hussain. That's another big one. It just avoids the scoreboard at mid-wicket, and that is another full 6 of the best. Banton goes to 37, England 72 for 1.
Oh, Hussain drives the ball into middle and leg stump, just back of a length. It's certainly not short enough for a pull shot. Banton gets back, holds his left side in, and whips it up and away off the back foot through sort of straight mid-wicket. What a shot this is. The skill level to get deep in the crease, hold his balance and get it up and over. Wow, this fella is a real player. He really is.
96 metres, and it looked as easy as you like. Whoa, we have seen some batting today. I mean, wow, we have seen some shots. England need him to carry on. 72 for 1. 225 the target. Banton 37 from 21 balls. Hussain has reloaded, hurries this one on to leg stump, just turns it into the leg side and will set off for a single. Fabian Allen coming off the mid-wicket boundary does the fielding. 73 for 1.
It sounds easy, but that's all England have got to do for the next 18 overs. Pop one out of the ground and then knock 5 singles. They win the game.
That is easy, yeah.
Hussain for the 4th ball. Vince gives himself some room. Off the back foot, over long, off for 6. Whoa! Well, it might not be the longest of the night, but that's up there with the most cultured shots of the night, most definitely. It's been taken in the crowd as well. Vince gave himself some room. That's hit actually quite low on the bat, and it's still cleared the rope and lands 15 rows deep in the stands. It goes 80 metres, and James Vince is getting in on the 6 hitting now.
I'll tell you what this is like. It's when you're in a net with your mate, and your mate just wants one. He just says, just stand to the side, I just want to run up and bowl one. And you just stand in and climb into it and whack it. That's basically what Vince did. It was nonchalant. Now he just whacked it back to win, hit it over long off. It went miles. Wonderful shot, really was.
James Vince now is striking at 200. He's got 16 from 8. Banton 38 from 22. This is game on. This is a really good game of cricket. England need to be scoring at 11.8. They're currently going at 10.3, with plenty still to come. Akil Hussain comes in. Vince gives himself some room, but picks out Kyron Pollard an extra cover. Trying to repeat the dose. If he got it either side, it was probably rushing away for a boundary, but he's picked out the big man. The West Indian skipper takes the catch, and James Vince is gone. He knew from the moment it left its bat he had a problem there. Akil Hussain has got a wicket, he's got his man, and James Vince leaves for 16 from 9 deliveries, and England are 79 for 2.
Now this is possibly the challenge for one, the spinner Hussain, but two, the batters. Some balls are staying in the surface and gripping fractionally, not a huge amount. So the ball before, Vince has managed to get deep, use the fact it stayed in the pitch to get it up and over mid-off. Tries the same, this ball Hussain rushes it on. It's a little bit straighter, it's going into middle and leg. Didn't give Vince the time to get up and over the ball, to get it over the big Pollard extra cover, skims it hard at his head. Pollard does not miss them. He absolutely pings it up into the air with delight that they've got a wicket. James Vince, short stay, 16 off 9, 79 for 2 England.
So the England captain comes to the crease, Moeen Ali. If you weren't with us at the top of the show at 7:30, Owen Morgan, during the warm-ups, felt his quad, got a bit concerned, so stood down. So he was one of 5 changes that England made for this evening's game. Moeen Ali stepping up and captaining England once again in his absence. And Moeen Ali comes to the crease.
One delivery remaining.
Moeen got a first baller on Saturday and then 31 from 24 on Sunday. And he settles in for the final ball of the 8th over. Hussain's second. He's going to bowl left arm around to Moeen Ali, and he gives it a little bit of air. Oh, and Moeen Ali's almost clipped that one to the short mid-wicket. Kyron Pollard it is who is stationed there. It's the end of the over. 8 gone. 79 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. Just a reminder, of course, TalkSport 2, your home for the EFL, and this weekend we bring you 3 live and exclusive championship commentary. Amongst them, Huddersfield Stoke on Friday and Fulham against Blackpool on Saturday afternoon. So make sure you've got the app fired up and just swipe left or right between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, and you can have your choice of listening on us.
Well, don't go anywhere here, folks, because 12 and over on this surface, there's going to be some entertainment in the remaining overs. England have to keep going.
Here's Banton then to face Pollard. It's a slow full toss actually outside of off stump that Banton gets across and will whip through to wide long on. We'll come back for a couple. 81 for 2. I'm glad you mentioned this surface because we weren't sure how this was going to play. It's bang next door, the very next strip to the surface that Saturday's game was played on, which was, if we're being honest, pretty ordinary. But with the scores and the shots that we've seen, Gareth, this has got to be an awful lot better than we were witnessing there. Pollard in, outside of off stump. Banton goes hard at this, up and over point, and it's away for another boundary. It goes for 4. England 85 for 2. Tom Banton 44 now from 24.
Yeah, I think this shot tells you all you need to know about the surface. The big fella Pollard, obviously he's bowling from a pretty big height, just shows a little bit of width to Banton, and Banton holds on the back foot and carves it with an open blade up and over, backward point for 4. It just shows there's good pace and bounce in this surface, and you get value for your strokes.
Pollard goes wide on the crease. Banton helps himself into the leg side using the angle, whips it around. Fabian Allen does the fielding. It's a single. That's 7 from 3 balls in this over already. England 86 for 2, and Moeen Ali comes down on strike.
Yeah, I must admit though, we're obviously not at the ground, and you get a better feel for it when you're at the ground, but at halfway point I thought it was quite a long way over par. But the way England have started this innings, you're actually saying it's, you know, a little bit over par, maybe 10 runs or so. You're saying it's an absolute belter of a 2020 surface where both sides have every chance of cleaning up 200. great entertainment for everybody that's out there, and hopefully for people listening.
Pollard in for the 4th ball of the over, staying over the wicket to Moeen Ali. It's a slower ball bouncer. Now, is that going to get called wide for height? Yes, it is. And England's score goes to 87 for 2.
Harsh when we're seeing the ball disappear all over the place. The bowler misses his bouncer by maybe, I don't know, a metre. It's only, well, it's a decent way over Moore's head, but core blimey, bowlers don't have a lot going for them on days like this.
So skipper reloads. Here he comes again, outside of off stump. Oh, Moeen's got completely underneath this, scoops it up into the air, and will be caught on the point. Field on the edge of the 30-metre circle, and Moeen Ali, well, he got a first ball duck on Saturday. He's got a second ball duck on Wednesday. England are 87 for 3, and Kieran Pollard has a bit of a gift of a wicket. It's bowled as an off-spinning cutter. Moeen Ali didn't move his feet, was reaching for it, and it just lobbed up into the air.
Yeah, it's a similar sort of plan to the first game. This time it's Pollard getting very wide of the crease, so the angle then going out on that wide line is pretty big to Moeen Ali, trying to get his arms out away from himself. With it being a cutter as well, he sort of threw the shot a little bit early, catches the sort of top lower edge of the bat and loops up to point. Similar in so many ways for the line of that first game, where he got a full ball that he spooned into a similar area. It's good thinking from the West Indies. Difficult for Moeen because he's got to go in from ball one. There is no such a thing as a sighter when you're chasing 12 and over. You've got to sort of go from ball one. You've got to be off and running. One a ball is not cutting it. You know you need 2 a ball. Very difficult.
And it brings Liam Livingstone to the crease for his first appearance in this series. He's been ill, so wasn't able to play in the first couple of games, and he wanders out to the non-strikers end. Liam Livingstone and Tom Banton. This could be exciting, folks. Banton on 45, waits for Pollard, plays it gently into the offside because all the fielders on the leg side are out deep, and there's going to be an easy 2, and the ball has only just got outside of the 30-metre circle. Brilliant batting, good awareness from England, and they'll take the 2 on offer, 89 for 3.
Yeah, definitely need more of that, England. If they can steal an extra run here and there with good running, only going to make the case a bit easier for chasing this 225 huge score.
Pollard to finish his second over, 1 for 14 so far. Again goes wide, outside the off stump. Banton hammers it into the ground. Mario Shepherd at extra cover will do the fielding, and that is 9 overs in the book. 90 for 3. England needing 225 to win, so it's 135 more runs from 66 deliveries. Gareth Batty.
Yeah, exciting times for the England fans. Liam Livingstone, pretty much the pin-up boy for the last year, 18 months in white ball cricket from an England perspective, and you can tell he's confident. He's always been a confident lad, but he walked out like a gunslinger. This is the sort of thing he loves. He wants to know that he's got to go out there and hit 4s and 6s. He wants to entertain. Let's hope he lives up to the billing this evening. It's not going to be easy, make no mistake. I'm not trying to tee him up for the fall, but the way that he goes about his business, there's a lot to like as an England fan.
Just as from a coaching point of view and a team selection point of view, your next 2 batters for England are Brook and Salts, whichever way round that is. 2 debutants. Would you maybe have tried to split them up if you could? Or is it just the way that the game has worked out, there's nothing you can do about it?
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Because and they both bat at the top of the order. They both bat 1, 2, 3, Salt at the top, and I think Brook bats more at 3 or opens. So it's going to be a foreign situation for them, whatever happens from now on.
Well, Rovman Powell's got ball in hand. It's been his night so far. What can he do? First ball turned on the leg side by Banton to long on, and they will take a single there. Banton will go to 49, 91 for 3. Rovman Powell is someone who does a bit of all-rounders. I mean, he is a batsman, but he can do a bit in terms of the all-rounder duties. 4 wickets in T20 internationals at 28.5, a best of 2 for 31.
When he came through, everyone thought he was going to be an all-rounder. I think when he was quite young, he bowled around 125, 130, and everyone thought, well, as he matures and gets older, he might be able to put some pace on. He still bowls roughly at that pace, and what he hasn't really been able to do is he doesn't move the ball sideways very much. He doesn't have excellent soil balls. What's happening here, Mako?
It's like Livingston is gipping, or
Liam Livingston has been ill, and Steve Harmison told us that he'd been speaking with Liam Livingston, and he said on Sunday he'd only just started to be able to keep food down. But it looks like Liam Livingston hasn't faced a ball yet, but he appears to be struggling.
I tell you what, he's giggling a lot for someone who's almost nearing being sick. He's going right between the two, isn't he?
I'm going by Liam Dawson's face. He just took a bit of a swig of water and then something flew out of his mouth, and judging by Liam Dawson, that wasn't pleasant what he just witnessed.
No, I mean, I saw it as well. I thought it was more than just water coming back out.
Yeah, let's just say draw a veil over it, but Liam Dawson, you might want to get upwind.
I suppose we can finish it with a positive that it is the doctor out there, not the physio. So I would suggest it's continuing on from why he didn't play the first 2 games.
One of you will remember 1996 World Cup.
Neil Smith.
It was Neil Smith. Was it against the UAE? Vomited?
Yes.
Phil de Freitas not do that as well in a game.
Yes, I believe you're right.
And of course there was Dean Jones who got the daily double.
What is it about Australians? Why did you need to bring that up?
Well, it literally brought it up as well. Yes. Yes. Well, we are now just past 11 o'clock in the evening. I think we can get away with it. Ofcom, if you are listening, I apologise if we need to. Right, so we've got a pause in play to recap where we are then. 1-1 in the series, game number 3. Therefore, one of these teams will be 2-1 up by the end of the evening and take us into Saturday and Sunday. It is back-to-back games next weekend. We'll be on air just before 7:30 for both of those. 8 o'clock first ball. And it'll be significant, obviously, this evening, because being 2-1 up with 2 to play, as I said earlier on in the evening, it's not to say you can't lose a series from being 2-1 up to 2 to play, but it's a heck of a lot harder than the other way around, let's be fair. So this is a big game for these teams this season.
Yeah, and we go back to it. There was a momentum shift in that second T20 on the Sunday night with that performance from Shepherd, and they're saying at the end, West Indies lost that game, but it certainly did not dent their confidence. Sometimes you can lose well, and I think we've seen that this evening. That it's a confident team. They're going about their business in a confident manner. And Powell, I mean, to come in and play like he did, absolutely phenomenal. Played with huge skill. Obviously power, yeah, we're not getting away from that. But we're also seeing the bowlers just having a bit more of a plan of what they're looking to do. Pollard going to all his experience. He's done Moeen Ali now 2 in 2 games, going very wide of the crease, bowling it wide and getting it out there. It's all well and good having information that people like Gerard pass on to you. It's another thing as a player being able to use it to your advantage. I think the West Indies have just possibly outfoxed us on a couple of things.
Right, gentlemen, let's play.
Well, let's play, says the umpire. And Liam Livingston is back and is in his crease. Well, he's coming straight out of his crease. He's coming to meet Rovman Powell on this occasion. Takes the ball on the body and it dribbles out on the offside. And there's no run.
Is that where you want to be hit just after feeling a little bit sick? I think that just hit him on the lower end of the belly, didn't it?
Yeah, let's say it was stomach rather than just a bit below it.
Well, I don't think either are particularly good for Liam Livingston at the moment.
Yeah, interesting approach.
One thing I will say is West Indies, I think, already at this point have bowled more slower balls than England did in their entire innings.
Rovman Powell goes in once again, and again Livingston is coming to meet the ball. Plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. There is no run.
There've been less easy shots, if that makes sense. So you felt like some of the shots the West Indians were playing were just meat and drink sort of shot. Don't get me wrong, I'm not taking a thing away from them. They're wonderful shots, whereas we've had to play extreme shots more often for our boundaries.
Liam Livingston waits, bat raised, comes again to meet Rovman Powell, tries to work it through square leg, There's a fielder out on the boundary converging on it, and therefore it will be just a single. So Livingston is up and running. He's got 1 from 3 balls. England 92 for 3, trying to make 225.
2 balls to go and Rodman Powell's over. He bowls at about 120 k's an hour, probably even slower than Pollard and also about a foot shorter. If he can get away with this over at under 6, this could be a massive over. He might not even bowl another one in the game.
Tom Banton, 49, not out, comes to meet it and punches down the ground with no real timing. I think he wanted more than 1, but 1 will take him to 50, 1 will take him to his second T20 international 50. He's got there from 29 balls. England at 93 for 3 with 1 ball left of the 10th over.
Yeah, he's turning talent into output, young Tom Banton. We know how gifted he is. Anybody that's seen any county cricket, anybody that's watched England under 19s, etc., we know how talented he is, and now he's starting to put it into a 172 strike rate and getting England into a position.
Final ball of the over. Livingston's come down the pitch. It's gone high, hard and handsome over square leg. Well, he's been coming at Rodman Powell every ball that he's faced. He got hold of that one though. It goes for 6, Livingston goes to 7. England at the halfway mark on 99 for 3. They're trying to make 225, so they're not quite halfway in terms of the run scoring, but they're getting their move on. 99 for 3. Livingston 7, Banton 50.
Liam Livingston, hey, back in the old routine. It's taking him 4 balls. He charges down the pitch, gets too close to his body, and he gets that big right hand persuader into the action and whips it up and over mid-wicket. Goes miles, 100 metres hit every day of the week. That is what he's been doing all summer for the last sort of year, 18 months, where he's burst onto the scene. He was always super talented. Now he's really turning it into a currency in England colours. If he's out there for these next 10 overs, England won't be far off this massive score of 225.
The next 5 overs come from Steve Harmison and Barry Wilkinson.
It's going to be the captain, Kieran Pollard, now steams in and bowls to Banton, and Banton on this occasion comes down the pitch and whips it through mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, he'll just get 1. But when you look at the comparison, the West Indies were 99 for 2 at this stage. England are 100 for 3. It's even Stevens. This game is on par, and I think Roland Butcher said correctly, Steve Harmison, don't get too carried away by that 224. If England get it right, they could win.
Yeah, England get it right, but it's a big if, and who's going to play that Rodman Powell type innings? Liam Livingston has it in his locker, but is he 100% fit and strong?
Here comes Pollard now into bowl to Livingston. Pollard doesn't deliver. I think again he is just warning Banton about stepping out of his crease, backing up too far, and saying to him, look, I'm going to man-can you. That's the first warning.
No, I don't think it was Banton. I think it was Livingston. I think he was waiting for Livingston to come out of his crease to do it. I think Banton might have been just home. I think that was a glaring look at Livingston more than Banton. This is going to be a good battle.
Here he comes in that bowls to Livingston, and Livingston is driving nicely along the carpet out to long on. He's actually walking the single. I think you're right. He's not 100%, is he?
No, he's not 100%. I think that's why they took the drinks break that little bit earlier. And Kieran Powell and Liam Livingston having a conversation with each other. I don't think it's heated. There's not much smiles on faces, but I think a little exchange between two powerful warriors of the T20 game. But England need Liam Livingston to be 100% here, because he's the man they need to get anywhere near this total.
Here goes Pollard and bowls. This one is cracked through extra cover. They should get a couple, or they're just going to get one. Just one run. This is good cricket from the West Indies. Nicholas Pooran is the man down there. Brandon King, correction, is the man down there on the boundary. And just one run.
Yeah, that's good cricket from the West Indies. And in the first half, Rodman Powell, that's the beauty about of his innings. And he was hitting 100-metre sixes, but he was also running like a 100-metre sprinter to get back on strike. He would have gotten 2 there. And that's what England are going to probably lose with Liam Livingston not feeling 100%.
Pollard bowls to Livingston, who's driving straight to cover, and there is no run. Well, Powell comes from the land of speed. He's very good friends with Usain Bolt, so something should have rubbed off.
It did rub off. I wonder if Usain Bolt can hit a ball out the ground as close to out the ground as what Rodman Powell can. Massive cricket fan is Usain Bolt.
Oh, indeed he is. Here comes Pollard into bowl to Livingston, and Livingston is pulling in the air. Chance for a catch down to backward square. No, it's going to land into no man's land in the end. but Allen picks up, throws it in, and they'll get 2 more runs.
Not quite timing the ball, Liam Livingston. See the potential, a little bit of rust. Not feeling 100%. That there, high on the splice bounce from Kieran Pollard, who just takes all the pace off the ball, off cutting into the pitch, making Liam Livingston have to hit everything cleanly, especially to the long boundary.
Comes again, ball to Livingston. That's a wide delivery outside the line of the off-stop, signal wide there by the umpire. So 105 for 3 in over number 11. Livingston has got 10 from 7. Banton has got 52 from 31, 3 4s, 3 6s. But this is a good game we've got on our hands. But you're right, 120 from 55 balls. They have to keep the momentum and even go a gear higher if they want to win this.
100%, Barry, 100%. They do need to keep the foot on the pedal.
Pollard in again down balls, and this one is swung quite powerfully, but it will not get anywhere beyond the long on position for a single. So 11 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. It's 106 to 3 England, Banton 52, Livingston 11. Earlier the West Indies 224 for 5. Here's Steve Harmison.
Good over by the West Indian captain, Kieran Pollard. He's managed to restrict England to 4 singles of 2, and obviously the wide that's in there. 7 runs off the over. It's a huge shift in the required rate. Now needing 13, just over, a touch over 13 runs per over. We've got Liam Livingston at the crease on 11, who is not feeling 100% in health and in strength. I think we've seen that hitting into the longer side boundary. But Tom Banton so far 52 off 31 balls. His second T20 international 50. And England need this partnership to carry on.
It's going to be Shepherd now to bowl to Livingston, and Shepherd bowls a very, very wide delivery outside the off stump. Livingston doesn't have to move, signal a wide.
It was an early foot movement from Livingston as he trigger came right across, and I think that might have just put Shepherd off. Maybe he thought that Liam Livingston was going to advance across his stumps and down the crease. Shepherd's just gone accordingly, but he's gone too early.
Here he comes in again, Shepherd, and bowls to Livingston. Livingston gets another wide delivery, but this time he's swinging at it. It's gone in the air, out to cover, chance for catch, and the catch is taken. Oh, that's a really good catch there from Akeal Hussain. It was wide. Livingston didn't even have to hit it. He would have gone in the wide, I reckon, but he swung at it. It went very, very high. A good catch there taken by Hussain. He was actually having to run back, and he took it and he even fell back. But the important thing is that he held on. 107 now for 4.
Yeah, it was a fantastic execution of catch by Akeal Hussain. Had to go that little bit extra at the end. Managed to still keep a hold of it as he hit the deck. A little backflip. Liam Livingston goes for 11. England will be disappointed to lose Liam Livingston. There'll be question marks, undoubtedly question marks at Livingston and also at the England management group for Livingston playing in this game. If he felt any sort of ill effects of the illness he's had earlier in the week, the question marks to say why was he playing in the first place. Because he was playing, I know many people saying there's a lot of injuries, there's a lot of players not playing. I do think England had options.
Middle.
I think Liam Livingston was always going to come back in this game if he was fit and strong and 100%. I think the question mark from England fans was he 100%? Phil Salt to the crease on debut.
Yeah, you got that right. And here comes Shepherd, who's got 2 for 15 and bowls to Salt, and Salt gets another wide delivery outside there in the all-stump, taken there by the keeper, no run. Salt is no stranger. Well, I should say he's no stranger to playing in Barbados. He has played for the Barbados Tridents in the Caribbean Premier League, so he has played and represented Barbados already in T20 cricket.
I think did he not represent Barbados at youth level as well? I think under 15s he played for
That's
Barbados.
right, he did. So here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is wide again in the air. It's chipped out to the cover point position, and they're going to come back for 2. This could be close. A better throw, and Phil Salt would have been run out.
A good throw there, and I think it's Tom Banton who would have would have been the demise of Tom Banton. Nicholas Pooran on his heels a little bit. Again, good bowling by Shepherd. He's seen the England batsman just move across a touch, and he's gone wide again. A wide would have been wide if it was missed. Liam Livingstone, that would have been wided if it was missed, but no foot movement, trying to execute the balls with hands only has brought the demise of England's.
Shepherd bowls to Banton, wide again, very, very wide, and signalled there wide by umpire Gregory Baffett. The conversation on TalkSport 2 on Twitter is asking Paul in West London, England have no chance. Is there any rain coming, Barry? The answer, unfortunately, Paul, is no.
I don't think there's any rain coming. We got a bit last night, about 5:30. Myself and Mark Butcher got caught in a big severe rain shower.
This one is belted down the ground. That's gone for 6 out to long off. Banton at his best. Is he the man to play the Rothman Powell type innings? 60 from 34. He's belted another 6. He's got 4 now. It's 116 for 4. Paul in West London, put on your seatbelt.
Yeah, never mind. Is it raining, Paul? It's been raining 6s and 4s in this game so far. England need more of this.
Shepherd again to Banton, and Banton is swinging again. That's gone this time over long on for another 6. Banton at his best. You got that right. 66 now from 35. 122 for 4. England need now 103 from 49.
Yeah, that's much better from the England batsmen. Two batsmen now have fallen for the ball, just that little bit wider and not moving the feet, using the hands. This time Banton has got right across to the ball, got himself in a settled position, good balance, good base. 6 runs. Ball again. We're running out of sanitizer. We're going to need some more sanitizer here. I'm going to have to go to the shop. Somebody's going to have to go to the shop here and get some more sanitizer.
John Jackson is offering the sanitizer we've got inside here.
The ball's been sanitized that many times in this evening. It's ridiculous. ICC could be a bigger chitty into the ICC for expenses for more sanitizer if they keep going at this rate.
Perhaps the ICC should probably start a sanitization company.
Oh, now. Ooh, bitchy.
Well, look, Shepherd has got it again. This time he's going to come around the wicket. Here he comes in now and bowls to Banton. A slow delivery, but Banton is plundering it down to the long on. It's not in the air, so he'll just jog a single. Salt hasn't faced yet. Banton moves to 67. It's 123 for 4 after 12. Banton will keep the strike here on TalkSport 2, with England needing 102 more from 48 balls.
Captain Pollard bowled the over before, 7 runs off the over. Fantastic over from a West Indian point of view. But 17 runs off Shepherd's last over, 2 for 31. He has now off 2. Just evens the balance out, and Tom Banton, crucial single off that last ball of the over, back on strike to Kieran Pollard's last over, who has bowled fantastically well for his team.
Yeah, it's going to be Pollard to continue his final over. He's bowled 1 for 22 from 3. He's been tidy. Here he comes in now, bowls to Banton, and Banton is trying to reverse sweep. Doesn't time it. It just rolls down to the keeper, Shea Hope.
Just tried to hit it a little bit too hard. Got in position early, which is good. Short third man, backward point inside the circle. So the shot's on. Tom Banton plays the scoop, and he plays sweep and reverse sweep off the spin bowlers normally very, very well. That's his go-to shot. So the shot is on because both fielders are inside the 30-metre circle.
Pollard bowls to Banton, and this one is swung in the air, out to the long on area. That's going to go for 4. Is it 6? I think it's gone all the way. Over long on for a flat 6. Banton goes to 73 as the song of Sweet Caroline engulfs this ground here at Kensington Oval. It's certainly not Buju Banton, but another one that's making them sing. 129 for 4.
Yeah, fantastic shot there. That was placement. Banton moves across his stumps, and he gets the ball between right in the middle of the 2 fielders on the leg side.
Here he comes again and bowls to Banton. This time it's gone in the air. Chance for a catch. Catch taking that long on. That's the big wicket. Banton is gone. Pollard gets his revenge. You would think he won the World Cup with his celebration. You don't often see Kieran Pollard with that level of excitement, but he knows that that was the wicket that could win it for the Windies. 129 for 5, Banton gone for 73 from 39. What an innings that was, but he picked up the wrong man. Jason Holder does not drop many, and he held on to that quite well. The second he's got for the night, and Pollard as well has got 2 for 28. The Windies are back in the game.
Yeah, Captain Pollard comes to the party. A fantastic innings by Tom Banton, 73 off 39 balls. The 6 before, he gets in position early, goes for placement, gets the power on it. This time, just had to reach for it that little bit more. Kieran Pollard's just held it back in the length, which meant Tom Banton wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, didn't quite time it rightly, and instead of hitting it towards the wide, to access wide mid-wicket where he went the ball before, he's hit it straight down the throat of Jason Holder. 5 yards in off the boundary, pecking low down. And in comes the young Yorkshireman, Harry Brook, 22-year-old, on debut. Oh, what a place to come in and make your debut, and what a situation it is for him.
Yeah, this is a tough one. This is going to be a very tough ask for him. He's on strike as Pollard comes in and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. Pushes it into the offside, tempted to take a single. He's set back by Salt, who, mind you, has been out there for about 15 minutes but hasn't faced the ball as yet.
No, he's not faced the ball yet. England's run rate required is 11, just over 13 and over. Original run rate was 11. 2 debutants at the crease, face 1 ball between them. This is a huge ask.
Pollard in again and bowls to Brook, and Brook is delicately playing this down to the third man boundary, but there's a fielder there, Darren Bravo, so just 1 run, or actually 2, and Brook is off the mark. 131 for 5. England are ahead on the comparison. England 131, but they've lost 5. The Windies at this stage were 114, but they lost 2.
Yeah, that was a nice shot there by Harry Brook. Just used the pace of the ball from Kieran Pollard, pierced the field.
Pollard in again and bowls to Brook, and Brook gets a good delivery, short side of the off stump, cuts back into him, and he plays it down to the cover area for 1 to end the 13th over. England 132 for 5. They need 93 more from 42 balls here on TalkSport 2.
A good over by Pollard, 7 off his third over, 9 off his second over, 2 for 31 off 4 overs by the West Indian captain, showing his experience. When you're in a big, huge mammoth run chase, figures like that are the ones that tip the balance and sway the game in the favour when a bowler does bowl a very, very good and fine 4 overs, as Kieran Pollard has done.
So we saw a really good innings from the man from Somerset, Tom Banton, a 23-year-old who really lit up this crowd. He looks fearless. England have got some really good T20 cricketers, well, wet ball cricketers generally. Just wonder if they could try and transform that into their Test cricket game. It's going to be Jason Holder comes back now and bowls to Brook, who starts with a Yorker. They get 1, and that's all they will be. Played into the onside for 1 run, and finally Phil Salt will get to face.
Yeah, Phil Salt's going to get to face. That was a beauty by Jason Holder. First ball, Yorker, middling leg. I think that would have done for many lower order batsmen, but Harry Brook managed to keep the ball out. Phil Salt is on strike for the first ball in international cricket.
Here comes Holder and bowls to him, and this one is pulled. That's gone into the gap, down to the mid-wicket area. Well fielded, extremely well fielded down there by Fabian Allen. Salt gets a couple, but he stopped 2 as well. 135 for 5.
Yeah, backs up the fielding side, back up the bowlers. Gives the bowlers energy when fielders throw themselves around like that. I should say it was Phil Salt's first runs in T20 internationals.
This question coming from Paul in Ipswich. How many chances will James Vince get answer that after this. As this delivery is played out again to the mid-on area, they get one. They were thinking of coming back for the second. That will be ill-advised. Pollard has got the ball and just one.
Yeah, Pollard with a rocket arm in his usual place, down in the deep boundary at the end of an international match. And it's hard. It's hard for James Vince when you look at it. 200, a huge mammoth total to chase. 220 plus.
Here comes Holder in again and bowls to Brook. Brook drives, very stylish shot, but they will just bring him a single. 137 then for 5 at over number 14.
People will say a little bit Groundhog Day has been mentioned quite a few times in James Vince's international career. Test matches are pretty 30 and then nicked off and got out, and this is twice now in 3 games where he's hit a rank long hop, but a short ball straight to extra cover.
Holder in again and bowls to Salt, and Salt this time hits it back to Holder. I think he's dropped that, and he's also deflected it for a couple of runs. Holder is going to have to do their own fielding this bowling. I think he might have just put down Phil Salt.
That was hit hard. No catch. Colton bowled is ever easy. To go in the stick, a little bit of luck. It's flown back at Jason Holder, and I think it's hurt him. Yeah, calling for the physio. I don't think he's broken the skin, but potentially just wants to take a little bit of sting out of his left hand. I think it was his index finger and thumb. It's all he got. He managed to get on the ball. Potentially just try and take the sting out of the left hand before he carries on to bowl. So we're going to have a little bit of time now. Answer any questions that you've got to come in. I get the James Vince one, I really do. A lot of people will say again he's got a start in a game, but I'm sorry, it's a 20 over international game where you're chasing 225 to win. You literally got to go from ball one, and you'll be disappointed with the dismissal that he didn't execute the shot better. I still think James Vince is a fine player, but when you keep making similar mistakes, the same questions get asked.
A Yorkshireman, Paul from Yorkshire, is saying he's enjoying the commentary, enjoying the cricket, and he's wondering if you think that Otis Gibson coming as a new coach to Yorkshire would make a difference to their county championship side.
Oh, 100%. 100% will he make a great difference. Otis Gibson's one of the best coaches I've ever worked with. I had the fortune to play with the old man as well, and I will call him an old man. He'll not mind me saying it, because when he actually played in the same side as me, he was in and around his 40th birthday, so he was an old man. I think it's a great appointment for Yorkshire County Cricket Club. The wealth of experience, and he will improve their team no end.
So Holder's back with it again. Comes in and bowls to Salt, and Salt is driving in the air. Oh, what a stupendous effort for a catch. He almost had that at backward point. That was Akil Hussain diving like Superman at backward point. And I think he might have injured himself as well as the catch was dropped.
Phil Salt's walking off. Phil Salt thinks this is out. Phil Salt has just been told, and fair play to Shai Hope and Jason Holder, he's off the field. Phil Salt has now passed the pitch we played on Sunday as he's walking off the field. He thinks this is out. He thinks he's been given, but Shai Hope and Holder has told him, you better get back into your crease, because you're still in, my friend. And saying he's dived back a little bit like the catch he took that little bit earlier. He managed to hold on when he hit the deck, because it was one-handed. He's managed to bounce out and pop up, and I think he hurt his left shoulder there, which is something that he's going to need.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, he hasn't bowled yet. It looks to me now that there's going to be a bowling change, and he's going to come on now. So he did bowl, correction. That ball 2 overs for 25. He actually continued as well. So Hussain is going to come back. Salt has got 6, Brook has got 5. The scores are dead on. West Indies were 140 for 2. England are 140, but they've got 5 down. So there's still some hope for them, but this is where they really need to press home the advantage. So it's going to be Akil Hussein to continue now, and he bowls to Salt. Salt tails away and hits it down the ground. It's gone along the carpet, and they'll just get one run out to the long on area. 141 for 5.
Yeah, quick hands from Phil Salt. And the question that Paul asked about Yorkshire, I'll keep getting your questions in, because a lot of the players that are playing now, you see Harry Brook, 22-year-old Yorkshireman. Otis Gibson will make him a lot better, and he get valuable experience from playing in these tournaments around the world as well.
This one is outside the line of the leg, step and pull down to the backward square leg area for 1. Don't forget, continue to join the conversation at TalkSport2 on Twitter, and you have a chance to ask any question to the big fast bowler Steve Harmison. We've got just over a month, the Test series starting, with England playing another Test series after the Ashes debacle. First Test in Antigua, second right here in Barbados, and the third in Grenada, which is quite interesting. As Hussein comes in again now, bowls to Salt, and Salt is swinging over mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way for 6, is it? Yes, it has. Salt hits a 6. 148 for 5 now. And the Windies I don't think will be worried, but they will want to perhaps remove this partnership.
Yeah, Phil Salt, quick hands, go to the sweep very quickly. Gone for placement, didn't go for too much power, gone for placement to the 2 fielders on the leg side. Execute perfection.
Here he comes in now and bowls, and this time Salt is looking to swing, hit on the pad, the ball balloons square into the offside, and they get a leg by.
Yeah, good run in there by Harry Brook. And yes, get your questions in, no mind answering any question that you want to throw at me, apart from where would I have bowled at Rovman Powell, because I would have no idea. The way that guy hit it, I would have no idea.
Here comes Hussein now, bowls to Brook. Brook tails away as well and swings behind square. He gets 1, and that's all there will be. So the 150 is up, 150 for 5. England needs 75 from 31 balls. Required rate now 14.52. Perhaps they'll lose by a run like the Windies on Sunday. Here comes Hussein now and bowls to Salt. Salt this time gets the delivery that he's tailing away again, showing all of his stumps, and tugs the ball out to the long on area for another single to end the over, where the England side are 151 for 5 after 15. They need to get a further 74 runs from 30 balls. Salt's got 15, Brook has got 7, and they score here at Kensington Oval as we hand it back to Andrew McKenna and Gareth Patton.
Thank you, boys. Good finish here. 74 needed from 30. 2 debutants at the crease, Salt and Brook for England. Can they see them home? We will find out over the next few minutes. And on Tuesday, of course, it's our dedicated cricket show on TalkSport 2, the Cricket Collective. You can hear it every week, or you can download it from your favourite app store. Here, Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison reviewing the biggest stories and all of the issues around the game of cricket. Next week, they'll be reviewing this T20 series. Who will be the winner of it, though? Well, we need to find out who's going to win this one first. And Romario Shepherd is going to bowl the 16th. 2 for 31 so far from his 2 overs. He's bowling to Salt. Salt walks across the stumps and ends up hitting it back at the bowler. Shepherd gets a hand up, takes some pace off it, but they will take a single down to long on. 152 for 5. So which way is this going, Bats?
The heart is saying England, the head is saying the West Indies kind of have this covered off, I would suggest right now.
Harry Brook on strike, 7 from 7 for him. He gets a full toss outside of off stump, hits 2 long off, and it's just a single. 72 from 28. The West Indies are bowled really well. They look like they've got their plans in place and they've executed them really well, Gareth.
Yeah, they have. They've been very thought out, very planned. The overriding thing for me is looking at the 2 lads that are in, both very fine players, but often wouldn't bat much past this 15 to 20 over sort of mark.
Shepherd goes in. Salt swings hard, but you can tell just from the stump microphone there, the noise that it made off the bat, it was low on the bat, it was a bit plinky sounding. It trickles out to the long on fielder Jason Holder, and it's just a single. 3 balls, 3 singles this over, 154 for 5.
Yeah, so married up with some good planning and some good execution from West Indians, it makes it very, very difficult. It's one thing when you've started at the top of the innings and you're batting through, but to go in sort of fresh, 14, 15, 16, it's a tough skill set.
Shepherd goes in. Brook is digging this out on the offside. Shepherd is bowling a really good over here. Again, there's not a lot that Brook can do with that one except steer it out to Pooran, the cover sweeper, take the single, and it means that rate now is getting up to the thick end of 3 a ball. It's 70 from 26 balls for England to win from here.
Yeah, it's now or never time, isn't it, from an England point of view? Ball's got to go.
In comes Shepherd for the 5th ball of the over. It's a lowish full toss. Salt does have a go at this one, and he's taken a low full toss and smashed it into the sight screen back behind the bowler, and that all of a sudden makes it a 10-run over with 1 ball to come. That's some seriously good hitting from Phil Salt.
Oh, Phil Salt, it really is one of those precocious talents that we have in this country. He started travelling the world, playing some franchise stuff. Generally bats at the top of the order, like I said, but his skill set is transferable. He's one guy where put in this situation he will find a bit of a way. He's a free scoring player, and what a wonderful shot to hit that low full toss straight back over Shepherd's head into the sight screen.
161 for 5, 64 needed from 25 balls. He goes full and wide, Shepherd, on this occasion. Yorker length, landing on the crease line, and Salt squeezes it out onto the offside, takes a single. End of the over, 16 gone, 162 for 5 here on TalkSport 2. It means that England needs 63 from 24 deliveries.
Yeah, and it will be Cottrell's got 2 overs, I think, to bowl still. I'm trying to think who else. Holder's maybe got 1 or 2. I think the captain's bowled out by now.
Cottrell has 2, Holder has 1. Romario Shepherd has 1, Akil Hussain has 1, Rodman Powell has 3 available.
Yeah, so you're saying out of those guys, Cottrell is your sort of banker, shall we say, that's going to bowl his 2. They've got to target one of the other two extreme levels. It's got to be a 20 plus over, and hope that Cottrell gets 1 wrong, so you're still banging 1 out of the park off him.
Well, here is Cottrell, 0 for 13 so far.
Oh,
well, that's going to go up by 6, because the first one, no, just short. Lands just short of the road at square leg. Salt went after the first delivery from Cottrell, and it's a boundary. It's 166 for 5.
I'm just trying to get a bit of a look at the field, because it looks like there's no square leg in place. Or if he is, he's a long way behind. Yeah, we can just see he's a long way behind. And Phil Salt gets just inside of the ball, and it's almost like a pickup shot where you would play off a spinner, where you're trying to get it in between the gap of mid-wicket and square leg, and he plays it beautifully, eases it into the crowd over there. Wonderful shot from Salt.
My apologies, it was 6. It landed on the sponge and has been given as a maximum. So England have 2 more to the target than I originally gave them credit for. Well, TV are going back in and replaying it again and again, and I can kind of understand that the third umpire would want to be sure, because it could be significant in the end. You don't want to be giving cheap runs away. Unfortunately, the shot that they're actually, where you can see it front on, the ball disappears out of the shot at the bottom of the picture, which means the angle that they really now have to use is from behind the boundary sponge, and therefore you can't tell whether it's landed just before it or not.
Simple. Give it a 6 and let's get on with it.
Exactly. I'm pretty... Oh, they have now amended it to 4. We've gone 4-6-4 in the space of a couple of minutes there. So it is 4.
Well called, Macca.
Thank you. Right, Salt faces Cottrell, gets this one full, and he drives to Jason Holder at long off for a single. So it's 4 and a single. 58 more are needed from 22 deliveries, with the score 167 for 5.
All those replays, all that technology, thousands and thousands of dollars. Macca called it straight away.
Never misses a beat though.
Harry Brook, 9 from 9. Prepares to face Sheldon Cottrell, left arm over. Brook goes across his stumps, gets down on one knee, tries to ramp it, and doesn't make contact, and it goes through to Shea Hope, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's definitely a good option to Cottrell. He's got his fine leg up on the edge of that 30-metre circle. He's got his 3 scouts on the leg side, square leg, mid-wicket, long on. I think he's got long off and cover.
Here he comes. In again. That is right over the top of off stump. Brook has stayed in the crease and has tried to get that through backward point, third man. It doesn't clear the stumps by much and goes through to the keeper, no run. It's 58 more needed from 20 balls left now.
Nicely bowled from the experienced Cottrell. He's been doing this for a while now. He's found himself out of the team. He doesn't want that to happen again. He's got his nose back in front. He wants to stay in front. He's bowling very nicely here.
In he goes. It's a roundabout leg stump. Brook swings hard into the leg side. We'll get it out to Fabian Allen coming off the mid-wicket boundary. It's just a single. 168 for 5. 57 needed from 19. So we are now at 3 a ball.
Yeah, 6 off the over so far. Last ball, this has got to go out of the ground. To keep them in touching distance. Got to go out of the ground.
Well, no pressure, Phil Salt then. Cottrell's on the way, over the wicket, and Salter's hit it. Now it's pretty flat, but it'll go all the way to the dugouts. It is a 6. Gareth Batty said it had to clear the ropes. It has. Salt goes to 35. 174 for 5. It's 51 needed from 18 balls for England here on TalkSport 2.
Oh, Phil Salt, is he going to be the man that's making a name for himself yet again? He impressed on ODI debut. Wow, coming in at a difficult position. He doesn't often bat in these situations, or if he does, he's generally 80, 90 not out, and he's just continuing to put his foot down. This, the new situation, he's rising to the challenge. 35 off 15, great striking.
I reckon Cottrell got that wrong, because you read it as he needed a 6. I was thinking the same thing. I think that's the slower ball into the pitch. All right, keep it a little bit short, a little bit slow. If he's going to hit it, he has to really swing at that. In the end, he's just got it too full, which has given him an easy arc.
Yeah, or you go the other way and you go right on the wide line, because Salt is leg side dominant.
Jason Holder to start a new over. Brooks got underneath this one. He's going for long on and doesn't clear Rovman Powell. Rovman Powell takes the catch 3 metres inside the rope. He's got 2 caps on at the moment. One of them falls off, but he takes the catch and Brook goes for 10 from 13 deliveries. It's 174 for 6. England need 51 from 17.
Yeah, another very fine piece of thinking. Possibly missed execution a tiny bit, Holder, but because it's wide on that wide line, Paul Brooks has had to get his arms fully extended. He couldn't get the direction, couldn't get the power on the ball. Goes up, goes long, but not far enough. That man Powell in the action again. He's had one heck of a night as Powell pulls off a good catch. Difficult in these lights. Got to get your hands up and get the glare out there before you pounce on the ball. But young Garton can bat as well. Is he going to have a bit of a day out and get with his Sussex mate? Although he's just moved as Salt. He's gone up to Lancashire for pastures new. But this is now every ball has to go from an England point of view. So difficult for the young batsman coming in.
Jared, when was the last time England had 3 debutants batting next to each other? No, it's all right, I'm joking. I'm fine.
Tonight.
Tonight, yes, bumtish. Holder is around the wicket to bowl to Garton. Sorry, to Salt. First ball, and he doesn't swing. He's looking for a wide, and he doesn't get one.
Smart experience again from Holder. He's changing the angle. He's coming around the wicket because Salt is dominant from sort of mid-off wagon wheel around to square leg, getting that bottom hand in and very good at it. So he's trying to make it tough to get it into that leg side out on that wide line.
Holder again round the wicket. Salt has gone across his stumps, hits to the leg side and gets 4. Rodman Powell's made his first mistake of the evening. He was tightrope walking around the boundary edge and then got his feet in the hands in a bit of a tangle, and he's not able to stop the ball in the end, and it will go away for 4. England have 4 more to the total. which they shouldn't have got, but they'll take them. It's 47 needed from 15 balls is the equation. Salt goes to 39 from 17. Holder around the wicket once again. Salt swinging hard. It's a shorter ball. Dug in. Can he get it for 4? Yes, he can. He's gone squarer on this occasion. Pooran was sort of cow corner-ish. That one has gone through a pretty orthodox mid-wicket and is back-to-back boundaries. And all of a sudden it's only 43 needed by England to win this game.
Oh, smart batting from Salt. He's going across. He's showing Holder his leg stump and even middle stump on this occasion. Trying to get across, making ball at the stumps, making ball to where he wants it inside the eye line.
43 from 14. Holder around the wicket. Salt is across his stumps, hitting to long on. They will take one. Are they going to take on the Rodman Powell arm? Not on this occasion, they're not. So it's 183 for 6. England need 42 from 13 deliveries. Garton will therefore take his first ball. And you suggest maybe this is a bit of a freebie for Garton, because final ball of the over, you might as well go for a big one. If you get out, at least Salt's on strike for the first ball of the next over, Gareth.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost getting bored of saying it. Every ball has to go here, because for every ball that doesn't go out the ground, you're making it doubly difficult for the one after.
Final ball of the 18th over. Holder around the wicket to the left-handed Garton. He hits to long on. They will take one. Garton never was thinking of 2 there. He'd settled in his mind for 1, and that is all it is. So that's 18 overs gone, 184 for 6. It means England need 41 from 12 deliveries here on TalkSport 2.
I think that was a really, really clever delivery there, because my first thought was always going to come in, bowl the big slow one and hope Garton swings it, and then he went straight and full. There was nothing special about the ball. It wasn't even a Yorker in the end, although that was the idea. He was just trying to get that for a single. If he got the bowled, obviously he would take that, but he was thinking to himself, if he's going to hit this for a single, if I bowl a slow ball, anything's on the cards here, but if I could just go straight and full, either bowled or a single is my most likely thing, and to get him back on strike is a huge win for the West Indies.
Yeah, majority of late order batters, shall we say, if it's full and straight, they generally just knock it down the ground and take the single. So you're almost losing 2 balls, is what you're saying, not the 1.
Cotterill to start a new over. Garton comes down the pitch to meet him, drives it square on the offside. Fabian Allen will get it up and in the air quickly, and it will be a single. 185 for 6, 40 from 11.
So, perfect example here. They've scored 2 from the last 2 balls, but they needed 42 from 13, and now they need 40 from 11. So that's a huge win for the West Indies.
Yeah, it's just those little 1%. I mean, it's a bit more than a 1%, but it's smart cricket. It's doing the smart, easy things.
Cotterill is on his way. Left arm over. Gives Salt a chance to extend the arms on the offside, but he hits it straight to Jason Holder at long off. Will take a single. 39 from 10. So now every ball has to go for a boundary from here on in. Salt has 45 from 20. Garton is the man on strike. 2 balls, 2 singles to his name so far. Bat raised, waiting for Cotterill. Swings past it. It's through to Shea Hope, and there is no run. He throws his head back. Does Garton, because he knows how important that miss is.
I don't think Cotterill's thinking about this quite as 4D chess as Jason Holder is. But if I'm bowling to Garton now, no matter what my plan is for him normally, I think I would bowl slow and wide outside off stump, so I can maybe get a couple of dot balls here. I don't really want the ball to hit the inside edge or the pad here.
Cotterill is on his way. Left arm over to the left-hander and hits the off pole. It goes back to 45 degrees and Garton's innings is over. He made 2 from 4 balls. England are 186 for 7. It's 39 more to win from the 8 remaining deliveries.
Or just bowl a cross-seam ball in the slot and hope the tail ender tries to swing it to deep wicket and gets bowled. I mean, that was there to be hit. It was good bowling by Cotterill, but he went fast and at the stumps. But realistically, if that's to Phil Salt, we might be picking that up from the local factory.
Yeah, and it's the skill of bowling at the death. You pick and choose your battles. And I think Cotterill thought, hang on a second, I'm prepared to take a bit of a gamble. I'm prepared to bring the stumps into play. I'm prepared to risk a boundary to take a wicket. Feels like he's bowled well, and rightly so. Is he taking that risk to Salt? Definitely not. He's trying to get it out of his hitting area, trying to get it wide of off stump, out on that wide line, or change it up with pace, so he's cramping himself for timing or room. Different story with somebody that you feel like you can possibly target stumps.
Adil Rashid, the new man, he's facing Cottrell. It's a ball that's dug in round about chest height, and Rashid just drops it into the offside, and they take a single. 38 needed from 7 now.
It probably doesn't matter now because the mass is getting away. But again, he's gone straight in at the body. Even a tail ender's probably going to get a little bit of bat on that, or the pads or chest in that case. If that was just wide outside of stump, I just think there's a chance Rashid misses that, and that's game over if he misses that.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but Cottrell's had a pretty good night. I feel like he's bowled nicely, swung the new ball, bowled a good first over. This has been a good last over.
And he goes to Salt. Salt swings hard, and it's through to Shea Hope, and there's no run.
Run out.
I'm saying there's no run, but Adil Rashid was backing up, and he's been run out backing up.
I think that's a communication error there. I think Adil Rashid thought we have to run. He's gone through, but because it was the short ball to Salt, I think he was a bit put off by that, and he hasn't moved. Yeah, and there you go. Shai Hope's just thrown it up to Sheldon Cottrell, and that's the end of Adil Rashid's night. And honestly, it's the end of England's night, really, mathematically as well.
Well, Sheldon Cottrell took an age to take the bail off because Adil Rashid had given up and was just walking off. And Sheldon Cottrell used the ball to flick the bail up into the air, catch the bail in his hands, and England are now 187 for 8.
Yeah, I think you just got to put that down to a miscommunication. As a rule, generally at that point, the two batters would speak and say, look, if it goes through to the keeper, let's run. We need you on strike for the next ball.
To explain, it was the last ball of the over, and what Adil Rashid is thinking is, I don't want to be on the strike for the first ball of the next over. Phil Salt, you've got 45 from 21. Let's get you down the other end, because if one or other of us is going to do this, it's you, not me.
Once that short ball comes though, I think it changes batters' mind. Because remember, Mitchell Santner didn't run on the last ball of the World Cup final for a similar reason. He almost got hit in the head and he forgot.
Yeah.
Well, Tamar Mills has gone out, and swing and a miss, and they are going to run through on this one as it goes through to the keeper. And judging by the very high-pitched what from Romario Shepherd then, I think they've called that one a wide.
I think you're right. Well, it says bye in the score here.
Anyway, it will probably matter little in the end result in all of this, but no, they have called it wide, plus a bye. So it's 38 needed from 6. 36 from 6 now. Sorry, the scoreboard has just updated itself. So it's technically doable again. Salt, 45 not out. Swings hard! Swings high! He's got the first one of them, you know! 5 more of those and England will be home and hose because he's lashed the first legal ball of the over for 6, and Phil Salt has a 50 on T20 international debut. He's got 51 from 22 and he keeps England alive a little bit longer.
And he goes to 50 with an absolute monster 6. 100 metres, crashes into the windows of the media centre, straight behind Shepherd's head. What a shot from Salt, what a knock. 22 balls for his 50 on debut. Well played, sir.
Second ball around the wicket, Shepherd.
Oh,
it's a lowish full toss. He's nailed this one. That's into the car park in the factories out the back. And as we saw with England the other evening, when it gets to squeaky bum time, what should be a relatively straightforward thing to do, of run up and bowl the ball, suddenly gets a whole lot more difficult. That's gone 100 metres, and now Romario Shepherd's going to have all sorts of things going through his mind, because this shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be possible, but all things are possible. 2 6s, 4 more are what England need. 24 are needed from 4 balls.
And it's created a massive debate. The captain's walked over, senior players have walked over, telling Shepherd what he should be doing, what he shouldn't be doing. I tell you what, if nothing else, for this great English travelling support, there's a little bit of hope. Everybody, I'm sat on my chair thinking, he's going to do it, he's going to do it. Brilliant striking from Salt, and I reiterate, he's normally a top order player. To come in the middle of the innings and do this is wonderful skill, adapting to situations.
Well, welcome to TalkSport listeners who've joined us here on TalkSport 2. You pick your time. Romario Shepherd goes in and he's bowled Phil Salt around his legs. Phil Salt had just hit back-to-back sixes. England had 4 balls left of the innings. All 4 deliveries had to go over the fence for 6 for them to win. But Phil Salt's innings is over. He's gone across the offside, been bowled around his legs, and Phil Salt, on debut, makes 57 from 24 deliveries. It was brilliant while it lasted, but Romario Shepherd bowls a perfect delivery, and England are now 201 for 9.
Well, Phil Salt, you can feel very proud of yourself, sir. 57, just the 24 balls, as you said, Macca played a great hand there for England, kept them in the game for so long. Needed 36 off the last over. You just pre that ball, you're thinking, oh, can he do it? Can he do it? Credit to Shepherd, massively under pressure, and he's bowled some overs already in this game under huge pressure, and he's risen to the challenge. He's around the wicket, he's taken the aggressive approach of going for the bottom, the base of leg stump, executed perfectly well, and Salt had gone across his stumps, couldn't get to the ball. Shepherd, another very fine performance from him. So in the second runs, this time it's wickets.
Well, Reece Topley's the new man. He's on strike, and he's managed to chop down on this one. It bounces up and over Romario Shepherd, and they'll take a single down to Jason Holder at long on. Tamar Mills will come on strike with England 202 for 9. 23 therefore are needed from 2 balls. West Indies posted 224 for 5 in their 20 overs. England 202 for 9 in reply. Tamar Mills waits, bat raised. Romario Shepherd goes in, and it's in towards the feet. Tamar Mills turns it around the corner to square leg, where Darren Bravo is. Is that the first time we've seen Darren Bravo involved in this game this evening? He gets a match fee for that.
First touch of the game. Had a shout at the stumps as well.
I hope he paid his tea money. Well, here we go then. Final ball of the game. England need 22 from it. In goes Shepherd. It's a lowish full toss, roundabout leg stump. Reece Topley hits it to Jason Holder. Kieran Pollard at long off. And a single will be taken. And the West Indies have won by 20 runs. They go 2-1 up in the series. And the series will reconvene on Saturday evening. Saturday and Sunday for games 4 and 5, and England will therefore have to win both of those games to be victorious in this series. But what an evening's cricket it's been. We were delayed 20 minutes from actually getting underway due to some rain showers earlier on in the day. When the coin went up, England won the toss. They elected to bowl. West Indies batting first, 224 for 5. Rovman Powell top scoring with his first T20 international 100, 107 from just 53 balls, 4 fours and 10 sixes. England set 225 for victory. Well, they've come up just short, 204 for 9. Phil Salt on T20 debut made 57 from 24. Tom Banton at the top of the order, 73 from 39. But from England's point of view, sadly, just too short. Gareth Batty, your thoughts?
Yeah, look, it's a couple of young players kept England in the game there for long periods. Banton played beautifully up top, but just couldn't formulate that partnership that we saw from Pooran and Powell for the West Indies. 122 run partnership there from those guys. It set the game up. It really did get them to that total of 224. England just had good periods and you felt like they were in it. Phil Salt at the end there played a great little hand, and almost going into those last few balls you feel like, oh, is there a chance, is there a chance? Great credit to him batting out of position and still getting 57 in 24 balls. He played a great foil, but the West Indies, you'd have to say, were just a fraction more planned. with their bowling and how they were going to go about it. Relied on some experience. Pollard, very experienced, 2 for 31. It's one of those performances that goes unsung, but took good wickets, big wickets. Cottrell at the top led the attack for them. You just feel like that little bit of experience that the West Indies had over England paid dividends today. But I think we have to take our hat off to a wonderful individual performance of Powell. 107 in 53 balls, and he did it at a canter. That fella's got power, he's got grace, he's got skill, he's got touch, and it's brilliant for international cricket that we see him back in the fold after a period out, because if he plays anything like he did today for any period of time, he's worth the entrance fee alone.